Welcome to this advanced English masterclass. Today you'll learn hundreds of phrasal verbs, idioms, and expressions to help you feel confident speaking English in public. In this masterclass, you'll also learn advanced grammar and improve your listening skills. And we'll do this by reading the news together. Welcome back to JForrest English. Of course, I'm Jennifer. Now let's get started. First, let's review science news together. And the topic is the human brain.
Our headline, levels of microplastics in human brains may be rapidly rising, study suggests. First, let's talk about microplastics, since that's the topic of this article. We have the word plastic, like a plastic bag. Micro is the prefix that means very small. So here they're talking about small plastics, but they're talking about particles, which is a small piece of a plastic bag, an extremely small, tiny, that would be microplastics. Let's talk about some alternatives to the word small. There are not many. You can say I have a small problem, I have a little problem. If you want to make it sound even smaller, you can say I have a teeny problem with the project. So you don't want to alarm anyone. You can say there's a teeny problem. It sounds smaller than small. Now we have some cutesy. These are informal words that we often use in a cute way. So imagine you're talking about a tiny baby or a tiny piece of clothing for a baby or a puppy. These would be some cute words you would use in that context, but they're generally not used in a professional context. So you could say, oh, your puppy is teeny tiny, or itty bitty. What an itty bitty sweater for a baby. Or, oh, that is the cutest teeny weeny puppy I've seen. So these are considered cutesy expressions that you can use. So levels of microplastics, extremely small, tiny plastic particles. Levels of microplastics in human brains may be. Now this is an important word choice. We have may, which is a modal, and that's why you have the base verb. Remember, modal plus base verb, not the infinitive. Maybe is only used for a possibility. So this is not a fact, this is a possibility. Now, rising, of course, means increasing, and how are these microplastics increasing, rising? Rapidly, quickly, at a fast pace. You could say my English fluency, so this represents something, the subject of the sentence. My English fluency, your verb to be, is conjugated with my English fluency, it. It is rising, increasing, rapidly, quickly. Now notice I put rapidly after the verb. Both placements are acceptable. So you can say rapidly rising or rising rapidly. Now maybe you provide the reason why and use thanks to. So thanks with an S, to, and then something. So in this case, the something is these learn English with the news lessons. My English fluency is rising rapidly. So do you agree with that these lessons are helping your level rise rapidly? If you do, put that's right, put that's right in the comments. And don't worry about taking these notes because I summarize everything in a free lesson PDF. You can find the link in the description. Now let's continue with this lesson. New research uncovered an alarming accumulation. So alarming means it causes you to be concerned. It's like an alarm is going off. Alarming. And remember, if you change the word, you need to look to see if you need to change your article. So here we have and, because alarming is a vowel sound. It's not spelling, it's sound. And here we have concerning, which of course is a consonant sound. So we need concerning. Accumulation. If something accumulates, it means it gradually, so slowly over a period of time, gathers or increases. So you can think if you start with a small snowball and then you roll it in snow, it gets bigger and bigger and bigger. So the snow accumulates. Same with your vocabulary. You learn one phrasal verb today, another one tomorrow, another one the next day, and your vocabulary accumulates. The number of phrasal verbs in your vocabulary accumulates. So you can say, my vocabulary has accumulated rapidly. Notice rapidly. Or the number of phrasal verbs in my vocabulary has accumulated rapidly. Now you could say has rapidly accumulated. You could put it there as well. Notice here, accumulate is a verb and is conjugated in the present perfect, but here it's the noun form. Accumulation is just referring to it as a something, the accumulation of plastic particles. Remember, this is our microplastics. And in this article, specifically in human brains, that's what they're discussing. Raising concerns about their potential role. So their potential role, it means the potential role of the microplastics. That's the microplastics' potential role in neurodegenerative disease. Now, neurodegenerative, this refers to your brain because neuro comes from nervous system, which includes your brain. So diseases relating to your brain, for example, Alzheimer's or Parkinson's. Now, this use of potential is very important because, again, just like in the headline, we have maybe rising because it's a possibility, not a fact. So the same use of potential role, they're saying it's not a fact, it's a possibility again.
Are you enjoying this lesson? If you are, then I want to tell you about the Finally Fluent Academy. This is my premium training program where we study native English speakers from TV, movies, YouTube, and the news so you can improve your listening skills of fast English, expand your vocabulary with natural expressions, and learn advanced grammar easily. Plus, you'll have me as your personal coach. You can look in the description for the link to learn more, or you can go to my website and click on Finally Fluent Academy. Now let's continue with our lesson.
Microplastics are broken down from plastic waste and have polluted the entire planet. Let's review the phrasal verb broken down. And now you can say the number of phrasal verbs in my vocabulary is rapidly accumulating. So you can change this to the present continuous to show that it's in progress now. Microplastics are broken down. In this case, the phrasal verb broken down. Now notice here it's to be broken down. So this is the adjective form because it's in the passive voice. To be broken down. This means decomposed or disintegrated. In the active form, you can say plastics take years to break down. So to decompose, to totally decompose. Microplastics are broken down from plastic waste and have polluted the entire planet from the summit of Mount Everest. So the summit is the highest point to the deepest ocean. So they're saying from top to bottom. Basically, they're trying to say the entire planet, well, which they said here, but they're trying to illustrate that in a dramatic way by having the highest point of Earth and then the lowest as well. Now notice the language that we use to show a range from something, the summit of Mount Everest, and then to something else. So you might say, I need to improve all areas of my English, and then you want to illustrate that, be more dramatic in your sentence. So you can say from something, for example, from phrasal verbs, and then to something else, to verb conjugations. You might say, I traveled all over Spain from this point to this point, and then you would have a start point and an end point. Let's continue. People consume the tiny particles. So notice, remember I said that tiny is an alternative to small, and it sounds like very small. So small, tiny. People consume. So consume means that you ingest it. Consume the tiny particles via food, water, and by breathing them in. So you can ingest something through your nose, or you can breathe it into your mouth as well. The new research published in the journal Nature Medicine. Now, this is capitalized because it's the name of the journal, and we capitalize the first letter of proper nouns. So this would be considered a proper noun. The name of the journal is Nature Medicine. And it's published in, so that's the preposition here, published in the journal Nature Medicine. The new research, now I can, because we have these two commas, I can go from the subject, the new research, right to the verb, analyze, because this is additional information that doesn't affect the grammar of the sentence. So this is in the past simple, but if it were in the present simple, you would conjugate it based on the subject, the new research, it analyzed samples of brain, liver, and kidney tissues from 28 people who died in 2016 and 24 who died in 2024 in New Mexico. Let's look at the grammar here because I see a lot of mistakes with a verb and a specific past reference. You can say she has died. This is in the present perfect. So you can say she died, which is the past simple. So past simple, it's a completed past action, of course, completed past action. Or you can say she has died. This is the present perfect. When you say that, it is a completed past action, but you're emphasizing the result in the present. So you have to think of it as so now. She's died, so now we have to sell her house, for example. She has died. Now, if you include a specific past date, such as 2016 or 2 years ago, you must use the past simple because you can't use the present perfect with a specific past date. You can only use the past simple. She died in 2016. So this is a specific past action. Just to make sure this is very clear, I added unspecific time to the present perfect and completed action at a specific time in the past. That's the important thing to remember, and the past simple is required. Microplastic concentration. So when you talk about the concentration, it means the number of in a specific container. So in this case, the container is either your brain, your liver, or your kidneys. That is the area, the container, and then the number of is the concentration. Now you can have a high concentration or a low concentration. So just saying the word concentration, you do not know if it's high or low. You have to give more information. So here they give more information. Microplastic concentration was much higher. And then where? What's the container? In the brain tissue. So by saying microplastic concentration, it means the number of microplastic particles was much higher in the brain tissue. It was also higher in brain and liver samples from 2024 compared with those from 2026. Now remember in English that one word can have different meanings. You're probably familiar with the word concentration when it comes to mental focus. Concentration is important when you're studying. So that's your focus on one specific thing. Concentration. That's the noun form. So it starts the sentence to make a general statement. Concentration is important when you're studying. Do you agree with that? Now you might also say, I need to concentrate. So maybe you tell your husband, your kids, your coworkers, or your friends, don't bother me. I need to concentrate. I need to put all of my focus on one thing because I need to rapidly improve my English fluency. So maybe that is the use of concentrate, the verb, and concentration, the noun that you are familiar with. In this case, the noun means the number of. Let's continue. The scientists extended the analysis with brain tissue samples from people who had died between 1997 and 2013 on the US East Coast. Let's talk about extended. If you extend something, it means you increase the length in terms of a timeline or a deadline. You extend it, you increase the length, or you can increase the scope. Do you know what scope means? Scope means if the study or the original study was 20 people, and then the new study is 100 people. So they extended the scope to include more people, more things, more analysis. So the scope is how many different aspects. So the scientists extended the analysis. So using extend, maybe you have used this to say, can you extend the deadline? Maybe you've asked your professor, your teacher, or your boss, client, can you extend the deadline? So if it is due this week, you're asking for it to be extended maybe until next week, or even 1 day, 1 hour would still be extending the deadline, increasing the length. Now, this is the verb extend. You can also use the noun form extension, and you need the article and extension. So can you give me an extension? So you're asking for the person to extend the deadline. You're just using the noun form, which is very common, which is why I'm explaining it. Can you give me an extension? Now, if it's obvious you're talking about the deadline, you don't need to include the noun. But if it's not, then include the noun, the deadline, and include the preposition on. Can you give me an extension on the deadline? So it means the same thing. The scientists extended the analysis with brain tissue samples from people who had died between 1997 and 2013. So on the coast. And then which coast? The US coast. Which US coast? The US East Coast. So that's giving more information, but the preposition is on with coast. On the coast. Let's continue. The data showed an increasing trend in microplastic contamination of brains from 1997 to 2024. So an increasing trend, it means if this is 1997 and 2024, so it is just gradually going up, and that would be the trend. But it didn't say rapidly increasing. So if it was rapid, the line would be like this, but maybe it's just more of a gradual. We don't know because it didn't say. But an increasing trend in microplastic contamination of brains from 1997. So here again, we have that range from to, and then you can have 2 dates as well, from 1997 to 2024. Now, it's very common to talk about trends. Think of the trends with AI and automation right now. And increasing just shows the pattern of growth over time. So it's very common to describe it as increasing. Now, let's review the grammar here. There is an increasing trend. Now, in English, this is my subject. So you could say in education, in data management, in marketing. So whatever the topic is, there's an increasing trend in English, in the English language. Now I'm using the preposition towards, because that is where the English language is going. It's the direction towards. Now, because towards is a preposition, if you used a verb, it would be the gerund, but you can also use a noun. So I could say towards casual speech, and then I gave an example like phrasal verbs, or towards using casual speech like phrasal verbs. So this is a great phrase to have in your vocabulary. And remember, you can change the topic, and then of course you would change what the trend is. Let's continue. The most common plastic found was polyethylene, which is used in plastic bags and food and drink packaging. It made up 75% of the total plastic on average. So do you know this phrasal verb, to make up? Synonyms are represent, but you need to match the grammar. So this is in the past simple. It represented, or you could say accounted for. So if you use accounted, you need the additional preposition for. It accounted for 75%. So you have your whole, and then 75% of that, which I can't show you, would be plastics. So 25% represents other things. So you can say phrasal verbs make up. So this is your phrasal verb, to make up, which is funny because my sentence is phrasal verbs. Phrasal verbs make up, represent a large part of natives' daily speech. I have this apostrophe here because natives is plural, but then I want to show possession. I want to show that the daily speech belongs to the natives. So I put this apostrophe after when the noun is plural. Let's continue. These findings suggest that environmental micro and nanoplastics levels are rising and may make their way into human organs at increasing rates. Now, before you get too alarmed, remember we used alarming as an adjective, an alarming rate, a concerning rate. Before you get alarmed, concerned, just remember they used this modal verb may, which is very important because they're not saying this is a fact, it's a possibility. And just by seeing this word may, we don't know. It could be a 30% chance. It could be an 80% chance. It isn't clear. You would need more information. As an example, you might tell your friend or coworker or boss, don't be alarmed. So here, alarmed is an adjective form. It describes the state, which is why you're using the verb to be, and you're using this in the imperative. You're giving an instruction. Don't be alarmed. So to be alarmed, this would mean to be worried or anxious. Now with these two adjectives, you can use be or feel. Don't feel worried, feel anxious. But with alarmed, you would have to say don't be alarmed. Don't be alarmed. I only said that I may move abroad. So adding that word may, again, remember, is possibility, not fact. And you have modal plus base verb. May is a modal. I only said that I may move abroad. I'm still on the fence. Do you know what this means? I'm still on the fence. If you're on the fence, it means you're still deciding. You haven't decided. I'm on the fence. And even the word choice here suggests this is also used for probability. It's not used for fact. If the word choice was these findings prove or these findings demonstrate, those would be more factual word choices, but suggest means that is just presented as a possibility. Let's continue. While the study uncovered an association between plastic accumulation, so now you know what this means, and what is the grammar here? It's the noun form. The verb is to accumulate, so to gradually increase or gather, and it's the noun form, plastic accumulation, and certain health conditions. Okay, so there's an association. It means that, so a certain health condition, remember they're talking about neurodegenerative disease, so let's say Parkinson's is a certain health condition, and then someone's brain with Parkinson's also had microplastics. So that would be an association. You can think of association as a connection or a link. So it's saying that right now the study uncovered. Uncovered is another way of saying revealed or showed. But this use of while is important because even though I haven't read the rest, I know that while is used to introduce a contrast. So right now, yes, they are talking about this connection, this association, but I know there's going to be a contrast. So before we explain everything, let's review this contrast. Larger and more diverse studies are needed to confirm long-term trends and potential health risks. So they're basically saying that yes, there is an association, but more research is needed before we can say that there is proof or a link between these two. Let's review this together. So while this introduces a contrast, so I have this one point which may sound positive or negative, but even before I read any more, I know the next point is going to be a contrast. So if this point is negative, which it was, this association, which is another word for connection or link, that's negative, but I'm not alarmed because I know there's going to be a contrast. So something that sounds more positive. So more studies are needed to confirm, which is another way of to show proof or evidence of, because remember the language was just a possibility, suggest, may, those are words of possibility. So now we need to confirm, we need proof or evidence, which we do not have right now. So while the study, instead of while, you could say although or though. Those are synonyms. While the study uncovered, so this means revealed. It can also mean showed, but if it means showed, it showed for the first time. So something that was not shown before. That's how you would use uncover. So the study uncovered an association, connection, or link. And that's the end of the article. And that's why I said, don't be alarmed. Don't be alarmed because more research is needed. So now what I'll do is I'll read the article from start to finish, and this time you can focus on my pronunciation. Levels of microplastics in human brains may be rapidly rising, study suggests. New research uncovered an alarming accumulation of plastic particles in human brains, raising concerns about their potential role in neurodegenerative disease. Microplastics are broken down from plastic waste and have polluted the entire planet, from the summit of Mount Everest to the deepest oceans. People consume the tiny particles via food, water, and by breathing them in. The new research, published in the journal Nature Medicine, analyzed samples of brain, liver, and kidney tissues from 28 people who died in 2016 and 24 who died in 2024 in New Mexico. Microplastic concentration was much higher in the brain tissue. It was also higher in brain and liver samples from 2024 compared with those from 2016. The scientists extended the analysis with brain tissue samples from people who had died between 1997 and 2013 on the U.S. East Coast. The data showed an increasing trend in microplastic contamination of brains from 1997 to 2024. The most common plastic found was polyethylene, which is used in plastic bags and food and drink packaging. It made up 75% of the total plastic on average. These findings suggest that environmental micro and nanoplastics levels are rising and may make their way into human organs at increasing rates. While the study uncovered an association between plastic accumulation and certain health conditions, larger and more diverse studies are needed to confirm long-term trends and potential health risks.
Amazing job. Now let's move on to the next article.
First, I'll read the headline, How Internet Addiction May Affect Your Teen's Brain, according to a new study. Who is your teen? Or what is a teen? Who or what is a teen? And in this case, your teen. Do you know? A teenager is a person aged 13 to 19. So those are the teens. The first teen is 13, 12, 13. And the last teen is 19, 20. So this age range represents a teenager. Now you can just say age 13 to 19. This dash is verbalized as 2, 13 to 19, 2 to 19. You can also say years old, but it's not required. So it's optional. Now, teen is the shortened form of teenager and is gender neutral. So you could say my teenage daughter or my teenage son. And notice in that case, teenage is an adjective, my teenage daughter. You could also say my daughter is a teenager. It's a noun, so you need that article a. So in this article, the use of your, this article is speaking to a parent who has a teenage daughter or son. So by saying your teen's brain, it means your son's brain, your daughter's brain, and your son or daughter is a teenager. Now let's look at the use of how in this headline, because in this case, it is not used to ask a question. It's a statement. The question would be, how does? In the past simple, it would be how did. So how does internet addiction affect your teen's brain or affect you? And then question mark because it's a question. Now in this case, how internet addiction may affect your brain. This is common when you generally are going to provide different reasons. For example, how improving your English can help you. So this is a statement form. And then underneath, you might provide reason 1, reason 2, reason 3. So for example, you can find a better job, you can travel easily, and then you can add all the other reasons. So if you're here to improve your English and you're excited to improve your English, put that's right, put that's right in the comments. And don't worry about taking these notes because I summarize everything in a free lesson PDF. You can find the link in the description. Now let's continue with the article. Teens, so notice here, teens is the short form for teenagers. But now they're talking about teens in general. They're not talking about your daughter or your son who is a teenager. They're talking about all teens, all teenagers. Because remember, when you add that S to a noun, you're talking about the whole group. So teens, the entire group of, the entire category of teens, teenagers who spend lots of time. Lots of time, this is a more casual way of saying a lot of time. So instead of saying a lot of, just saying lots, it sounds more casual, more informal. A lot of is still relatively informal. If you want to sound more formal, more academic, you could say a significant or a substantial. So significant, substantial means a large amount. But with these two, you have to use the word amount. So here you just say lots of time, a lot of time, but here a significant or a substantial amount of time. And this would sound quite formal, academic. Teens who spend lots of time on social media have complained of feeling like they can't pay attention to more important things like homework or time with loved ones. Remember, with homework, you do homework. I still hear students use the wrong verb, the wrong collocation. You do homework, which means complete. And homework is a collective noun, so you do not put an S on the noun. So you would say, I have so much homework to do. You never say it with an S. Now, instead of so much, you could also say lots of. I have lots of homework to do. You could also say a lot of. I have a lot of homework to do. You could say a significant amount of homework to do, but remember I said that sounds quite formal. That sounds almost academic. A teenager is not going to say that most likely. Let's review loved ones because this is very useful to have in your vocabulary. With loved ones, loved ones. So notice how those sounds link together. Repeat after me, loved ones. Loved ones are people you love. So remember, people is the plural of person, so it represents all the different people in your life who you love. Now, you can use a gerund statement, which is starting with your verb in ing, and you can say spending time. You spend time with people. So starting with a gerund verb, your verb in ing, this is used to make a general statement. Spending time with loved ones is the key to happiness. Key is the most important thing that results in happiness. Now, you can make loved ones possessive and say your loved ones, but that's not required. And it's common to just say spending time with loved ones. But if you want, you could say, I spent time with my loved ones, if you want. Let's continue. Almost half of teenagers, so again, the category of teenagers, people between 13 to 19, almost half, so 40%, 45%, 48%, we don't know, but it's close to half. Almost half of teenagers have said they feel addicted to social media, according to a survey this year. Now notice with according, you need this preposition, and then you have a someone, a person, according to Jessica, according to my teacher, according to a survey. So it can be someone or something like a survey, a report, a news article. A new study has possibly captured that objectively. So here, that, what does that represent? Has possibly captured that. That being the fact that teenagers are addicted to social media and have problems paying attention to their homework. All of what we previously discussed is summarized as that. A new study has possibly captured that objectively. Objectively means there is now facts or evidence. But notice it says possibly. Has possibly captured. Without this word, possibly, has captured, it sounds like fact, but because they add possibly, it's just a possibility. So there is also a possibility that there is no evidence, no objective evidence of this. A new study has possibly captured that objectively, finding that for teens diagnosed with internet addiction, signaling between brain regions important for controlling attention, working memory, and more was disrupted. Okay, so finding, in this case, that is optional. It doesn't represent anything. So sometimes the word that can represent a lot of information, and other times it's literally meaningless and can be omitted. Finding for teens diagnosed. It's like when you say, I think that, there's no meaning for that. It's just a connecting word and it's optional. So finding that for teens diagnosed with internet addiction, so we're talking about teens, but specifically teens with internet addiction, signaling. So this means when you signal in your brain, it means that you can imagine there are wires in your brain, like this image up here. So to signal is when this connection talks to this connection. So they talk to each other. They have a connection. So that would be signaling. So that's how that word is being used here. So signaling between brain regions, and then which brain regions? The ones that are for controlling attention, memory, and more was disrupted. So the signaling was disrupted, which means that your brain cells, the different regions of your brains, had a hard time, had a difficult time, or had problems communicating with each other, connecting with each other. And here, disrupted, you can think of it as negatively impacted or simply not working properly. Now, said another way, teens with internet addiction have a hard time or have a difficult time focusing. So what do you notice here? you need the verb and ing. This is a very common gerund expression that I hear a lot of mistakes with. So just remember, when you have, and then there's an adjective, hard, difficult, and then the word time. You could even use a positive adjective. We had a great time preparing for the party, for example. So it's have a adjective time. That's a gerund expression. Now you could also use have trouble, and then you use the gerund. So teens with internet addiction have trouble focusing. So both of these are very common gerund expressions that you can start using today. Let's continue. The findings are from a review. So the findings represent the information they found in the study. So the findings are from a review of 12 neuroimaging studies. So imaging means X-rays to take pictures of, and then neuro represents your brain. So pictures of your brain. Review of 12 neuroimaging studies of a few hundred adolescents. Adolescents, repeat after me, adolescents. This means young people. And here they define that for you, aged 10 to 19. Now they had to change the word from teenager to adolescent because teenager starts at 13. So from 10, 11, 12, you are not a teenager. That is not the definition. So because it started at 10, they had to use a different word choice instead of teenager, and they used adolescence. And remember, by adding the S, you mean the entire category of adolescents aged 10 to 19. And then from 2013, so this is the date range for the study. So there was an age range and a date range from 2013 to 2022. And a few hundred, we don't know how many that is. A few is more than two, because if it were two, they'd say a couple hundred. So I don't know how many it is, but I know it's 300 or more. So maybe 300 or 400, 500. That would be my guess based on what this word means. Let's continue. The behavioral addiction brought on by excessive internet use. So here, this phrasal verb brought is the past simple of bring, brought on by. If something is brought on by, it means that it caused it to happen. Let's review this example. The fire was brought on by old paint cans in the basement. So the fire was caused by. This is the passive form because the active form, the subject is the old paint cans. The old paint cans, where are they located? In the basement. The old paint cans caused the fire. Brought on the fire, you could say as well, using brought on in the active form. Now, in our sentence, notice that there is no verb to be. That's because it's using that information as more descriptive. So the fire brought on by old paint cans in the basement destroyed the home. So I could remove this entire part. The fire destroyed the home. But I'm giving more information. The fire brought on by old paint cans in the basement. Sometimes you see this information between two commas, which lets you know that this entire part can be removed. But if you don't see it by commas when you read it, you just have to understand where the information is. So the behavioral addiction brought on by excessive internet use caused the addiction, has become a rising source of concern. So here you could say the behavioral addiction has become a rising source of concern. And then this is just the additional information telling you where the addiction came from. What was it caused by? Has become a rising source of concern since the last decade. the authors, plural, the authors wrote in the study. Let's review this since the last decade. We use since for a starting point in time. So even though they wrote the last decade, the only way this is grammatically correct is if it represents a starting point in time. So the last decade is a period of 10 years. So 2015 to 2025, assuming the year right now is 2025. So the only way this is correct if it's since 2015, because since is only used with the starting point in time. Because of that, it would sound better to say since 2015, the actual start of the last decade, or you could say since the beginning of the last decade, because the beginning of sounds more specific. It sounds like, well, what's the beginning? It's 2020, it's 2015. That's the beginning of the last decade. So using either one of these sounds better with since, because to me, the last decade sounds more like a date range, and we only use for with ranges for the last decade, which represents 2015 to 2025. Remember, since plus specific point in time, for plus a range, a time range. Let's continue. The criteria for clinical diagnosis of internet addiction in the included studies were one's persistent preoccupation with the internet. So preoccupation with means you're distracted by, you're constantly thinking about the internet. Now, persistent is another way of saying constantly. So if it's persistent, it means it happens again and again and again and again. So it's constant. So that's one, persistent preoccupation with the internet. Withdrawal symptoms when away from the internet. A withdrawal symptom means that you either feel something physically, your hands might start to shake. For example, that could be a withdrawal symptom of someone who's trying to quit smoking. Their hands might start to shake, or it can be more emotional. You just feel really anxious or frustrated when you're away from the internet. So when you're not using the internet. And another criteria is sacrificing relationships to spend time on the internet. So sacrificing your relationship means that you're neglecting it. In order to spend time on the internet, your relationship suffers. So you're choosing the internet over your relationship. So you're sacrificing your relationship to gain time on the internet. And remember that spend time is a gerund verb. So if you had an action, you would need the verb in ing. Spend time surfing online. Now, online is the alternative to on the internet, but if you use online, just know it's one word, online. On the internet, online. So spend time surfing online, spend time watching videos online, spend time posting online. Whatever the actions are, they're in the verb ing, the gerund, because spend time is a gerund verb. But you spend time on the internet. You could also simply say spend time online instead of on the internet, because remember, online is the replacement to these three words on the internet, said one author of the study. The pattern of behavior results in significant impairment or distress in the individual's life. So the pattern of behavior, this would be spending too much time online. So the addiction to the internet. So the pattern of behavior. Spending too much time online results in significant impairment or distress in the individual's life. So distress, this represents negative emotions. And then impairment, this sounds like negative effects. So if your vision is impaired, it means you're not able to see clearly. So if your life is impaired, it means you're not able to function properly in your life. So the examples they gave of not being able to do their homework because they can't focus, that could be an example of how their life is impaired. Let's continue. When participants, so participants, these are the people who participated in the study. When participants clinically diagnosed with internet addiction, so these are participants who have an addiction to the internet and they've been clinically diagnosed. This means a doctor or a researcher has formally said, you have internet addiction. You have internet addiction. So clinically diagnosed means I didn't just say, I think I'm addicted to the internet. Someone with authority, a doctor or a researcher, said this. When participants clinically diagnosed, so formally diagnosed by an expert, clinically diagnosed with internet addiction, engage in activities governed by the brain's executive function network. Now they're going to define what the brain's executive function network is, because this is not common knowledge. I do not instantly know what this is. So what is it? It's behaviors requiring attention, planning, decision-making, and impulse control. So that is your brain's executive function network. Those brain regions showed substantial disruption. Remember previously I said substantial is a more formal way of saying a lot of. So you could say showed a lot of disruption, much disruption. Negative effects would be disruption. But substantial or significant is the more formal academic choice. Those brain regions showed substantial disruption in their ability to work together compared to those in peers without internet addiction. So all this to say, the participants, so people who have internet addiction, when they did certain behaviors, so engaged in activities governed by is a very formal way of saying did activities. So when they did activities requiring their attention, planning, decision-making, or impulse control, those were the type of activities. So when someone formally diagnosed with internet addiction tried to pay attention, they had disruption in those brain regions. So they had negative effects in those brain regions compared to other people. So that's their peers, other people in the same category without internet addiction. Let's continue. The authors think such signaling changes, so remember, signaling is just how those wires in your brain connect or communicate with each other. And the changes for the people with internet addiction is those connections were impaired. They weren't working as well. They weren't working properly. The authors think such signaling changes could suggest these behaviors can become more difficult to perform, potentially influencing development and well-being. So these behaviors can become more difficult to perform. The behaviors being decision-making, paying attention, planning, controlling your impulses. So those behaviors could be more difficult because of this impairment in your brain signals because of internet addiction. And all of this might, because potentially is just the possibility. So you could replace that with the modal verb might. If you did, you would have to use the base verb. Might influence, because modal plus base verb, might influence development and well-being, potentially influencing development and well-being. And that is the end of the article. So what I'll do now is I'll read the article from start to finish. And I also recommend that you read this article again, because there is a lot of complicated language, but you can summarize it in an easy to understand everyday terms. So that could be a great exercise for you to read a paragraph and then try to summarize it in everyday language as if you were explaining it to a teenager. So someone who has a lower reading level. So that's a great activity to do. So now I'll read it from start to finish. How internet addiction may affect your teen's brain, according to a new study. Teens who spend lots of time on social media have complained of feeling like they can't pay attention to more important things like homework or time with loved ones. Almost half of teenagers have said they feel addicted to social media, according to a survey this year. A new study has possibly captured that objectively, finding that for teens diagnosed with internet addiction, signaling between brain regions important for controlling attention, working memory, and more was disrupted. The findings are from a review of 12 neuroimaging studies of a few hundred adolescents aged 10 to 19 from 2013 to 2022. The behavioral addiction brought on by excessive internet use has become a rising source of concern since the last decade, the authors wrote in the study. The criteria for clinical diagnosis of internet addiction in the included studies were one's persistent preoccupation with the internet, withdrawal symptoms when away from the internet, and sacrificing relationships to spend time on the internet, said one author of the study. The pattern of behavior results in significant impairment or distress in the individual's life. When participants clinically diagnosed with internet addiction engage in activities governed by the brain's executive function network, behaviors requiring attention, planning, decision-making, and impulse control, those brain regions showed substantial disruption in their ability to work together, compared to those in peers without internet addiction. The authors think such signaling changes could suggest these behaviors can become more difficult to perform, potentially influencing development and well-being.
Amazing job. Now let's move on to the next article.
What is popcorn brain? This article defines it as the shifting attention of social media users. So shifting means changing from one thing to another. As you can see in the image, this man's brain is popcorn, my favorite snack. And we have all the different social media icons. So you can imagine his brain is going from Instagram to Facebook to YouTube or to any other social media platform. So that's popcorn brain, a term that is new to me as well. I had never heard this term before this article. Have you heard of it? And this article says social media could be ruining our attention span. Your attention span, so one's attention span with the possessive, your attention span is how long you are able to pay attention to concentrate on one task. Notice those preposition changes. You concentrate on something. Right now, you're concentrating on this lesson, right? But you pay attention to something or someone. You're paying attention to this lesson. You're also paying attention to me as your teacher. So do you think you can pay attention to this entire lesson without switching to other social media or other tasks? If you can, then maybe you don't have popcorn brain. So put I can. I know you can pay attention to this whole lesson. Put I can in the comments. Now notice how it says ruining our attention span. Ruin is already a very strong word. Repeat after me for pronunciation, ruin. So notice there's two syllables, ruin, ruin, and then you have your ing, ruining, ruining. Now, ruin is already quite a strong verb, but you could use the verb destroying, which sounds even stronger. Social media could be destroying our attention span. Don't worry about taking notes because I summarize everything in a free lesson PDF. You can find the link in the description. Now let's continue with our lesson. Experts are warning of a new medical issue caused by excessive scrolling on social media. So of course, to scroll, you know what that is. That's what I'm doing right now on the screen. I'm scrolling. Now notice this adjective here, excessive. Excessive means too much. So it's more than you want or more than you need. So it has a negative sound to it. And repeat after me for pronunciation, excessive, excessive. You could say her comments were excessive. So she provided a lot of comments, but because I used the word excessive, it means too much. So it has a negative sound to it. But if I said her comments were extensive, notice completely different word, different pronunciation. The meaning here is a wide range, but this has a more neutral sound to it. So it sounds like she provided many comments, but they were potentially positive, potentially negative. We don't know. We need more information. But the word excessive is always negative. Let's review this pronunciation. Repeat after me. Excessive, extensive. One more time. Excessive, extensive. Let's continue. The issue being scrolling on social media, excessive scrolling. The issue has been dubbed popcorn brain, a term used to describe the shifting attention of social media users. And that's exactly the definition I used at the top, because remember, I have never heard this term before. So I'm learning it the same time as you. Now, when something is dubbed something, it means it's called it, it's referred to as. We often use this for terminology or definitions. Now that you know about popcorn brain a little bit more, let's do a survey. Let's do a poll. This affects me. So this issue being popcorn brain affects me. Now notice the verb is affect. The noun is affect with a E, affect, but the verb is affect, and you need that as because it's in the present simple and this is singular. Now, as your choice, you can say this greatly affects me, somewhat, slightly, or doesn't affect me at all. Now you can write in the full term, or you can do 1, 2, 3, 4. So we'll do a quick poll. Share your answer. 1, 2, 3, 4. Share it in the comments. A study published in Nature Communications. This is the name of a magazine or a journal, and you publish something in, so you publish a study in, and then the name of it, in 2019. So again, you need the preposition in for a year. You can say 2019 or 2019. 2019 is more common. It's easier to say. 2019 revealed that people's collective attention spans. Now notice there's an S on here, attention spans. Do you know why? Because people is the plural of person. So one person and two people. So if it were two or more people, it's my attention span, your attention span. So together the attention spans are plural. And remember, you need that possessive because it's one's attention span. And using the word collective means that you're referring to all of the attention spans as one group. So you're not looking at them individually. It's seeing them as a whole. And because we have a plural here, this would represent the subject they. That's why we have are. They are becoming increasingly shorter due to the rapid consumption of social media. Increasingly means more and more, but over time. So it's not happening at once. It's a little bit and a little bit and a little bit over time. Increasingly shorter due to, this is another way of saying because of. So again, notice that preposition change. Due to something. The something is the rapid consumption of social media. What does popcorn brain mean? Well, we talked about this already, so let's learn more. Popcorn brain refers to the tendency for our attention to shift and jump from one thing to another quickly, just like the kernels in a popcorn bag whizzing inside. Let's look at the tendency for, in this case, the tendency for something, our attention to shift. We talked about that, to move from one thing to another. Jump also means to move, but of course you have that visual of someone jumping, and then shifting, you just don't have that visual of in the air, but both of them mean to move to one thing to another. Now, the tendency for means the likeliness of, so our brains are very likely. Our brains naturally shift and jump. This is very commonly used. You might say she has a tendency to be late. This means it's likely that she's late. She's usually late. Now, this is a tendency. That's the noun form. You can use the verb, which is also very common. The verb is to tend to do something. So she tends to be late. She tends to be late is the same as she has a tendency to be late. So here you have the kernels. This is a popcorn kernel is the corn before it becomes popcorn. So the kernels in a popcorn bag, you can imagine if you put a bag of popcorn in the microwave or on the stove, the kernels are whizzing inside. They're moving around very quickly, but very erratically as well. They're going all over the place. So you can have that image with your attention span or the thoughts in your mind to go all over the place. So that's where the name popcorn brain comes from, which is a pretty good name in my opinion. If you agree with my opinion, you could say the name popcorn brain, the name, the term, the definition, the name is spot on. To be spot on, this is an expression that means completely accurate. So the image of popcorn kernels whizzing around is completely accurate about our attention spans also whizzing around. So if you agree, you can say spot on. That's spot on. The name is spot on. Just remember, this is an expression to be spot on. Let's continue. Although not an official medical condition, your doctor would not say to you, I am diagnosing you as having popcorn brain. That's what it means as not an official medical condition. It's not something a doctor would officially diagnose you as having. It describes a pattern of behavior which induces dopamine, the reward chemical in the brain. In this context, induce means to cause. So this pattern of behavior, the shifting of our attention, causes dopamine, which is a reward chemical. It makes you feel good in the brain. Now, although this is used to have a contrast between two ideas. Idea one, this is not a medical condition, an official medical condition. Idea two, it tells you what this condition does. So rather than having these as two separate sentences, we can combine the sentences together by using although. Now, this is commonly used also when there's more of a contrast between the ideas. For example, although it was difficult, I concentrated on this lesson from start to finish, or I paid attention to. Remember, concentrate on, pay attention to. Both are verbs, so you need to conjugate your verbs. Concentrate is a regular ED verb. Pay is an irregular verb. You change the spelling, paid, but the spelling is irregular, but it's still an ED. You just change the YED to ID. Paid attention to this lesson from start to finish. This is another way of saying the whole lesson, but it emphasizes it more from start to finish. So the whole lesson from start to finish, which means you don't have popcorn brain. Congratulations. So the contrast here is it was difficult. I did it. So that's the contrast using although, and then we can turn two sentences into one. Let's continue. According to research by psychologist Gloria Mark. So notice the pronunciation here, so there's no P in the pronunciation, psychologist. And this is your syllable stress, psychologist. Repeat after me, psychologist. Gloria Mark. And notice this preposition, it's according to someone or something. In this case, it's research, which is a something according to research. Now, if we know that the research is by Gloria Mark, we could say according to Gloria Mark, according to Mark, because it's very commonly used just to say their last name. According to research by psychologist Gloria Mark, over the past 2 decades, you could say past or last in this case, and there's no difference. The past 2 decades, 1 decade is 10 years, so 2 decades is 20 years, of course. The average attention span declined to around 47 seconds. So if that's true, it means most people didn't even finish page 1 of this lesson, but you're still here. So congratulations to you. You have an amazing attention span. Congratulations. So the average attention span declined. This means decrease to around approximately 47 seconds. You could also say about 47 seconds, which is a casual but not slang, and it still sounds professional. It's just a more casual choice compared to approximately, which sounds slightly more formal. So you have 3 choices, which are all commonly used by native speakers. Let's keep going because you have an amazing attention span. Some people have been expressing concern that this condition, what's the condition? Popcorn brain, although not an official medical condition, this condition, called popcorn brain, is becoming more present in people as social media becomes more fast-paced with its constant streams of information and algorithms tailored to keep you scrolling. Remember that information is a collective noun, so you don't add an S to it. You can say thanks for all the. All the sounds like there's a lot. It sounds like a plural word, but information is always singular. Thanks for all the information. You shared so much information. Now, if you wanted to use a noun where you can specify the plural, you could change information to the word facts or details or some other word choice, which can have a singular or plural. And in that case, because you had all the, you need to add that S. You can only use a plural modifier, all the, if it's a collective noun. Thanks for all the information. Thanks for all the facts. Let's look at tailor and algorithms tailored to keep you scrolling. This is a verb, to tailor, and you tailor something, in this case, algorithms. When you tailor something, it means you design it or customize it for a specific purpose. So algorithms designed to keep you scrolling, customized to keep you scrolling. Now, this is important because someone could give you advice and say, you need to tailor your CV. You need to design or customize your CV to the job posting. So if you're applying to 2 different jobs, you need to submit 2 totally different CVs to match those jobs. Let's continue. There are some things you can do to remedy the issue. Remedy means improve the issue or to help solve, to help improve. And you remedy a problem, an issue, a situation. You can do to remedy the issue, again, the issue being popcorn brain, and help return your attention span to normal. Some of these things include, so the things you can do to remedy popcorn brain, to return your attention span to normal. Limiting social media use and swapping it for a less overstimulating task. So swapping it means to change it for. So here you have your phone with all your social media. And here, let's say you have a book or sewing needles or a pen and pad of paper. And so you can swap scrolling on your phone for drawing in your book, your notepad with your pen, reading, or whatever other activity it is. You can swap it. So change it for something else. And notice how they say a less overstimulating task. So if something stimulates you, it means it causes a lot of activity. So that's why I gave examples, sewing or drawing or reading, something that causes less activity. So it says a less overstimulating task. Some other remedies. Now notice here, to remedy is a verb, but you can say remedies. There are some remedies for this problem. There are some remedies for popcorn brain. So remedies as the noun form would be solutions. So we already reviewed one remedy, one solution. The noun form, you can swap it, swap your phone for sewing needles or a notebook. Other remedies, other solutions, meditating, as you can imagine, a less stimulating task, or exercising, which can be quite stimulating for your body, but I guess not stimulating for your mind. And we're talking about attention span. Taking regular breaks and quitting multitasking, so you can focus on one thing at a time. When you multitask, hopefully you're not multitasking right now. If you're multitasking, it means as you're watching this lesson, you're checking your emails, you're responding to an email, you're posting something on social media, you're liking a comment, you're doing your grocery list. So you're doing different tasks at once, multiple tasks at once. And notice here that you take a break. I hear a lot of direct translations such as make a pause or make a break or make a stop, but it's take a break. When you take a break, it means you temporarily stop an activity to rest. But the expression in English is take a break. It's not make a pause, make a rest. It's take a break. I could say, feel free to hit pause. Now, in this case, pause represents the pause button on your player controls. So press play, press pause, and hit means to press with intention. Feel free to hit pause and take a break. So maybe you go have a cup of tea or exercise or something like that, and then come back to this lesson when you feel refreshed. So remember, in English, it's take a break, take a break. Now here they don't have a because break has an S on it and you don't use an article with a plural noun. Taking regular breaks and quitting multitasking so you can focus on one thing at a time. So these are the potential remedies, solutions. So the things that will help improve it, and they're things, they're nouns. Let's continue. Deleting all forms of media from your phone may not be necessary. So here, notice we start with a gerund expression. So this is your gerund verb. It's the verb in ing, and it represents the subject of your sentence. And we use this for general statements. Deleting all forms of your media from your phone may not be necessary. But notice, if they use this modal verb and say may not be necessary, there's also a possibility that it may be necessary, because may represents it's possible, there's a chance, but there's also a chance it may be necessary. So it's not a very strong modal choice. If you wanted to say the same thing more forcefully, you would delete the modal and just use the verb to be. Deleting all forms of media from your phone isn't necessary. This means you do not have to do it. Whereas if you say may not be necessary, it means there's a 50% chance you have to, a 50% chance you don't have to. But maintaining balance is crucial. Crucial means extremely important. It's useful to have alternatives for very common words in your vocabulary. You don't need alternatives for all words, but ones that are commonly used, like important. Memorize 3 to 5 synonyms so you have variety in your vocabulary. Here are some options for you. Of course, crucial, the first one. Repeat after me, crucial. Essential, critical, pivotal, imperative. And you can choose ones based on which ones you like, based on which ones are easy to pronounce, which ones are easy to remember, because they all have the same meaning. So you can start with 3 that you like from this list. And that's the end of our article. So now I'll read the article again, and I want you to practice your pronunciation, to shadow my pronunciation as we read. What is popcorn brain? Social media could be ruining our attention span. Experts are warning of a new medical issue caused by excessive scrolling on social media. The issue has been dubbed popcorn brain, a term used to describe the shifting attention of social media users. A study published in Nature Communications in 2019 revealed that people's collective attention spans are becoming increasingly shorter due to the rapid consumption of social media. What does popcorn brain mean? Popcorn brain refers to the tendency for our attention to shift and jump from one thing to another quickly, just like the kernels in a popcorn bag whizzing inside. Although not an official medical condition, it describes a pattern of behavior which induces dopamine, the reward chemical, in the brain. According to research by psychologist Gloria Mark, over the past 2 decades, the average attention span declined to around 47 seconds. Some people have been expressing concern that this condition is becoming more present in people as social media becomes more fast-paced with its constant streams of information and algorithms tailored to keep you scrolling. There are some things you can do to remedy the issue and help return your attention span to normal. Some of these things include limiting social media use and swapping it for a less overstimulating task, meditating or exercising, taking regular breaks, and quitting multitasking so you can focus on one thing at a time. Deleting all forms of media from your phone may not be necessary, but maintaining balance is crucial.
Wow, think of everything you've learned already. Now let's review news articles on the topic of health and wellness.
Our headline, Mastery of Language Could Predict Longevity. Do you know what longevity is? Longevity is the concept of living longer, so living longer than average. Now, notice that pronunciation, longevity. So you hear this j sound even though it is not there in spelling. And that's to help transition between this this G sound, longevity, longevity. Repeat after me, longevity. Used in a sentence, you could say he attributed his longevity. Longevity is a noun and it belongs to him. He attributed his longevity to exercise and a healthy diet. So using attributed is saying that these two things, it could just be one thing, but in this sentence, these two things are responsible for his longevity. So you could say it a different way. I wrote that here for you so you can see the sentence structure, and I use the verb to be responsible, the preposition for. Now, of course, your verb to be has to be conjugated. In this case, we have two items, so it is plural, are. Now, in this headline, mastery of language could predict longevity. So could be responsible for or could cause. But notice this use of the modal verb. Could is just used to say something is possible, but not necessarily guaranteed. So this doesn't mean that mastery of language will predict longevity. That is more definitive. This is simply a possibility. So notice could and then your base verb, could predict. And don't worry about taking notes because I summarize everything in a free lesson PDF and you can find the link in the description. Now let's continue with the article. In a study published earlier this year in Psychological Science, so notice the pronunciation of this, that P is silent. You hear the S, psychological. Now this is an adjective. It describes the science, psychological science, just like biological science. So it's an adjective. The same pronunciation rule applies to the noun, psychology. This is the area of study, the field. You could say, I studied psychology in school. The same pronunciation also applies to psychologist, which is also a noun, but it's a job title. So you can say, I studied psychology and now I am a psychologist. This is the job title. In a study published earlier this year in Psychological Science, a team of researchers reported a link between verbal fluency and mortality risk. So we have A and B, two objects. Now the link or a link is a connection. So there's some connection between verbal fluency, the topic of this article, and mortality risk, your risk of dying. Mortality refers to death, so your risk of dying. Let's review this sentence. There's a link, it exists, the link, the connection exists. There's a link between, remember, two things, how much I watch Jennifer's videos and my English level. Now, this is a more formal or academic way of saying this. In everyday casual English, you could say, the more I watch Jennifer's videos, the better my English gets, because there's a link, there's a connection between them. Do you agree with this? Do you think the more I watch Jennifer's videos, the better my English gets? There's a link, a connection. If you do, put that's right, put that's right in the comments. And I certainly hope you do. Let's continue. Between 1990 and 2009, investigators assessed the cognitive abilities of more than 500 participants who were 70 years or older when the study began. Okay, so notice how they said 70 years. You could say 70 years, like they did here, or you could say 70 years of age, That's a little more formal sounding, but you will definitely see it. And let's review cognitive abilities. Cognitive refers to how you use your brain. So your ability to learn, to problem solve, to remember, to process information, all of that represents your cognitive abilities. And of course, as we age, our cognitive abilities generally decline. All of the study's participants are now deceased. Deceased is a politer way a more formal way of saying dead. Now notice it's to be, so to be deceased, to be dead, and then you conjugate your verb to be because we have participants, it's plural. Now, they're dead because when the study started, they were already 70 years of age or older. So that's the reason why. All of the study's participants are now deceased, and researchers can use the results from the cognitive tests, so from their brain tests, to see if any of the measures are predictive of the participants' lifespans. So the participants' lifespans, you could say, are predictive of longevity. Now, saying are predictive of is another way of saying, can any of these tests predict longevity? So will any of these tests tell us if longevity is more likely or less likely? Now, remember that the concept of longevity means that you live longer than normal or longer than average. But just saying lifespan doesn't suggest that it's longer. So only that word longevity does. So you could say the measures are predictive of the participants' longevity, but that means their ability to live longer than average. Let's continue. Somewhat surprisingly, out of the areas tested, only one was related to decreased mortality: verbal fluency. Now, somewhat surprisingly, so surprisingly means, wow, I didn't expect that to happen, but saying somewhat reduces that. So, I guess I didn't expect that, or yeah, I can see that. So it reduces the surprising element of it. You can use the word somewhat in a more everyday context and say, I was somewhat angry, or whatever emotion it is. I was somewhat angry when she forgot my birthday. So this is saying a little angry. I was somewhat angry. So very commonly used in an everyday context. Somewhat surprisingly, a little bit surprisingly, out of the areas tested, only one was related to decreased mortality, so reducing the risk of death: verbal fluency. So there's a connection, a link between verbal fluency and mortality risk. Specifically, the researchers found an almost 9-year predicted difference in median survival time between the study participants with high versus low values on verbal fluency. This might sound a little complicated. Let's make it easy to understand. In median survival time, and then 9-year difference. Okay, so median means average. So let's say there's an average survival time, how long someone lives, and it's 9 years higher for people with high verbal fluency. So they did studies, and if you scored high on verbal fluency tests, it was predicted, so people thought that you could live 9 years longer than someone who scored lower on verbal fluency tests. The use of that word predicted is important because they're saying it isn't guaranteed. It's simply a prediction. We think this will happen. This is a more academic way of describing it because this is in a research study, an academic research study. In everyday English, I would simply say the researchers found that people in the study with better verbal skills or higher verbal fluency were predicted to live almost 9 years longer than those, so than represents compared to those with lower verbal skills, or in this case, verbal fluency, but you can think of it simply as verbal skills. That's a more everyday way of understanding it. Now, the next part describes what verbal fluency is, because honestly, until I read this article, I didn't quite know what they meant by verbal fluency. So notice this: simply put. This is a great introduction phrase, and it means to say it simply. So to define it in simple words or simple terms, you can use these two. Simply put. Instead of put, you could say simply said. Simply put, simply said. Now, it's also quite common to use to say it simply, to put it simply. So you can still use these two words, two verbs, say or put. We'll use this one. Simply put, verbal fluency refers to how quickly people can produce words when asked to provide terms that match specific criteria. Now, keep in mind, they're not talking about fluency in a foreign language. They're talking about fluency in one's native language in the context of this study. And criteria refers to standards or rules that people need to follow or meet. So all the skills and experience or requirements in a job posting, you could refer to that as the criteria. For example, she met most of the criteria. So notice you can meet the criteria if it's required that you have skills. If you are following a procedure, then you can use the verb follow for directions or step by step. She met the past simple of meet. She met most of the criteria for the job. So let's schedule an interview. Let's continue here. One of these was categories. So one of the criteria of verbal fluency was categories. And this involved, so they're letting us know what this means. And this involved naming as many animals as they could think of in 90 seconds, such as elephant, lion, monkey, and so forth. So, and so forth, you could also say and so on to say these three plus any other animal. So, and so forth, and so on. And remember, this is in one's native language. So this could be a fun game you play with your friends. Set a timer for 90 seconds and ask the friend how many animals they can name. And you can do this in English after, just for a fun exercise. The second measure, so we could say the second criteria, the first criteria was naming animals. The second criteria or measure was word beginnings. In this task, participants were urged to produce as many words as they could think of starting with the letter S, such as see, shepherd, or surely. So notice, such as, these are the examples. You could say, for example, such as. Now this one just ended. They didn't say and so forth, but you could also just do comma, and so forth, and so on. And notice they both started with such as, for example. And again, this was in 90 seconds. Ooh, so this could be another fun game you play, and you can do all letters of the alphabet as well. And again, in your native language and in English. That would be a fun challenge. Let's talk about this verb, urged. Notice that pronunciation, urged, because this ED is pronounced as a soft D. Urged. And it really sounds like just an sound, urged. So the verb is to urge, and you urge someone to do something, and that means you strongly encourage them. I could say, I urged my students to like this video and leave a nice comment. I strongly encouraged my students. So I'll do that right now. Please, if you are finding this valuable, like this video and leave a nice comment, because it's the only way that I'm able to keep producing these lessons for free. So that is an example of how I urged you. I strongly encouraged you. And that wasn't just an example. Please do this right now. What do you notice about this sentence structure? Participants were urged to produce as many new words as possible, or as they could think of. Now, in this case, it's the passive form because it's talking about the participants receiving the urge. In my sentence, which was active, I was giving the urge. So I'm doing the action. In the passive voice, to change this sentence, I would start with, in this case, the object, the students, to be urged in the past simple. We're urged, because it's plural, we're urged to like the video and leave a nice comment. Now, you don't have to include who is doing the action, who is urging, but if you were to include it, you would say by Jennifer. The students were urged. Again, now you have two fun games you can play in your native language and in English as well. Let's continue. This echoes a previous study. Okay, so this echoes a previous study. Notice that this is a verb here, to echo. But what does this mean? This echoes a previous study. Well, what is an echo? Echo, echo, echo. If you're in a cave and you say, hello, 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 it says it again, right? So to echo something is to say the same thing. So to repeat. So this study repeats a previous study. It confirms the findings or confirms the information. Thinking of the definition of this verb to echo and what an echo, hello, hello, hello is, let's review this sentence. Learning English with the news is an awesome method. Do you agree with this statement? If you do, you can simply say, I agree. Or you can say, I echo that. Because again, echo, echo. So you're saying the same thing. I echo that. It's also very common to say, I second that. I second that. To mean the same thing. I repeat what you just said. So now you have two other ways to say, I agree. This echoes a previous study where researchers found an association. What else can you say? We learned it before. A link or a connection. So researchers found an association, a link, a connection, and then again, between A and B. In this case, between reading and longevity. So reading and your ability to live longer than average. So that was a different study. Remember, this study is about verbal fluency and longevity, but this study on verbal fluency and longevity echoes, confirms, or supports a previous study on reading and longevity. And in both studies, there's a link, a connection, an association between the two. In this study, so now this means this is always the last thing identified. So now this represents the study on reading and longevity, which is not the study we are talking about. So in this study on reading and longevity, researchers found that reading for an average of just 30 minutes a day, what's the length of this video? About 30 minutes, but you're not reading, you're more listening, but you're reading as well. So reading for an average of just 30 minutes a day was sufficient. Sufficient means enough, enough. It's more formal sounding. For example, 3 years of experience is sufficient, is enough to meet the criteria. Remember, you meet, the verb meet a criteria, to meet the criteria. So this could be for a job posting, and the the requirement is 3 years of experience. So reading just 30 minutes a day was sufficient enough for the activity to be associated with a survival advantage. This with a survival advantage, it sounds like a very technical way of saying with longevity. Remember, longevity is your ability to live longer. So with longevity or with living longer, you could specifically say that. Or with a longer lifespan, because just the word lifespan doesn't mean long. It's neutral. So you would have to say with a longer lifespan. But remember, the word longevity includes longer life in it. And here we have our word associated, but notice here, an association, this is the noun form, a link, a connection, an association. All of these are nouns. So let me write that for you. These are nouns. Now this, to be associated with, associated functions as the adjective form. So because of that, the verb to be, This is the verb, and then this is the past participle functioning as the adjective. So I could use linked, connected, because those would be the adjective past participle forms, but I can't use with. I would say to be linked, to be connected. So I would use this same to be, and then I would use the ed form with linked, connected, but notice to something, to longevity. Now, if I were to use a verb such as living longer, I would use the gerund verb because to is the preposition that belongs with the expression. It doesn't belong to the word living. It's not the infinitive. It belongs to the expression, so it functions as a preposition, and you use the ing verb after prepositions. That's also why I have living here in the ing form, because the preposition in this case is with. So just remember to be associated with something, but if you want to use linked or connected, it has the same meaning, but you use the preposition to something. Let's continue. An important caveat. Okay, do you know what a caveat is? A caveat is a warning or a cautionary note. So they just said that there's a link, a connection between reading for 30 minutes a day and longevity. But there's a cautionary note. There's some words of caution that I need to say about this point. That's the caveat. There's a warning or a limitation about what I just said. So let's review caveat, a warning or words of limitation or caution in this example. Learning English with the news can help you improve your fluency. That's true, but there's one caveat. So you can say there's one caveat, there's a caveat, there's an important caveat, and then you list it. What's the limitation? What's the warning? You need to practice everything you learn multiple times. So you need to take this lesson, watch it again, download the free lesson PDF, review all the vocabulary, write practice exercises, say it out loud, do that multiple times. That's the caveat. So what's the caveat in this study? An important caveat, however, is that the strongest association in this study was found for participants who predominantly read books as opposed to newspapers, oh no, and magazines, oh no. But remember, I'm not claiming that learning English with the news will help you live longer. That's what this is saying. I'm claiming it will help you improve your fluency. This study is about living longer. So apparently, reading 30 minutes a day, if it's the news or magazines, it isn't associated with longevity. It isn't linked to or connected to longevity. That's the caveat here. But again, my sentence to you was about improving your fluency. And who knows, maybe it will also help you live longer. And that is the end of the article. So what I'll do now is I'll read the article from start to finish, and you can focus on my pronunciation. Mastery of language could predict longevity. In a study published earlier this year in Psychological Science, a team of researchers reported a link between verbal fluency and mortality risk. Between 1990 and 2009, investigators assessed the cognitive abilities of more than 500 participants who were 70 years or older when the study began. All of the study's participants are now deceased, and researchers can use the results from the cognitive tests to see if any of the measures are predictive of the participants' lifespans. Somewhat surprisingly, out of the areas tested, only one was related to decreased mortality: verbal fluency. Specifically, the researchers found an almost 9-year predicted difference in median survival time between the study participants with high versus low values focus on verbal fluency. Simply put, verbal fluency refers to how quickly people can produce words when asked to provide terms that match specific criteria. One of these was categories, and this involved naming as many animals as they could think of in 90 seconds, such as elephant, lion, monkey, and so forth. The second measure was word beginnings. In this task, participants were urged to produce as many words as they could think of, starting with the letter S, such as see, shepherd, or Shirley, in 90 seconds. This echoes a previous study where researchers found an association between reading and longevity. In this study, researchers found that reading for an average of just 30 minutes a day was sufficient for the activity to be associated with a survival advantage. An important caveat, however, is that the strongest association in this study was found for participants who predominantly read books as opposed to newspapers and magazines.
Amazing job. Now let's move on to the next article.
First, I'll read the headline, Combat Brain Fatigue with these top expert tips. We're talking about brain fatigue, when your brain feels like this. Notice the pronunciation here, fatigue, fatigue. Repeat after me, fatigue. Fatigue means extreme tiredness. Notice it's a noun. Combat brain fatigue, it's a something. Tiredness is a something. Let's review these two sentences and see if you can identify the difference. I feel fatigue after studying English. I feel fatigued after studying English. You may notice that the pronunciation is almost identical because this D in fatigued is extremely soft and you don't really hear it at a natural pace. But what is the difference in grammar or meaning between these two? The meaning is basically identical, but fatigue here, this is a noun. You can feel something. I feel happiness when I look at a beautiful sunrise, for example. Now, I feel fatigued. This is an adjective. I feel happy when I look at a beautiful sunrise. So the meaning is the same, but the grammar is different. This is a noun and this is the adjective form, and you can feel for both of them. And notice that pronunciation is almost identical. So what about you? Do you feel fatigue, the noun, or do you feel fatigued, the adjective, after studying English? If you do, put that's me in the comments, and know that as we'll learn in this article, it's very common. So don't feel bad if you say that's me. I certainly feel fatigued after I do a lot of mental work. Now notice how they say combat brain fatigue. You could also say fight brain fatigue or battle or combat. Notice all three of these have the same visual image of fighting brain fatigue. So you have three alternatives in your vocabulary. Don't worry about taking notes. I summarize everything in a free lesson PDF. You can find the link in the description. Now let's start the article and learn how. Put your thinking cap on. Have you heard this before? Put your thinking cap on. This is an idiom and it means get ready to think hard or think creatively. So if you're discussing a problem at work or at home, someone could say, let's put our thinking caps on, because it's one's thinking cap. So if you have more than one, you would add an S to cap. Let's put our thinking caps on and figure out how to reduce the budget. For example, that's the problem you want to solve. So at the beginning of this lesson, I could say to you, put your thinking cap on. You're going to learn a lot of new vocabulary. So get ready to think hard. And don't worry if you feel fatigued by the end of this lesson as a result. Put your thinking cap on. People often hear. So this is a common expression is what they're saying. After all, that's what our brain is for. Your brain is for thinking. That's the purpose. And what many are paid to do. You are paid to think at your job. That's what you're paid to do. You're paid to think. But a new study finds that people see a downside to such mental expenditures. Thinking can be a pain. Do you know what a downside is? Put your thinking cap on. A downside is a negative aspect. It's a disadvantage. So we talk about the downsides, the disadvantages, and the opposite is the upside, or there can be plural, the upsides, the advantages, the positive aspects. So you could say there are many upsides to learning English, but I just noticed I have a typo here, but there are downsides too. I was thinking of writing, there can be downsides too, but there are downsides too. So this means there are many positive aspects to learning English, but there can be some negative aspects. For example, how much time it takes or how much mental expenditure there is. Those can be the downsides. So you can put in the comments the upside to learning English is, and then you can do the same thing with the downside is, and then you can share a point in the comments to practice this. It's very common use, the upside or the downside. Remember, it can be singular, just talking about one, or you can make it plural, the upsides and downsides. The choice is yours. So put that in the comments, an upside and a downside. Let's look at mental expenditure because I use this in my example as well as one of the downsides. Expenditures financially are things you spend money on, your monthly expenditures. So if it's a mental expenditure, it means you're spending. But what are you spending? You're not spending money, you're spending your mental effort or your mental energy. So mental expenditures is the amount of effort or energy required. Let's look at this next part. Thinking can be a pain, a pain. To describe something as a pain, it can be painful, meaning physical. I have a pain. Oh, I have a pain. This means my neck hurts. This area is painful, so it's physical. But we also use this to describe something as frustrating or annoying, and we use this a lot. For example, maybe you agree, driving during rush hour is a pain. It's annoying, it's frustrating, so it causes mental or emotional pain. Driving during rush hour is a pain. You can put that's right or that's right instead of that's me. Put that's right in the comments if you agree that this is a pain. So just remember grammatically it's to be, and then you need this article, a pain. So something, that's why we have this gerund verb. Something is your verb to be a pain. Again, if you agree that this is a pain, put that's right in the comments. Such work isn't actual pain, of course, because remember, we talked about something can be painful physically or just frustrating, annoying. So the mental expenditure, such work, the mental expenditure, isn't actual pain, of course. Your brain has no nerve endings, so your brain does not feel pain. I didn't know that. Did you know that? So a pain in the brain is not like having a pain in the neck. And that's the exact example I gave before. Oh, a pain. And it's interesting because this full expression is the idiom. So you could say driving during rush hour is a pain in the neck is the full expression to say that something is frustrating or annoying. But native speakers generally just leave out in the neck and just say a pain. So I expanded that with the full expression, but it's in brackets to show you that it's optional. And honestly, it's more common to just say a pain. But the mental effort, remember before we described this as mental expenditure, the mental effort it takes to think hard can be so upsetting that some people will choose physical pain instead. So here the article ended on instead because the alternative was already mentioned. Think hard. That's the alternative. So choose physical pain instead. But just remember, if you write out the full alternative, you have to say instead of. The preposition choice is of, and then your verb needs to be an ing. Instead of thinking, or I could add instead of thinking hard. But you don't have to, because that alternative is clearly known. But I just want you to remember what preposition and the grammar that you need. A 2020 study asked people if they would prefer to do a difficult memory task, remembering if a card reappeared after a distraction. This is the difficult memory task. A distraction is something that causes you to change your focus or attention. Right now, you're focusing on this lesson, hopefully, but then if you heard a noise in the other room, you might want to go see what happened. You leave this lesson. So that noise was a distraction. It caused you to change your focus or your attention. We use this a lot in the verb form, to be distracted, to be distracted. Notice that's the passive form. So you have your verb to be that needs to be conjugated, and then distracted is always in the ed form. You could say, sorry, I was distracted. Sorry, I didn't hear you. I was distracted. And then you could add on, I was distracted by the noise. So if your friend is telling you a story, and then you realize you weren't actually focusing on your friend, you were focusing on the noise in the other room. So your friend says, so what do you think? And then you say, sorry, I was distracted. Can you say that again? Or experience searing pain. So remember, the choice was, would you prefer to do a difficult memory task or experience searing pain from a heat device held against the skin? Notice how my tone changed when I read that, because the adjective a searing pain, that sounds like an extreme pain. So if you burn your finger, if you do it just like that, it probably wouldn't be searing. But if you hold your finger on a heat source, then that would result in a searing pain, an extreme pain. Before we move on, notice they said prefer to do a difficult memory task. Verbs of preference often use the gerund, but some of them are flexible. Prefer is one of those verbs. So you can say prefer doing or prefer to do. In this case, they use prefer to do, remember, a difficult memory task, or experience searing, extreme, intense pain from a heat device held against the skin. Which would you prefer? Number one, the difficult memory task, or number two, the searing pain? Put one or two, put your choice in the comments. One or two, put it in the comments. When the pain was minor, most people chose the heat. To me, this is a slight contradiction, because the definition of searing pain is extreme or intense. So it isn't minor, because a minor pain isn't a searing pain, to be honest. When the pain was minor, more people chose the heat. But that number dropped as the pain increased. So as it moved closer to being a searing pain, more people chose the difficult memory task. However, 28% of the participants still chose physical pain over mental strain. So mental strain represents the expenditure, the effort, or the energy. Strain is also a noun, and it has the same meaning as fatigue, extreme tiredness. Personally, I hear the word strain being used most with eyes. A lot of people talk about eye strain, especially from staring at a screen all day. So you might say, my eyes become strained. So this is the adjective ed, strained, and then this is your verb. My eyes become strained at the end of the day after staring at a computer. Or you could ask, do you know how I can combat eye strain? So just as they talked about combat brain fatigue, fight against or battle brain fatigue, you can use combat eye strain or battle eye strain. You could say eye fatigue, but I hear the word strain used specifically with your eyes. Is that a problem you have from staring at a computer all day? So mental strain, mental fatigue, even when the pain was most intense. So the pain was searing, and that was 28% of participants. How can this be? How could 28% of people choose a searing pain over a mental task? After all, many do puzzles, play chess, or challenge their brains in all sorts of ways during their spare time. Notice these verbs. You do puzzles, but you play chess. So in English, you just have to memorize what verb goes with certain activities. Sometimes the choice is between do or make, but in this case, we have do or play. And of course, spare time is one's leisure time, the time they have when they're not working, they're not doing chores at home. They get to relax and perhaps play chess or do a puzzle. Yet even in those scenarios, the scenarios where people are doing puzzles or playing chess or challenging their brains in other ways. So those are the scenarios. Even in those scenarios, studies in the review found people complained about the mental effort. So if you complain about something, it means you express your negative feelings or opinions about it. I could say some students complained. So complain is a verb. In this case, it's in the past simple form because it's a completed past action. Some students complained that this lesson was too long. So you can use the verb complain plus a clause. A clause is a subject. This lesson, a verb, was, and then the rest of the sentence. A clause is a standalone sentence. So if I take this lesson was too long, that is correct as a sentence on its own. So you can use complain that and then a clause, or you can complain about, but if you use about, you need a something. Some students complained about this lesson. Now this is the actual complaint. Now notice, a complaint, this is the noun form. So if I saw this, this is a complaint. It's a noun. This lesson was too long. And then there's some sort of negative emoji because you're not satisfied or happy when you complain. And of course, it's your right to complain as a consumer, as a student, as a viewer, but I certainly hope you don't have any complaints using it as the noun. I hope you don't have any complaints about this lesson, but if you do, please share them because I will learn from them. Let's continue. To combat brain fatigue. So we understand why it's a problem. So now we're learning about the solution. Remember, you know this verb from before: to combat, to battle, to fight brain fatigue. Now notice how this sentence starts with the infinitive, to plus base verb. But this is short form for in order to. In order to. Native speakers just drop the in order and just use the infinitive. But if you see this, you know it represents in order to. In order to combat brain fatigue, and then following, you will have a clause as well. Now you know what a clause is. It's a complete sentence with the subject, a verb, and the rest of the sentence, the object. You can schedule regular breaks. So this is how you are going to combat brain fatigue. It may seem like you are interrupting your mental flow by getting up in the middle of a task, but a break, especially a physical one, such as a walk outside, refreshes and boosts brain power, experts say. Now, of course, a break is a period of rest from an activity or work. After I record this video, I am going to take a break. I'll probably make a cup of tea and then come back to work. So a quick 5-minute break to prevent eye strain, to combat eye strain and mental fatigue. So notice that verb, you take a break, meaning one, but you can take breaks, which means multiple. But the verb we use is to take a break. Now, to interrupt, you might know this, is similar to a distraction. You are interrupted by a distraction. The verb to interrupt is when you stop something, usually for a short period of time. So you're working and then a break interrupts your mental flow. It stops your mental flow for a period of time. We commonly use the verb to interrupt when someone is speaking and then someone else speaks, but then it causes this person to stop speaking. This is done in a rude way, but it can also be done in a helpful way. A speaker could be giving a presentation, but then the moderator could say, sorry to interrupt, but we're almost out of time. Please finish your speech. So that's commonly done in formal speeches, debates, or even in a meeting where you're following a strict agenda and you have to move on. But it's also done in a rude way. You shouldn't interrupt your teacher when she's teaching, for example. But a break, we know what that means, especially a physical one. So my example was to get a cup of tea. That's not physical. A physical one would be such as a walk outside. So that's physical, of course. It refreshes and boosts brain power, experts say. Let's practice this. When I take a break, notice this is in the present simple because when represents whenever. Whenever I take a break, when I take a break, I always is a keyword for the present simple as well. So your activity will be in the present simple. I shared mine. When I take a break, I always get a cup of tea. I could also say I always make a cup of tea or have a cup of tea. What about you? What do you do when you take a break? Put this sentence in the comments or just share your activity to practice this expression so you're more likely to remember it. Finally, so another way to combat brain fatigue, this was one way, take regular breaks, and another way, cut your brain some slack. Oh, do you know what this means? This is an idiom, to cut some slack. So remember for idioms, you have to remember the exact word. So you must use some slack. And one you can replace with whoever the something or someone is, in this case, your brain, to cut some slack. Remember that cut is an irregular verb. All forms are cut, the past and the past participle. Now, this means be lenient. So be more understanding, be less critical and less judgmental. So just understand that your brain gets tired and that's okay. Cut your brain some slack rather than beating yourself up. Okay, so to physically beat someone up is to hurt them physically. But to beat yourself up is to be very critical of yourself. So students do this all the time. My English is terrible. My accent is so thick. My grammar is horrible. They beat themselves up. They're very critical of themselves, of their English skills. So that's an example of beating yourself up. But in this context, to beat yourself up, it would be, I've only been working for 2 hours. Why am I tired? I shouldn't take a break yet. It's only been 2 hours. So that would be being very critical of yourself in terms of your mental fatigue and strain. So cut your brain some slack, be lenient, understanding, rather than notice this is a gerund expression. So you need the verb in ing after rather than. So rather than plus gerund, rather than beating yourself up, rather than being very critical of yourself because you're irritated or flustered by a complicated mental task. Recognize that those feelings are part of being human. And the lesson you should remember is you should also cut yourself some slack with your English. You don't need to beat yourself up. Remember that. Now let's look at this last word, flustered, because I really like this word. It's fun to say. Flustered. Flustered. When you're flustered, in this case, it's to be flustered. So flustered is your adjective. When you're flustered, it means that you're upset, you're annoyed, you're frustrated, but because you're either confused or you're stressed. This happens to me. I get flustered in airports. Very large airports, I find them very confusing or stressful. I don't know where I am. I don't know where I need to be. I don't know what the procedure is. So I get upset, but frustrated, annoyed. I get flustered in airports. Now, this is the passive form. You could also say, airports fluster me. So this is the active form. Airports, something to fluster, someone. Airports fluster me. What about you? Is there something that flusters you? So you could say blank flusters me. Now notice I have airports. Because it's plural, it would be they. So that's why I have fluster. But if you have one item, you could say, what could I say for one item? Maybe math. Math flusters me. So this is one item. So I add that S because it's it. It flusters me. They, airports, fluster me. So for you, thinking of the English language, you might say phrasal verbs fluster me, or idioms fluster me, or English grammar flusters me. But the lesson here is cut your brain some slack, cut yourself some slack. Don't beat yourself up. That's normal, and that's part of being human. I like this lesson at the end of this news article. So that's the end of the article. What I'll do now is I'll read it from start to finish. And this time I want you to focus on my pronunciation and shadow my pronunciation as well. Combat brain fatigue with these top expert tips. Put your thinking cap on, people often hear. After all, that's what our brain is paid for and what many are paid to do. But a new study finds that people see a downside of such mental expenditures. Thinking can be a pain. Such work isn't actual pain, of course. Your brain has no nerve endings, so a pain in the brain is not like having a pain in the neck. But the mental effort it takes to think hard can be so upsetting that some people will choose physical pain instead. A 2020 study asked people if they would prefer to do a difficult memory task, remembering if a card reappeared after a distraction, or experience searing pain from a heat device when held against the skin. When the pain was minor, more people chose the heat. But that number dropped as the pain increased. However, 28% of the participants still chose physical pain over mental strain, even when the pain was most intense. How can this be? After all, many do puzzles, play chess, or challenge their brains in all sorts of ways during their spare time. Yet even in those scenarios, studies in the review found people complained about the mental effort. To combat brain fatigue, you can schedule regular breaks. It may seem like you are interrupting your mental flow by getting up in the middle of a task, but a break, especially a physical one, such as a walk outside, refreshes and boosts brain power, experts say. Finally, cut your brain some slack. Rather than beating yourself up because you're irritated or flustered by a complicated mental task, recognize that those feelings are part of being human.
Amazing job. Now let's move on to the next article.
First, I'll read the headline. Is it true that an apple a day keeps the doctor away? Is this a proverb that exists in your language? This is a proverb that exists in English to encourage you to eat apples or just healthy food in general. An apple a day keeps the doctor away. That's why here in the subheader, it's a tale as old as time, because proverbs have been told for years and years and years. So that's a tale, a story, as old as time. So that represents the proverb, an apple a day keeps the doctor away. Now notice this question here. Is it true? That is optional grammatically in this sentence. You can say, is it true? An apple a day keeps the doctor away without that, and it's still grammatically correct. The phrase, is it true, is used to confirm that something you heard or read is true. So for example, let's say someone wrote in the comment, Jennifer, why are you quitting YouTube? You could reply back and say, is it true? Is it true you're quitting YouTube? Remember, you can add that optionally. So you can say, is it true that, but it's not required. Is it true you're quitting YouTube? So you add, is it true, these three words, and then subject, verb, object. So here our verb is in the present continuous because it sounds like it is an action in progress. So the action of me quitting YouTube is not complete. So that's why it isn't in the past simple, but you could. So what's the past simple of the verb to quit? It's quit. Not quitted, that doesn't exist. It's quit. So is it true you quit YouTube? That would be the past simple. So it's a completed action. Whereas this one, it's in progress. But you want to know if the comment you read is true. And if you find out that potentially bad news, like me quitting YouTube, if you think that's bad news, you won't have these free lessons anymore, but you find out it isn't true, it isn't accurate, you can use the expression, oh, what a relief, what a relief. So you only need these three words, but if you want to turn it into the full sentence, you could say, what a relief that you're not quitting YouTube. But again, here, that is optional. What a relief you're not quitting YouTube. So you just put that action, you're quitting YouTube, and you just make it negative. And just to be clear, I'm not quitting YouTube. So if you think this is positive news, put what a relief, put what a relief in the comments. Now, don't worry about taking these notes because I summarize everything in a free lesson PDF. You can find the link in the description. Let's review the final sentence here. But does the fruit being apples, but does the fruit really live up to its healthy hype? This is a great expression, to live up to its hype or the hype. This expression means to meet or exceed expectations. So you eat an apple and you have the expectation that it's healthy. So if the apple lives up to the hype, it means you feel healthy. Now, it could also exceed the expectation. You feel really happy, happier than you expected. So let's say there's a new movie and there's all this hype. There's all these commercials or posts saying this movie is amazing. Now, so that's your expectation. The movie is amazing. If you watch the movie and it's amazing, it lives up to the hype. If it isn't amazing, then it doesn't live up to the hype. So you make it negative. For example, the movie was good, but remember, your expectation was amazing. The movie was good, but it didn't live up to the hype. The hype, again, is just another word for expectation. So that's what this means, and it is very commonly used in an everyday context, so I recommend adding that to your vocabulary. So now you know the headline. We'll find out if the proverb, an apple a day keeps the doctor away, lives up to the hype. Surprisingly, perhaps, Dr. Emily Leeming, a dietitian at King's College London, thinks this age-old saying, What's the age-old saying? The proverb, an apple a day keeps a doctor away. That's the tale as old as time. The age-old saying, the proverb, isn't entirely off the mark. So she thinks it isn't entirely off the mark. So what do you think? Does it live up to the hype in her opinion, in the doctor's opinion? To understand how the doctor feels about this proverb, you need to understand what off the mark means. So the mark could represent the situation. And then if it's off the mark, it means it's inaccurate or incorrect. The opposite, on the mark, means accurate or correct. So here, she said, isn't entirely off the mark. So it sounds like she believes there are positive benefits of an apple a day keeps the doctor away. But because she uses isn't entirely, it sounds like part of it is on, but some of it may be off. So we can't say definitively it lives up to the hype, but it sounds like there's something positive about it. Another great expression to mean on the mark, and one I think is very commonly used, is spot on. Now notice all three of these use the verb to be. So our budget was off the mark. So we created a budget for how much the project would cost, but it wasn't accurate. It wasn't correct. Our budget was off the mark. Our budget was on the mark. Our budget was accurate, correct. Our budget was spot on, spot on. To me, this means 100% accurate or correct. So it sounds more precise than just saying on the mark. Spot on means we said 1,500 and the exact cost was 1,500. Spot on.
Are you enjoying this lesson? If you are, then I want to tell you about the Finally Fluent Academy. This is my premium training program where we study native English speakers from TV, movies, YouTube, and the news so you can improve your listening skills of fast English, expand your vocabulary with natural expressions, and learn advanced grammar easily. Plus, you'll have me as your personal coach. You can look in the description for the link to learn more, or you can go to my website and click on Finally Fluent Academy. Now let's continue with our lesson.
Apples are a rich source of phytonutrients that are important for your immune system, like vitamin C and antioxidants. So here they're giving you examples of phytonutrients. To be honest, I'm not sure what phytonutrients are, but it sounds like these are two examples of them. Now notice here it uses apples with the plural. Why is that? This is an important grammatical concept and one I see even my most advanced students make mistakes with. When you have the plural noun, you're talking about the entire category. So not just one specific apple, or an apple in general. So if you use an article, an apple, you're making it singular. You're talking about one. But here we're talking about the category. So we use the plural, and because it's not specific, we don't use an article. Let's review rich. Of course, you know rich can mean money. She's rich. She has a lot of money. Rich in this context and as an adjective means a high concentration or a high amount. I guess a high amount of wealth describes someone who is rich, so perhaps that definition still remains. A rich source, a high concentration, high amount of these phytonutrients. And notice that pronunciation, phyto, like phone, but this is a I, phyto. So thinking about this definition, this adjective is very commonly used to describe food. This chocolate cake is rich. So it means it has a high concentration, high amount of the main ingredient, which in this case is chocolate. Now, keep in mind though, this isn't a positive or a negative thing. It depends on your specific taste buds if this is positive or negative. So for you, would this be a positive thing for this chocolate cake to have a high concentration, high intensity of chocolate? Or would it be more of a negative thing? Maybe it's too sweet, too strong. So you can decide which emoji represents you. Bring it on. You like that rich flavor or a little too rich for you? Share your choice in the comments just for fun. So apples are a rich source of phytonutrients that are important for your immune system, like vitamin C and antioxidants, she says, she being the doctor. Vitamin C helps your body to produce antibodies and your immune cells to travel to sites of infection. Okay, so this is the role of antibodies. Now notice here, helps your body to produce. This is probably the structure that you're very common with, you're most common with. However, a lot of times students ask me when the to is omitted. Helps your body produce. And they want to know, why not to produce? Do you know the answer? Both are grammatically correct. In American English, which I speak and therefore teach, it's more common to omit to because both are accepted grammatically. So the structure in American English that's used mainly is help someone or something do something. So not to do, which is here. So helps your body. This is the something to do, to produce. But in American English, we just use the base verb, produce. But if you're already comfortable using it with the infinitive, then keep doing that. Just understand when you see it without, this is the structure, it's grammatically correct, and it's common in American English. And remember, when we have this and, you use the same grammar as before. So that's why we have something to do something. If this were an American article, it would be, and help your immune cells travel to sites of infection. While antioxidants can reduce excess inflammation, helping you bounce back faster if you get sick. Now, interesting here because the author did not use the to. Generally, if you use it, you would be consistent in your grammatical use of it. So because this author used it here, stylistically, it would make more sense to also use it here and say, helping you to bounce back faster. Now, let's talk about bounce back. Do you know what this means? To bounce back faster in this case. This means to recover quickly from illness or a setback. So here, this is the context of an illness. So if you get sick or you have an injury even, someone could say, oh, you'll bounce back. Or you could say, oh, I broke my leg, but I bounced back quickly. So I recovered quickly. Now, you can also use this for a setback. So a challenge or difficulty. For example, the company quickly bounced back after filing for bankruptcy. So this is the setback, the challenge or difficulty, but they quickly recovered. So here, bounce is our verb, so you need to conjugate that. In this case, it's in the past simple. Let's continue. More than that. So more than all of the points that were just raised, more than that. So another way that you're probably familiar with is saying moreover, or simply saying also or in addition. Here are some synonyms for you. More than that, the fruit, again, apples. The fruit is particularly good for gut health. Particularly is another way of saying especially. So you're emphasizing this one thing that is good for gut health. Now let's review good for. Apples are good for you. Apples are beneficial for you. They produce benefits. Now, you probably are familiar with, she's good at making apple pies. She is good at. So to be good at, and notice here your gerund verb, to be good at doing something means to be highly skilled, to possess the skill or ability. But keep in mind that I don't know if apple pie has the same benefits as apples in general. Maybe they do. You'll have to ask the doctor. Let's continue. Given that 70% of your immune cells live in your gut, we use given that when you want to say that you're considering or taking into account a fact or a condition or a situation. So this is the fact or consideration. 70% of your immune cells live in your gut. So this is what we're considering, given that, considering. Often a synonym would be because, and in this case it works. Sometimes it doesn't work, but in general, that's an easy way to think of it, as because. So given this piece of information, a healthy gut microbiome is an important part of supporting your immune system. Now, you could reverse these and say a healthy gut is important because 70% of your immune cells live in your gut. So you could change that order and therefore use because, and it would be the common way to say that. So in the other case, you can use given that or considering the fact that. Says Leeming, our doctor in this article. She says, so she being Leeming, the doctor, she says apples, again, the general category, she says apples support this system in two ways. First, just one apple contains 100 million microbes, which have been shown to contribute to your gut microbiome, helping it to break down. So again, this is where in American English, it would just be helping it break down food. So to break down food is when you have something solid, like the solid piece of meat you ate, and then to dissolve it, to turn that solid into many smaller parts. But we also do this with a problem or something that sounds very difficult, like learning English, learning an entire language, or learning English grammar even learning English phrasal verbs. Well, break it down. First learn separable phrasal verbs, then learn inseparable, then learn the most common academic. So take the whole part of learning phrasal verbs and make it into smaller pieces that are easier to manage. So you could say, let's break down phrasal verbs and focus on separable phrasal verbs. So take the whole and make it into smaller parts. Let's continue. So it was to break down food and make phytonutrients available to the body to use. Second, an average apple contains around what does this represent? 4 grams of fiber. This is a fuel source for the good bacteria in your gut, which help regulate immune response. Okay, so notice here, again, the author used which help and then base verb. So again, if you do use the infinitive, it would be best practice to always use the infinitive, because generally I don't change from one to the other. I always use the base verb. So that's would be my recommendation to you, which help to regulate, because that's what was used previously, or just use all base verb to help, which help regulate. Now, since we're here, looking back at this part, why do you think this is in the plural form? Which help. They help. Which help. So what's our subject? Our subject is the good bacteria in your gut, but good is an adjective. An adjective in your gut is a adverb. So here we just have bacteria. Bacteria is plural. That's why it's they. So bacteria, they help. The singular is bacterium, but it's rare to focus on one just because there are millions or trillions or how many number of them there are. So it's commonly just used as the plural, bacteria. For an even higher fiber fruit, try pomegranate, kiwi, or raspberries. So notice this is in parentheses, meaning it's additional information. So if you also have these types of fruit, then you could be getting a great source of fiber. Of course, Leeming says no one food can stop you from getting sick. So stop you from, you could also say prevent you from getting sick. In this structure, we have a subject, you, from, and then we have our gerund verb, which is very commonly used. You, and then the thing is sick. But you could take this and turn it into a noun, which in this case, it could be illness or sickness you could use as well. Illness, I think, is more common. No one food can prevent illness, can stop illness, because illness is a something. No one food can prevent you from getting sick. So both of these structures are very commonly used. A variety of different types of fruit and vegetables provides a range of nutrients and other antioxidants for your health. Let's take a look here, because notice our verb is to provide, but it has the S on it, which means it's conjugated in third person singular in the present simple. But why is that? What is the subject? Because here I see fruit and vegetables, that would be they. I see types, that would also be they, but those aren't the subjects. The subject is a variety, a variety. This just describes the variety, but the variety itself is the subject and it's singular. I know that because it has a, so that is our singular article. A variety provides a range. So when you use a variety, you will have a plural noun that describes the variety, but the verb is conjugated with a variety, which is singular. It provides. It provides a range of nutrients and other antioxidants for your health, she says. Regularly eat whole grains, beans, nuts, and seeds, as they are particularly, so here's our word again, that means especially, so emphasizing high in fiber, so emphasizing these, particularly high in fiber, helping you to reach, so again, now you know in American English, it would be helping you reach 30 grams of fiber a day, which I guess is the recommended amount. Now notice here we have regularly, which is our adverb of frequency, but our sentence is in the imperative. It starts with the base verb, eat whole grains. So imagine a doctor is speaking to you and you ask your doctor, oh, what can I do to get more fiber? And your doctor will communicate this as an instruction using the imperative, which is the base verb. Eat whole grains, beans, nuts. And then, of course, the adverb just tells you how frequently you should eat whole grains, beans, nuts. Regularly. So more often than not. How often is regularly? It sounds like it's a routine part. I don't know, perhaps 4 to 5, 6, 7 times. You'll have to confirm with your doctor. Let's continue. How long will it take for tweaks to your diet to have a positive impact on your gut microbiome? So tweaks represent small changes. So adding in some beans or nuts or an apple a day, small changes, tweaks. This verb is commonly used in a workplace situation because your boss could ask you to make some tweaks to the budget, tweaks to the presentation, tweaks to the report, some small changes. And just like you would use the verb make with changes, you could say, I made a few changes. I made a few tweaks. So if you want to use the word changes, you might say, I made a few minor changes. Minor changes, because tweaks means small changes. So this would have the same meaning. I made a few tweaks. I made a few minor changes. So remember, you use the verb make and then you conjugate that verb accordingly. So here it's something, 4 tweaks, 4 small changes to your diet to have a positive impact on your gut microbiome, as little as 3 days. says Leeming. As little as, notice both of this emphasizes the small amount. You could also say in only 3 days. That would be correct. As little as 3 days, to me, this sounds stronger. It sounds like it's more emphasized. So if you want to emphasize the smallness of an amount or quantity, you could use as little as. And that's the end of our article. So now I'll read the article again, and this time you can focus on my pronunciation. Is it true that an apple a day keeps the doctor away? It's a tale as old as time, but does the fruit really live up to its healthy hype? Surprisingly, perhaps, Dr. Emily Leeming, a dietitian at King's College London, thinks this age-old saying isn't entirely off the mark. Apples are a rich source of phytonutrients that are important for your immune system, like vitamin C and antioxidants, she says. Vitamin C helps your body to produce antibodies and your immune cells to travel to sites of infection, while antioxidants can reduce excess inflammation, helping you bounce back faster if you get sick. More than that, the fruit is particularly good for gut health. Given that 70% of your immune cells live in your gut, a healthy gut microbiome is an important part of supporting your immune system, says Leeming. She says apples support this system in 2 ways. First, just one apple contains 100 million microbes, which have been shown to contribute to your gut microbiome, helping it to break down food and make phytonutrients available to the body to use. Second, an average apple contains around 4 grams of fiber. This is a fuel source for the good bacteria in your gut, which help regulate immune response. For an even higher fiber fruit, try pomegranate, kiwi, or raspberries. Of course, Leeming says, no one food can stop you from getting sick. A variety of different types of fruit and vegetables provides a range of nutrients and other antioxidants for your health, she says. Regularly eat whole grains, beans, nuts, and seeds, as they are particularly high in fiber, helping you to reach 30 grams of fiber a day. How long will it take for tweaks to your diet to have a positive impact on your gut microbiome? As little as 3 days, says Leeming.
Amazing job. Now let's move on to the next article.
First, I'll read the headline. Can you teach people to have empathy? Right off the bat, let's define empathy and compare this to sympathy, a question I commonly receive from students. Notice grammatically, empathy and sympathy are both nouns. You can have, possess, so this is the verb to have empathy, to have sympathy. Empathy is when you understand and share someone else's feelings. Sympathy is simply when you feel bad for someone. For example, I'm so sorry you lost your job. That's awful. I feel bad for you. Compare that to, I'm so sorry you lost your job. The exact same beginning, but you might say something like, I understand how difficult that is. Maybe because I lost my job last year, or my husband, my brother, my father, my friend, my roommate lost their job. So I have a deeper understanding of those feelings. So it's a subtle but important difference. Empathy, sympathy. You may remember that I said right off the bat, let's define and compare empathy and sympathy. This is a very commonly used expression right off the bat. It means at the very beginning. You can use it in meetings, in social conversations. If you're telling your friend about a vacation, you could say right off the bat, it was the best vacation I had. So you're letting your friend know at the very beginning. Or since we're at the very beginning of this lesson, you might say, or think to yourself right off the bat, this is a great lesson. We're only a few minutes in and you've learned a lot already. What do you think? Do you agree right off the bat? This is a great lesson. If you do, put that's right, put that's right in the comments. And don't worry about taking all these notes because I summarize everything in a free lesson PDF. You can find the link in the description. Now let's continue. Have you ever had that feeling when your friend is going through a hard time and you can almost feel their pain? Now let's take a look at this. To go through a hard time. In this context, to go through, the verb is go. It's conjugated in the present continuous, is going through, but the verb is go. So to go through means experience. So you could say, have you ever had that feeling when your friend is experiencing a hard time? But we only use go through to mean experience when it's used with a negative adjective. So a hard time, a difficult time, a terrible time, any other negative adjective. You can start with hard time or difficult time, challenging time, and then you can add on and learn more adjectives to express your ideas in different ways. For example, you could say, we went through a turbulent time after the fire. Turbulent means there was a lot of uncertainty, a lot of confusion. Turbulent. We went through a turbulent time after the fire. Now remember, go through, go is your verb, so you conjugate this. In this case, it's the past simple went. But remember, we only use this with negative adjectives. If you say we had an amazing time on vacation, you use to have an X time. X represents the adjective, and you can use a positive or a negative adjective with this. And in this case, the verb have means experience. You could say we had a terrible time on vacation, but you can only use go through with a negative adjective. Let's keep reading. That's one aspect of an amazing power we have, empathy. So remember, empathy is about feeling and understanding what someone else is going through. Now, generally, we use this with negative situations, which is why I used what someone is going through, because the adjective choice would be negative. Empathy is the ability to feel and understand other people's emotions and perspectives. So now we have a definition, but you already knew this. Let's review perspective. This is a way of thinking or considering situations. And we'll review this because it's very common to use instead of asking for someone's opinion. You probably are familiar with the question, what's your opinion on this? You could also say, what's your perspective on this? What's your way of thinking about this or considering this? Now, to answer using these two words, notice the difference in preposition. In my opinion, from my perspective. So remember this, because this is a very powerful word choice for your IELTS, for meetings, for job interviews, or for more formal situations. From my perspective. But you must use the preposition from. In my opinion, from my perspective, and then you can state your thoughts, your ideas, your opinion, or perspective. At times like that, remember that represents when someone you know is going through something. Remember, to go through something is to experience something negative, only negative. At times like that, empathy might come on without you doing anything to make it happen. Do you know what come on means in this context? When something comes on, in this case, empathy comes on, it means it happens, occurs, or starts suddenly and automatically. For example, the heat just came on. So I'm in this room now. I have a thermostat and I don't do anything to control the heat. It comes on automatically. It comes on suddenly when the temperature drops below a certain degree. So the heat just came on. That would be a very everyday use of this expression, and you can use it with the air conditioning, of course. But also, a migraine came on in the middle of an important meeting. So a migraine happened suddenly and automatically in the sense that you didn't do anything to create it. It just came on. A migraine came on in the middle of an important meeting. So it can be used for an emotion. You can feel a certain emotion suddenly and automatically, something like heat, or something like an illness or symptom like a migraine. So in this case, empathy might happen without you doing anything to make it happen. But did you know that empathy is actually a skill you can learn and that it's really useful in myriad ways? Let's review myriad and notice the pronunciation. There is no A sound. It's id, myriad, myriad. This means large in number or a great variety. So you can learn how to use empathy or develop empathy in a large number of ways, or there's a great variety of ways you can learn this skill, as they call it, empathy as a skill. Now, notice here they used did you know? Did you know? That is optional. Often native speakers use that in writing, but we omit it. We don't use it in speaking. That isn't a rule, it's a guideline. But if you're ever wondering, do I need that? Do I not need it? Just use it because it's correct. It's just optional. So I could say, did you know I have myriad videos? A large number of videos, or it could be a small number, but within that smaller number, there's a great variety. So it could be either. Did you know I have myriad videos on my channel to help you become fluent? And in this case, there are both a large number and a great variety. So make sure you subscribe if you haven't already, so you can watch the myriad videos on my channel to help you become fluent. And notice here, it's optional. Did you know that? Or did you know I have? So did you know? You add this before a clause. A clause is a subject, verb, and then the rest of the sentence, the object. Now, the rest of the article, they'll talk about these myriad ways. The first, listening. Listening is a key part of empathy. Do you know what key means in this context? Of course, we're not talking about your house or your car keys. Listening is a key part of empathy. In this case, key means important part of empathy. This is frequently used in the structure to be key. For example, listening is key. Listening is very important. Depending on the context, it could be listening is the most important. So it can be important, very important, or the most important depending on context. Listening is key. Listening is a key part, important part of empathy. Tuning in so you really understand. Let's take a look at tuning in. This is a phrasal verb, to tune in. In this context, tune in means to pay close attention to or to focus on. So when your friend is talking, you should tune in, pay close attention, focus on your friend so you really understand. Try to listen with your whole self to concentrate 100% and to hear what's behind the words. To check you've really understood and to show the other person you're listening, it can be powerful to reflect back what someone's telling you. Let's take a look at this. What's behind the words? So your job is to hear what's behind the words. This means to understand the meaning, motivation, or intention behind the words. So imagine your friend says to you, I lost my job, but I'm fine. So you want to understand, well, your friend says, I'm fine, but how does your friend truly feel? What is the intention by saying that? Is this true? So you want to understand what's behind the words, the true feeling, the motivation, or the meaning. We use this a lot in different situations. For example, you could ask someone, what's behind your decision to quit? Or to move, or even to learn English? What's behind your decision? What's motivating you? What's the true reason? So they want to know the true reason. So this is a very common question that you can be asked in different situations, including professional and social situations. What's behind your decision to do something? And then the person wants you to be more honest, more truthful about why you're doing something. Let's continue to the next point of building empathy. Read stories. When we read stories, a character's emotions can feel real. Tuning in to these emotions can help us learn about others' lives, perspectives, and feelings. So here we already learned what tune in means. Do you remember what it means? It means to pay close attention to or to focus on. Hopefully you're tuning in to my words right now. And remember, you tune in to something or someone. So tuning into my words or tuning in to me as I'm teaching you all the vocabulary from this lesson. Now notice here, tune is in the gerund form. Tuning. Do you know why? Notice it's at the beginning of a sentence. When we use the gerund at the beginning of sentences, it's to make general statements. Let's compare these two sentences. Tuning in. So this is the gerund. It starts the sentence. Tuning in when others speak is key, is important, or the most important to building empathy. So notice here, is key to, and then you need the gerund for this expression as well, is key to doing something. In this case, building empathy. But this is a general statement. Tuning in when others speak is key to building empathy. But compare that to tune in when I speak to you. In this case, what verb tense is this? It's the imperative, which is used for instructions or orders. And students often confuse these. So make sure you're using the gerund to start when you're making general statements and the imperative, which uses the base verb to start when you're providing an instruction or an order. Tune in when I speak to you. And you already know what perspectives is. So it's great to have that repetition because then it gives you more opportunities to remember and practice this vocabulary. So perspectives, as we learned before, a way of thinking or considering situations. And it's in my opinion, but from my perspective. Did you remember that? If not, that's okay because you just need to repeat it. In my opinion, from my perspective, all without having to leave your chair. So this means all represents you can learn about others' lives, perspectives, feelings without leaving your chair. So all is the various points that were mentioned before. Let's continue. Get curious. Replace judgment with curiosity. So this is the next thing that you can do, or perhaps you should do, to build empathy. Remember that get means become. So it's from that transition from not curious to curious. And notice the verb tense. What verb tense is this? We just talked about it. It's not the gerund. It's the imperative. It's the base verb because this article is providing this as an instruction to you. Get curious. That's the advice to you. Now, to talk about this transition, you might say, I get confused when I read the news because there are so many expressions and words that you don't understand. So get is to talk about that transition from not confused when you first started reading, not confused, to confused. But then we use to be, I'm confused, to talk about your current state. So I get confused, I am confused. And don't worry, that's why I'm here to help you read the news easily. So get curious, replace judgment. Again, this is that imperative because it's the base verb to start the sentence. That's how I identify it. It's the base verb that starts the sentence and it's an instruction. Replace judgment with curiosity. This is what the article wants you to do. We can sometimes slip very easily into judging other people. What do you notice about the verb slip? Is it a regular verb? What is it? It's actually a phrasal verb, but it can be difficult to identify phrasal verbs when the preposition is separated from the verb. In this context, slip into means to gradually enter a bad condition. So you might understand from this example, some fear the economy is slipping into a recession. So the economy is entering a recession, which is a bad condition, but is doing it gradually, which means slowly, slipping into. So we can sometimes slip very easily into judging other people. So we start judging other people. Oh, you shouldn't do that. Why is that person doing that? Look what they're doing. Look what they're wearing. So judging. But we do it gradually. So we don't notice we're doing it, but then gradually more and more. And it's a bad condition and we slip into it. We can sometimes slip very easily into judging other people, especially people outside our normal in-groups. An in-group in this case just represents the people you normally socialize with. That would be your in-group, the people who are within your normal circle, your normal social circle. We use the term social circle to represent the people. It can be friends, family, coworkers, neighbors. Your social circle is the people you normally socialize with on a day-to-day basis. Your social circle. Try to notice when you're judging someone without really knowing them, and replace judgment with curiosity about their lives and their feelings. So notice here, you replace something, judgment, with something else. As advice, I could say, on your IELTS, you should replace basic vocabulary with more advanced vocabulary. Like, for example, saying she went through a hard time, she went through a turbulent time. So you can replace hard with turbulent. And this article suggests that you should replace judgment with curiosity about their lives and feelings, especially if they're very different from you or if you disagree with them. Like any new skill, it can take time to master developing your empathy skills. So don't go too fast. The main thing is to be authentic. Let's review how like is being used in this context. Like any new skill, like means similar to learning, similar to, and then whatever the action is, in this case, learning, mastering, developing, practicing, whatever the action might be. Similar to learning any new skill in the same way as learning any new skill. So like means similar to or in the same way as. So notice the difference here. In the same way as, you need all of these words, or you need similar to, or you can just use the one word like. Let's look at this example. Like learning to walk. So remember, similar to, in the same way as. And then the action is learning to walk. Like learning to walk, improving your speaking skills takes a lot of practice, repetition, and patience. Now notice here, my verb is take, and look at how it's conjugated. It has that S. Do you know why? You might be confused because you see the skills and you think, well, skills is plural, and we only add an S with he, she, it. This is an area that's confusing in English because you have to ask yourself, what is this verb being conjugated with? And with gerund statements, the entire gerund statement, which is improving your speaking skills, all of this is the subject of the statement of the sentence, and this is conjugated as it. So gerund statements are conjugated as third person singular. You can think of it as it or this. This takes, it takes, which is why you add that S, even though the last thing you see was plural. That doesn't matter because it's conjugated as a gerund statement. Improving your speaking skills takes a lot of practice, repetition, and patience, like learning to walk, in the same way as, similar to. Like any new skill, it can take time to master developing. So notice here, we have to master doing something. You could also just say to master something. So you can use master plus a noun or master plus a gerund because it's master doing something. Let's look at these two examples. She mastered. This is in the ED because your verb is to master. So in the past simple, mastered. She mastered something. Public speaking. This is a noun. It's a something. But you can use the gerund. She mastered speaking in public. So the exact same thing is just the different sentence structure because if you have a noun or if you start with a verb, it needs to be the gerund verb. So that's why it's master developing your empathy skills. So don't go too fast. Take it slow is another way of saying this. Don't go too fast. Another expression is take it slow. Take it slow. And in this case, the it represents whatever the action is. Take developing your empathy skills slow. But because we already said that, we replace it with it. Take it slow. The main thing is to be authentic. To be authentic. Authentic means genuine, sincere, or true to yourself. So don't try to act fake or don't try to give people fake empathy. Just develop it in a way that seems true to you and how you learn, how you feel, and offer it when it is genuine or sincere. And right here, we can practice an expression that we learned before, which is something is key. So instead of saying the main thing is to be authentic, we can replace that and say being authentic is key. So notice here, we have be authentic, and then I have my be in the gerund verb because it's talking about it as the action. Being authentic is key. So previously we learned to be key. Being authentic is key. You're not required to use that. And if you don't understand that change, that's okay. Just practice this a few more times and you can review my explanation of how to use is key as well. And then just take it step by step and you can work on these more advanced ways to change your sentence structure as you feel more comfortable. And that's the end of our article. So what I'll do now is I'll read the article from start to finish and you can focus on my pronunciation. Can you teach people to have empathy? Have you ever had that feeling when your friend is going through a hard time and you can almost feel their pain? That's one aspect of an amazing power we have, empathy. Empathy is the ability to feel and understand other people's emotions and perspectives. At times like that, empathy might come on without you doing anything to make it happen. But did you know that empathy is actually a skill you can learn and that it's really useful in myriad ways? Listening is a key part of empathy, tuning in so you really understand. Try to listen with your whole self, to concentrate 100% and to hear what's behind the words, to check you've really understood and to show the other person you're listening. It can be powerful to reflect back what someone's telling you. Read stories. When we read stories, a character's emotions can feel real. Tuning into these emotions can help us learn about others' lives, perspectives, and feelings, all without having to leave your chair. Get curious. Replace judgment with curiosity. We can sometimes slip very easily into judging other people, especially people outside our normal in-groups. Try to notice when you're judging someone without really knowing them, and replace judgment with curiosity about their lives and their feelings, especially if they're very different from you or if you disagree with them. Like any new skill, it can take time to master developing your empathy skills. So don't go too fast. The main thing is to be authentic.
You're doing great. Now let's change topics and focus on news related to Egypt, and specifically the pyramids.
First, I'll read the headline. How did ancient Egyptians stack those heavy stones? Scientists float new theory. We're talking about the pyramids. Of course, ancient. Notice this pronunciation, ancient, chint. This last part here is pronounced chint, ancient. Ancient Egyptians. Repeat after me. Ancient Egyptians. Now let's look at stack. This is a verb. How did they, ancient Egyptians, stack? So that's the verb. Now to stack is when you place one object on top of another, which is exactly what they did with the stone to build the pyramids. We commonly use this with papers, folders, books, or other flat objects you can find in your home or office. Can you stack those papers, place them one on top of the other? Now you can say into a pile. You could also say into a stack. A stack of papers is the group of papers with one place on top of the other. Same with a pile. A pile, a stack. So notice this is a noun, a stack. And then this is the verb, to stack. So you might say, I have a stack of papers to file. So you have to take all of those papers that are in a stack and file them alphabetically or by year, for example. So in this case, stack, place them one on top of the other. Those heavy stones. Great question, isn't it? Is that something that you've ever thought about? I know I certainly have. Scientists float new theory. What does it mean to float a new theory? Now, grammatically, you need an article here, but articles and auxiliary verbs are commonly omitted from headlines. But grammatically, you need a new theory because theory is a singular countable noun. So scientists float a new theory. This verb means to introduce a new theory, suggest, or propose. Honestly, I would say that all three of these options are more common than the word float. So sometimes with the English language, you need to learn certain vocabulary in order to understand what something means. Because if you don't know what float means in this case, you might not understand the meaning of the idea. But other words may be more common or the better choices to use. So I suggest using any one of these three, but now you know that float an idea simply means to introduce an idea. Don't worry about taking notes because I summarize everything in a free lesson PDF. You can find the link in the description. Let's continue with our lesson. 4 years, Egyptologists. Personally, I've never seen this word before, but I understand because we use ologist, we add that to a word to mean the study of. So I understand just by the form of this word that an Egyptologist is someone who studies Egypt, Egyptologist. Now, important to note that the syllable stress is Egyptologist, ologist. So our syllable stress is here, ologist. And this is important because that pattern applies where the syllable stress is on the first O before ologist, 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 because it applies to all the words, dermatologist, psychologist, archaeologist. So just remember that syllable stress, although you probably won't use Egyptologist too much in your vocabulary. Egyptologists have hotly debated. So here, hotly is an adjective to describe how they've debated it. And you can think of hotly debated as very enthusiastic or passionate. So to put it as adverbs, you could say enthusiastically, passionately, because these are adjectives. So you can just put it into the adverb form. But in a hot debate, so that would be the adjective hot debate, hotly debated, sometimes it can get very passionate of the form of being very aggressive or angry even when you share your opinion. So just keep that in mind. Sometimes it can be used more in a negative way to show some anger involved in it. Have hotly debated how the massive pyramids of ancient Egypt were built. And I'm sure you know that massive is an alternative to the word very big or very large, but it sounds more impactful to use one word, massive, instead of saying very big or very large. Other alternatives are gigantic or even huge. Although huge is a simple word, it still has more of an impact than saying very large. Wow, huge. That sounds more dramatic than saying very large or very big. So now you have three alternatives that you can use, and you can use this in different contexts. We have a huge problem. We have a huge project. We have a massive stack of papers to file. Now, a team of engineers and geologists. Where's that syllable stress? Well, you know, right? Geologists, geologists. So that's where our syllable stress is. Engineers and geologists brings a new theory to the table. First of all, let's look at this verb, the verb to bring, but notice there's an S on here. And you might be a little confused because we have engineers and we have geologists, which is they, the subject they. But the subject in this sentence is actually a team. A team is the subject. A team brings a new theory. And a team in American English is a collective noun. It's conjugated as the subject it. So this of tells you who represents the team, but it's not the subject. The subject is a team. And to bring a new theory to the table, in this case, to the table simply means to the discussion, whatever discussion you're having, because commonly discussions take place at boardroom tables, but you can use this expression in any case. You don't have to be seated at a table in order to use this. So, and bring simply means to introduce, suggest, propose, or as we learned previously, float, although as I said previously, it isn't the most common, and I would stick with any of the first three. So what is this new theory that they brought to the table, that they introduced to the discussion? Well, the new theory is a hydraulic lift device that would have floated the heavy stones up using stored water. Oh, so now I understand why they use the word float in the headline. because float has another meaning in English, which means, well, it's the opposite of sink. So if I take this pen and I put it into this full cup of tea with water, will it sink or will it float? A classic experiment that little kids have fun doing, or at least I did. I had fun doing that experiment. So float means to remain on the surface of water. So they're being clever by using the word float a new theory, because the theory is that the rocks float. Though these heavy stones float on water. Because remember I said to float an idea exists in English, but it isn't the most common. So they're using it simply to make a joke, which is called a pun, a play on words when you use one word in different ways. In this case, hydraulic, it relates to water. So hydraulic, hydro represents water. So hydraulic lift, it uses liquid, water or oil usually, to generate power. And this is only important to understand this article because this article talks about using water, a hydraulic lift device, to float these heavy stones up. While the theory is an ingenious solution, ingenious, repeat after me, ingenious, ingenious. This is an adjective and it's used with both people and things. I'm sure you can understand the meaning because you see the word genius in the word ingenious. So very intelligent and skillful. But you can use it to describe a thing. In this case, the hydraulic lift, to lift the heavy stones, to float the heavy stones, that's ingenious. So it's skillfully made or planned or simply uses a really intelligent method or idea. So you could say this lesson is ingenious. This method of studying, using the news and analyzing, learning the language, how it's used in a real world situation is ingenious. I certainly hope you think so. So if you do, just put the word ingenious, it will help you remember it. Put ingenious in the comments. While the theory is an ingenious solution, some Egyptologists, remember that syllable stress, Egyptologists aren't convinced. As a more widely believed theory is that the ancient Egyptians, remember this pronunciation, ancient Egyptians used ramps to put the heavy blocks in place. Notice here for the sentence structure that it's to be convinced. So convinced functions as the adjective, and then your verb is to be, which you need to conjugate with your subject. In this case, they are convinced, but it's the negative. They aren't convinced. So in this case, convinced, notice that pronunciation, a very soft T at the end, convinced. This is the adjective form, but you can also use the verb convince as an active verb form. So in this case, something or someone convinces someone. So you could say this lesson, the one you're watching right now, this lesson convinced me. Now, this is in the past simple verb. It's not an adjective form. It's conjugated in the past simple. This lesson convinced me that learning English with the news is ingenious, a very effective method. Hopefully you think that. Again, put ingenious in the comments if you do. Now, widely believed, I really like this to describe a theory or an idea or a general truth. You could also say generally accepted. A more generally accepted theory, generally accepted methodology, widely believed theory. Now, a ramp is, if these are steps, some people find it difficult to walk up steps. So there's usually on the side is a ramp. So a ramp is an elevated structure that gradually inclines. So it's easier to walk for some people up a ramp compared to steps. So in this case, they're saying some people who study Egyptologists, aren't convinced, don't believe that the hydraulic lift is how the heavy stones were stacked. They believe, because it's more widely believed, generally accepted, that a ramp was used. What about you? Do you have an opinion on this? The theorized water treatment system. So by saying it's theorized, it means it's not proven as fact, it's just a theory. And the water treatment system represents the hydraulic lift that we talked about before. So just think of an elevator, but what's pushing the elevator up is water pressure, is pushing the elevator up, and in that elevator are the stones. That would be the water treatment system, but again, it's not a fact, it's a theory. So that's why they're saying theorized. Let's practice this pronunciation, theorize. So notice an unvoiced TH. You put your tongue between your teeth. Theorized, theorized. The theorized water treatment system would not only allow for water control during flood events, but also would have ensured adequate water quality and quantity for both consumption, and irrigation purposes, and for transportation or construction. So they're saying this hydraulic lift, the water treatment system, had many different purposes. You could consume it, drink it. That's consumption, to consume. That's where the word comes from. For both consumption, irrigation is when you use the water for agricultural purposes, so to grow plants or to feed animals, and for transportation or construction. So here they're talking about transporting the heavy stones. Let's review an advanced grammatical structure from this section. Not only, but also. And in this case, you need not only something, which we can say is not only X, X represents something, but also something else, but also, and we can verbalize that as, but also Y. So listen to this example. This lesson not only improves my vocabulary, think of everything you learned already, but also improves my pronunciation. Think of the words that we've reviewed for pronunciation. So this is a more advanced way of saying this lesson improves my pronunciation and vocabulary, or vocabulary and pronunciation. It emphasizes both more. So it's a more advanced way of saying that, and it's when you want to add more emphasis to the points. So you don't always want to add that emphasis. So use this when you want to add that emphasis, and it's a more advanced sentence structure. And if you agree with this point, that this lesson not only improves your vocabulary, but also improves your pronunciation, put yes, 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 put yes, yes, yes. So I know you like this lesson and I'll keep making them. So put yes, yes, yes in the comments. The authors pointed to several prior studies that found the Sahara Desert saw more regular rainfall thousands of years ago than it does today. So they're saying thousands of years ago, there was more water in the desert. So this was possible to have this hydraulic lift system, this water treatment system. Let's review this expression, to point to. And notice that someone points to something. And it's used to say to direct your attention towards something, but that something is evidence or support. So this evidence or support is these prior studies with information how there was more rain in the past, and this supports the theory of the hydraulic lift. The landscape would instead have resembled a savanna, which could support more plant life than arid desert conditions. Now, since we focused on pronunciation already, let's keep doing that. Notice here, desert. So you want that z sound, that buzzing like a bee. Z, desert, desert. And let's compare this against chocolate or sweets at the end of a meal, which is, of course, say it out loud, dessert, dessert, dessert. Desert, sand, dessert, sweets. Desert, sand, desserts, sweet. So remember that pronunciation difference. However, there is debate on when exactly the climate conditions were wetter. Notice here the sentence structure is there is debate and debate on. So we need that preposition on. One of the ways that you know if you're fluent or your fluency is high is if you can take a sentence and change it and use a different sentence structure. For example, the structure something to be debated is commonly used. So you can say, however, when exactly the climate conditions were wetter is hotly debated. So all of this represents the something that is debated. And all of this as a subject is it. So that's why we have the verb to be as is, because it is debated. And if you wanted, you could add an adverb, the one we learned before, hotly, passionately, enthusiastically, but sometimes even angrily, is hotly debated. Let's continue. On the other hand, this is an excellent phrase to have in your vocabulary when you're having a debate, when you're sharing your opinion on something, or even when you're doing something simple like talking about a project report, or even talking about your vacation or your weekend. So let's see how you can use this in a more everyday situation, like talking about a vacation. You could say visiting Disney was amazing, and then you can provide 1 to 3 reasons why it was amazing. So these are 3 positive reasons because amazing is positive. But then you can say on the other hand, and you have to list something negative. On the other hand, the wait lines were so long. That could be a negative. So this is how you can use the structure for even something simple like your vacation or your weekend. On the other hand, and don't forget the, and make sure it's the right preposition. You're not adding an S when you don't need it. On the other hand, remember those words exactly. On the other hand, and notice you have a comma before you state your point. Experts debate. So here debate is being used as a verb. Experts debate whether there would have been enough constant rainfall to fill up the structures that would have supported the hydraulic lift. Remember, that's the elevator that is powered by water, such as the dry moat. So this is an example of one of the structures that needed to be filled up. A giant channel. Notice the pronunciation here, channel, not sh, channel. And before we learned 3 other adjectives that mean very big, very large. Do you remember what those 3 are? It was only a few minutes ago. One of the best ways to permanently remember is to repeat information. We had, do I remember? We had massive, gigantic, and do you remember this small word that has a big meaning? Huge. Massive, gigantic, huge, giant. So now you have 4 you can add to your vocabulary. A giant channel channel that surrounds the pyramids and nearby structures that the authors believe collected water that helped power the elevator when in use. The study authors agreed that it's very unlikely that the system was filled with water permanently and argue it's more probable that flash floods of the time could have supplied enough water to support the hydraulic lift during construction of the pyramid. Let's look at this and argue. In this case, argue means to state their theory or their position, but argue is often used with couples or even friends or colleagues to have a discussion in a negative way, to talk to each other with anger or frustration. But in this case, they argue. It means they're stating their theory. So the word argue is being used in very different ways, because if I say my parents always argue, instantly there's negativity in that, because to argue, when parents argue, it sounds like there's yelling, there's fighting, there's screaming, it's negative. But in this case, the scientists argue. This means to present reasons or evidence to support whatever belief they have. And it's more probable. Probable talks about probability, how likely something is. So they're saying it's more likely, it's more probable that flash floods. So a flash flood is a flood that happens instantly. However, this is also a great word to have in your vocabulary, because without even reading any more, just because they use however, I know they're going to introduce a point that contradicts or contrasts what they just said. However, there is still more research needed to know exactly how much rainfall and flooding likely occurred during this time, the authors noted in the study. So in this case, they're saying that flash floods, this is what is likely or probable. That's what they're arguing. That's what they're saying and using evidence or reasons to support it. But they're saying that more research is needed, which is a contrast to their last point, because they're saying flash floods are very likely. More research is needed to determine if flash floods were the cause. However, so this is a very important word to have in your vocabulary. And here the authors noted in the study, this is a more advanced or academic way of saying the authors said in the study, the authors noted in the study. And that's the end of our article. So what I'll do now is I'll read the article from start to finish, and this time you can focus on my pronunciation. How did ancient Egyptians stack those heavy stones? Scientists float new theory. For years, Egyptologists have hotly debated how the massive pyramids of ancient Egypt were built. Now, a team of engineers and geologists brings a new theory to the table, a hydraulic lift device that would have floated the heavy stones up using stored water. While the theory is an ingenious solution, some Egyptologists aren't convinced, as a more widely believed theory is that the ancient Egyptians used ramps to put the heavy blocks in place. The theorized water treatment system would not only allow for water control during flood events, but also would have ensured adequate water quality and quantity for both consumption and irrigation purposes and for transportation or construction. The authors pointed to several prior studies that found the Sahara Desert saw more regular rainfall thousands of years ago than it does today. The landscape would instead have resembled a savanna, which could support more plant life than arid desert conditions. However, there is debate on when exactly the climate conditions were wetter. On the other hand, experts debate whether there would have been enough constant rainfall to fill up the structures that would have supported the hydraulic lift, such as the dry moat, a giant channel that surrounds the pyramids and nearby structures, that the authors believe collected water that helped power the elevator when in use. The study authors agreed that it's very unlikely that the system was filled with water permanently and argue it's more probable that flash floods of the time could have supplied enough water to support the hydraulic lift during construction of the pyramid. However, there is still more research needed to know exactly how much rainfall and flooding likely occurred during this time, the authors noted in the study.
Amazing job. Now let's move on to the next article.
First, I'll read the headline. How were the pyramids built? So our headline is actually a question. Questions are definitely something I see a lot of mistakes with. So notice the sentence structure, how, and then we have our verb to be conjugated in what? The past plural, because it's being conjugated with pyramids, which is plural. How were the pyramids? This is the subject. How were the pyramids built? Now, let's say you wanted to take this question and you wanted to complete this sentence. I wonder, do you know how to complete the sentence? I wonder how the pyramids, this is the subject, and then we have our auxiliary verb and our main verb. I wonder how the pyramids were built. And notice it ends with a period because this is not a question, this is a statement, which is why we have the subject and then the verb. So what about you? Have you ever wondered how the pyramids were built? Let's review this question. What verb tense is it in? The present perfect. Have you ever wondered how the pyramids were built? And to answer this, you can say, yes, I have. Yes, I have wondered how the pyramids were built, or no, I haven't. So here's the short form of the question. So put your answer in the comments. Yes, I have. No, I haven't. Put that in the comments. And now let's continue and find out. One of history's most ancient and unsolved puzzles. Notice the pronunciation here, ancient, ancient. One of history's most ancient and unsolved puzzles is the construction of the pyramids. Again and again over the course of history. So here, again and again. This is very useful to have in your vocabulary. Again and again is a very natural way to say repeatedly. Native speakers use this a lot. For example, I asked her again and again to clean her room. So you can use this with a little frustration or annoyance. Or you can use this in a more positive way. I practice again and again for my IELTS. So a very natural expression. Again and again, over the course of history, many scholars and scientists asked and wondered the same question of how the pyramids were built. So notice here, this is written as a statement. They're stating what the question is, but they're not asking it as a question. And you know that because the subject comes first, how the pyramids were built. The Great Pyramids of Giza and the other pyramids, over 100 Egyptian pyramids, are considered the greatest pieces of human engineering and architecture. Notice the pronunciation. I hear a lot of mistakes with this. Even students who have this job title, I hear mistakes. Architecture, architecture, architecture. The job title is architect, and the field area of study is architecture. I'm an architect. I studied architecture. Now let's go back because I want you to notice here are considered the greatest pieces. If you used regarded, you would need regarded as, are regarded as the greatest pieces, but you don't need the preposition as with considered. So the structure is to be, here's our verb to be considered something or to be regarded as something. Now let's continue. These monuments are still standing after over 4,500 years and are still a mystery unsolved to this day. To this day is a useful phrase. It means until now. We use it in more of a poetic sense or when we want to emphasize something specific. For example, to this day, I don't know why she quit. So let's say she quit 5 months ago. 5 months ago, you could have said, I don't know why she quit. And from 5 months ago until now, to this day, I don't know why she quit. She had an amazing job. So this is why you don't understand her reason for quitting. So the pyramids are still a mystery unsolved to this day. It sounds more dramatic. Some scriptures found from ancient Egyptians can help us to understand a bit better how the construction of such monuments has come about. So notice here, come about, to come about, but this is conjugated in the present perfect, has come about. This simply means happen. You could say, to this day, so using this expression again, to this day, I don't know how the problem came about. I don't know how the problem happened or started. And in the past, you weren't sure how it came about. And still today, now, so from the past until now, you don't know how the problem came about, happened. Let's continue. These huge structures of limestone or mud brick are the oldest known man-made structures on our planet. Known in this sentence is important because without it, it sounds like a fact that the pyramids are the oldest man-made structures on our planet. But by including known, it's suggesting that perhaps there are older man-made structures, but we don't know about them because we haven't discovered them. So it's adding some doubt to it. The oldest known man-made structures, you could also say the oldest man-made structures on our planet that we know of. It means the exact same thing, so you can just summarize that by putting known. The general theory is based on the belief that the huge stones were carved from the quarries using copper chisels. A chisel is simply a tool. Then these blocks, so the blocks being the huge stones that were carved, the blocks that were used to form the pyramids, then these blocks were dragged and lifted into position. Let's look at the verb to drag. When you drag something, you move it by pulling it on the ground rather than lifting it. So in this case, they weren't able to lift the stones because they were too heavy. So they had to drag them on the ground. But this is something that children commonly do with their items, or adults do with items that are also too heavy to lift. But for kids, you hear parents say a lot, don't drag your school bag, it will get dirty. So the kid has their school bag and they're just dragging it behind them rather than lifting it up. However, this is very important, this transition word, however, because now we know there's going to be a contrasting point. So this is one theory. So now it sounds like there's going to be another theory because they used however, which is always used to introduce a contrasting point. Transition words are an easy way to instantly sound more fluent and advanced, so I highly recommend you use them. However, the method regarding the movement and placing of these stones is under great dispute. Our expression is to be under dispute, and then great just modifies it to be under dispute. This means there isn't agreement. So some people believe this, other people believe this. There isn't agreement. The techniques that were used in the process of constructing the Egyptian pyramids have baffled many historians and scientists for countless years. Let's take a look at baffled. This is used to say that you don't understand or that you're confused. So take a look at this example. The fact that she quit her job baffles me. This baffles me. So the something is this entire clause here. The fact that she quit her job baffles me. Another way of saying this is, I don't understand why she quit her job. But when you use baffle, it emphasizes your lack of understanding or that you find something very confusing. So it's a great way to emphasize this, and it's very commonly used. So I suggest you add it to your speech. So the Egyptian pyramids have baffled many historians and scientists for countless years. When you don't want to specify a number, but you want it to sound like a big number, you can say countless. I've been learning English for countless years. It sounds like a big number, maybe 10, maybe 15, countless years. Here's another example using countless. I've asked her countless times to stop dragging her school bag. So again, it emphasizes many times. Remember, you could also use I've asked her again and again, which also sounds like many times. Many controversial hypotheses were introduced regarding the construction of the pyramids. Let's talk about controversial. If something is controversial, it means it causes disagreement or debate. So by saying that the pyramids were built this way, well, remember, it's under dispute. So some people don't agree with that. So that theory is controversial. It causes other people to become upset because they don't agree with it. Many controversial hypotheses. Hypotheses, this is the plural of hypothesis. One hypothesis, two or more hypotheses. So notice the pronunciation changes at the end to identify the singular versus the plural. And a hypothesis is a theory as to the reason for something. So the hypothesis for how the pyramids were built, it's a theory. Many controversial hypotheses were introduced regarding the construction of the pyramids. The form of the workforce is also under debate. Before we saw to be under dispute, now we have to be under debate, which is the same thing. It's the fact that people don't agree. Some people say this is the reason, other people say this is the reason, and they don't agree with each other. But notice that sentence structure. To be under is our preposition, and then before dispute, and here debate. One theory suggests that the pyramids were constructed using slave labor. And another theory suggests they were built by tens of thousands of free skilled workers that worked for a salary. If they work for a salary, it means they're paid for their work, so they're not slaves because slaves were not paid. So these are two theories that are under dispute or under debate. Let's continue. What is certain is that the workforce was highly organized and managed to the highest level by following an organized and planned process that consisted of 3 phases. So here, notice what is certain is, and then the statement. This is useful if you want to introduce a statement, but you want to suggest is 100% true, is not under debate, is not under dispute, it's accepted as the truth. Here's a sentence in an everyday context. What is certain is that I'm not going to buy her a new school bag. So you could say, I'm not going to buy her a new school bag. But when you add what is certain is that, it emphasizes it. It makes it sound like a strong statement. Now, you could also say it in a shorter way by saying, I'm certainly not going to buy her a new school bag. And that still emphasizes that point. So here is a longer form so you can see the sentence structure, and then you can also just add the adverb certainly. I'm certainly not going to buy her a new school bag. And why? Because you asked her again and again not to drag her school bag, but she didn't listen. And the fact she didn't listen baffles you. So what is certain is that the workforce, this is a useful term because it summarizes all the people working at a specific time or for a specific company. So you could talk about the workforce of a country, which means all the people available to work in the country, or the workforce of a certain company as well. So you see this a lot in economic or business news. So in this case, the workforce represents the total number of people who built the pyramids. The workforce was highly organized. In this case, highly means very, very or extremely highly organized and managed to the highest level by following an organized and planned process that consisted of 3 phases. And that's the end of our article. So what I'll do now is I'll read the article from start to finish, and this time you can focus on my pronunciation. So let's do that now. How were the pyramids built? One of history's most ancient and unsolved puzzles is the construction of the pyramids. Again and again, over the course of history, many scholars and scientists asked and wondered the same question of how the pyramids were built. The Great Pyramids of Giza and the other pyramids, over 100 Egyptian pyramids, are considered the greatest pieces of human engineering and architecture. These monuments are still standing after over 4,500 years and are still a mystery unsolved to this day. Some scriptures found from ancient Egyptians can help us to understand a bit better how the construction of such monuments has come about. These huge structures of limestone or mud brick are the oldest known man-made structures on our planet. The general theory is based on the belief that the huge stones were carved from the quarries using copper chisels. Then these blocks were dragged and lifted into position. However, the method regarding the movement and placement of these stones is under great dispute. The techniques that were used in the process of constructing the Egyptian pyramids have baffled many historians and scientists for countless years. Many controversial hypotheses were introduced regarding the construction of the pyramids. The form of the workforce is also under debate. One theory suggests that the pyramids were constructed using slave labor, and another theory suggests they were built by tens of thousands of free skilled workers that worked for a salary. What is certain is that the workforce was highly organized and managed to the highest level by following an organized and planned process that consisted of 3 phases.
Amazing job. Now let's move on to the next article.
Our headline, the Sahara Desert flooded for the first time in decades. Have you seen these images online? First, let's look at the grammar here. What verb tense is this? The Sahara Desert flooded. It's the past simple, right? But notice we have for the first time in decades. What does this tell you grammatically that we generally use for verb tenses? To me, it says that we need the present perfect, has flooded. Now, in headlines, they generally omit auxiliary verbs or subjects when they're not necessary. So although you see flooded, it is possible that the writer used the present perfect, but just omitted the auxiliary verb. The Sahara Desert has flooded. So this is a completed past action. As you can see, it's complete, but there's a result in the present. So has flooded for the first time in decades. How long is in decades? If you had to say a specific number of years, what would you say? Well, it would be a minimum of 20 years, but it could be more. But in decades, 1 decade is 10 years. So if we have a plural on this, we know it must be 20 years, but we also use this for more. So it can be 20, 30, 40, even longer. In a longer full sentence, you might make a statement like, this is the first time. Don't forget the because it's required when you use ordinal numbers. First, of course, is written as this, which is an ordinal number. This is the first time. And then you can have whatever action you want in the present perfect. For example, I've studied English. And then you can say in. And you can have your time reference in hours, minutes, seconds, even in days, in weeks, in months, in years. Now, hopefully you don't say this is the first time I've studied English in years, but even if you do, at least you're here now. So this is a very common sentence structure in the present perfect, combining your time reference. Notice you have an S on all the time periods and you use the preposition in. Don't worry about taking these notes because I summarize everything in a free lesson PDF. You can find the link in the description. Now, maybe it has been a while since you watched one of my lessons, or maybe not. So put let's go in the comments. If you're excited, you're ready to learn, put let's go in the comments and let's continue on. Striking images from the Sahara Desert show large lakes etched into rolling sand dunes. Let's take a look at striking as an adjective, a striking image. This is one that attracts a lot of attention. It could be because it's very unique or very unusual, but either way, it attracts a lot of attention. Now let's look at etched into. So something, the large lakes are etched into something else. In this case, rolling sand dunes. So this means carved, engraved, or marked deeply. So in this case, it means the water, if the water is etched into the sand dunes, it means the water is there very deeply and it suggests a sense of permanence as well. Now, we use this expression etched into. You can etch something into a rock or a carving to say that your initials or your design will be there permanently. But we also use this for a memory. You could say the striking images of the Sahara are etched into my memory, which means they're there permanently. So we use this if something is etched into your memory. You could use this for a very vivid or strong event or image or experience, positive or negative, that is just there permanently or lasting. Let's continue. After one of the most arid, barren places in the world, so this describes the Sahara Desert, arid and barren, was hit with its first floods in decades. So here again, this in decades, how long is this? Now you know it's a minimum of 20 years. Exactly. Two adjectives specific to desert climates: arid, extremely dry. You would describe it as arid. The desert is arid. Now, barren means unable to produce life. Now, obviously, life is produced because you see plant life here, but it says one of the most arid, the most barren. So it doesn't mean there is zero life, but it is saying that out of all the places, this is where the least amount of life is possible because of the conditions, the arid conditions specifically. And another thing, notice this verb hit, but remember this is an irregular verb. All three conjugations are hit. So the base verb hit, the past simple hit, and the participle is hit. Let's continue. The Sahara does experience rain. What do you notice about this part grammatically? The Sahara does experience rain. Well, this is in the present simple verb tense. And as you know, you just need your verb and then you would conjugate it with the subject. The Sahara is it, so you add the S or ES to your verb. You don't need the auxiliary verb do in the present simple. So because this isn't required, it means it's there to emphasize. This is called the emphatic do. You can use it to emphasize the fact that even though it's the most arid and barren place in the world, or one of, it does experience rain. It sounds stronger than simply saying the Sahara experiences rain. Because remember, as the normal present simple, you would add the S to your verb experience. But here, because you're using the emphatic do, you add the conjugation, in this case, es, to do, and then you leave this as the base verb. The Sahara does experience rain. It emphasizes the fact. But remember, it's not grammatically required. It's just a way to add more information to your sentence. The Sahara does experience rain, but usually just a few inches a year and rarely in late summer. So you can say a year, per year, or every year to mean one. A year is very common. You can say, I study English once a week, once a week, once per week, once every week. So those are the three options available.
Are you enjoying this lesson? If you are, then I want to tell you about the Finally Fluent Academy. This is my premium training program where we study native English speakers from TV, the movies, YouTube, and the news so you can improve your listening skills of fast English, expand your vocabulary with natural expressions, and learn advanced grammar easily. Plus, you'll have me as your personal coach. You can look in the description for the link to learn more, or you can go to my website and click on Finally Fluent Academy. Now let's continue with our lesson.
Over 2 days in September. So notice we use the preposition for a month in September. And using over 2 days in September, over represents the entirety of. So you could say, I studied English over the weekend, and it sounds like the entirety of your weekend was devoted to English. I studied English over the weekend. So over 2 days in September, however, intense rain fell in parts of the desert in southeast Morocco. Now notice here they're using however. This is to show a contrast. The contrast is the fact that it rarely rains in late summer, and September could be considered late summer. So they're using this to say, although we just said it rarely rains, now it got intense rain. So this, however, is used to show that contrast, to connect those two ideas together. However, intense rain fell in parts of the desert in southeast Morocco after a low pressure system pushed across northwestern Sahara. And here, instead of saying pushed across, you could simply say moved across a low pressure system. This is a weather event that can cause rain or other types of weather. A low pressure system pushed across, moved, or traveled across. But these alternatives exist because they communicate a meaning. When you use pushed across, this is a strong term because when you push, it's more intentional and it sounds forceful. And then in this case, you have intense rain. So this also sounds forceful as well. So adding these words can really help you understand or create a more vivid image to help etch this into your mind. Let's continue. Preliminary NASA satellite data. Okay, preliminary means that it's the first available, but not complete. So this is commonly used with data, information, studies, research, analysis, debates, ideas, decisions. So it's the first one, but it suggests that if more data comes about, then the information or the decisions may change. So this is the first piece of data that they have. And this preliminary data showed nearly 8 inches of rain in some parts of the region. So because it's preliminary, it means that this number could decrease or it could increase when they do further analysis. One desert city in southeast Morocco recorded nearly 3 inches of rainfall, most of it across just 2 days last month. In this case, you could also say over 2 days last month. Remember, we talked about over being the entirety or the totality of 2 days. You could use across to mean the exact same thing. Sometimes they're not interchangeable though. In terms of rain, we often talk about rain across a city or across an area, across a country even. And that means from one side to the other. It doesn't necessarily have to be from left to right or right to left. It just means across a country. So it rained across Morocco from one side to the other. So in this case, you wouldn't say it rained over Morocco. It's the wrong word choice. We use across to mean one side to the other. But for over 2 days, you could use over or across, and it would have the same meaning to mean the entirety of. That's more than 4 times the normal rainfall for the whole month of September. Notice this grammar here. I see a lot of mistakes with this specific time reference. The is required, the whole month of, and then in this case, September, because that's the month. The whole month of September. You could also say all of September, but in this case, there's no the in front of it. For all of September, for the whole month of September. Both are correct, but the grammar is different and equates to more than half a year's worth for this area. Now, you could absolutely say equates to more than half a year's worth for this area. Instead, you could simply say equals. But if you use equals, there's no to. So notice equals replaces equates and the preposition to. And equals more than half a year's. Represents, again, no preposition, represents more than half a year's. Or you could say amounts to. So for this specific one, you do need the preposition to. So when you are learning synonyms or any expressions, it's really important that you learn all parts of it as well, specifically any auxiliary verbs or prepositions that are required. It's been 30 to 50 years since we had this much rain in such a short space of time. You can say space of time, a short space of time. It's very common, perhaps more common, to use span. I'm sure you've heard lifespan, so that's where it comes from. A short span of time, which means also you could say period, a short period of time, period. So span, space, period, all alternatives. I would say span is probably the most common. Now, this made me think of a common expression as well, which is unseasonably. Unseasonably, which is your adverb, and then you can have whatever adjective you want. So you can say it's been unseasonably wet. This means more than normal for that time of year. This should be just of year, for that time of year. So right now, if it is late summer, like it is for the Sahara Desert, that is the time of year. If it's winter, if it's January, if it's summer, spring, whatever time of year it is, it means more than normal. So it's been unseasonably wet. It's been more wet than normal. Unseasonably dry, hot, cold, humid, rainy, snowy, whatever specific expression you want to use to describe the weather. So that's a great one to have in your vocabulary because everyone loves talking about the weather. As the rain flowed over the desert terrain, it created a new watery landscape amid the palm trees and scrubby flora. Amid means in the middle of or surrounded by. And Flora means plant life. I didn't know what scrubby flora meant, so this word is new to me, scrubby, and I love plants, so I'm happy to learn this. Maybe you'll never use this in your vocabulary, but scrubby means that it's low growing. So if this is the ground, maybe it only grows an inch or a few inches. I don't know how high or how low it would be to be considered scrubby, but let's just say low growing. Growing low to the ground is scrubby plant life. That's an interesting adjective. New one for me. In desert communities frequented by tourists, 4x4s. So notice, you say this times as by, 4x4s. 4x4s. You don't say 4 times 4. In math, if this were a mathematics equation, you would represent this as times. 4 times 4 is, put it in the comments. Can you do mental math? 4x4. So 4 times 4 in math, but in this case, this isn't a math equation. Thankfully, I'm not a math teacher. So 4x4, this represents by, 4x4. Do you know what a 4x4? Well, this might give you a clue. Motored through puddles. Maybe this tells you that it's a vehicle. A 4x4 is a vehicle that has 4-wheel drive, also referred to as all-wheel drive. Personally, I generally think of SUVs or Jeeps when I think of 4x4s, but I don't know that much about vehicles and cars, so I don't know the specifics of this, to be honest. So 4x4s motored through the puddles, and residents surveyed the scene in awe. So in awe, imagine you're in this Jeep and you're motoring through, you're going through all these puddles, splashing everywhere, but this is the desert, and you're just, wow. Oh, that's amazing. So that would be in awe. That's literally the image that you would have. So an image like that would be etched into your memory for sure. Let's continue. The bounty of rainfall. Bounty sounds like a large amount of, the abundance of rainfall. And in all 3 cases, you need this preposition of. So it's the abundance of something, large amount of. Bounty of rainfall will likely help refill. So likely means it's possible, but not guareed. So maybe 80% will happen, but there's still that 20% chance it won't happen. I'll likely go to the party means 80% I'll be there, but still 20% I'll stay home and watch Netflix. So I'll likely go to the party isn't guaranteed. The bounty of rainfall will likely help refill the large groundwater aquifers beneath the desert. So this is just the area that stores the water, the groundwater. So the water from the ground. Aquifers beneath the desert that are relied upon to supply water in desert communities. The region's dammed reservoirs reported refilling at record rates. So a reservoir would again be an area that stores water. And refill, when you add re in front of the verb, it means to do it again. So if the reservoir is empty, you need to refill it. Just like if your water glass is empty and you're at a restaurant, they'll ask you, would you like a refill? Would you like more water? Because I already filled your glass once, so I'm asking if you want me to fill it again. Would you like a refill? And they'll ask that for any beverage, coffee, tea, water, soft drinks. Would you like a refill? Our last sentence, however, it's unclear how far September's rains will go toward alleviating drought. So alleviating means making the drought less severe or reducing the drought. If you have a headache, you would take some sort of pain reliever pill to alleviate your symptoms, to make them less strong, to reduce them, or to eliminate them entirely. And notice again, we're using this word however to connect ideas that are contrasting, because they just talked about getting a large amount of rain and refilling the reservoirs and aquifers. But then they're saying that they're not sure, it's unclear if it will alleviate drought, if it will reduce the severity of the drought. So this, however, introduces a contrasting idea. Let's take these two contrasting ideas. I love learning English with the news. Do you? Do you love learning English with the news like we just did now? Hopefully you're thinking, yes, 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 I do. Yes, yes, yes. So put yes, yes, yes if you do. I love learning English with the news. I haven't subscribed to Jennifer's channel. So this is a contrast, but right now it sounds like just two separate ideas. I don't understand really the connection between them. So to show that connection, we can use a connecting word. And because it's a contrasting idea, we can just put however at the beginning, however, comma, and then your idea to show the connection. I love learning English with the news. However, I haven't subscribed to Jennifer's channel. Well, change that. Just subscribe, like this lesson, because then you're notified every time I post a new one. And I post lots of Learn English with the News lessons. So that's the end of this article. So what I'll do is I'll read the article from start to finish, and this time you can focus on my pronunciation. The Sahara Desert flooded for the first time in decades. Striking images from the Sahara Desert show large lakes etched into rolling sand dunes after one of the most arid, barren places in the world was hit with its first flood in decades. The Sahara does experience rain, but usually just a few inches a year and rarely in late summer. Over 2 days in September, however, intense rain fell in parts of the desert in southeast Morocco after a low-pressure system pushed across northwestern Sahara. Preliminary NASA satellite data showed nearly 8 inches of rain in some parts of the region. One desert city in southeast Morocco recorded nearly 3 inches of rainfall, most of it across just 2 days last month. That's more than 4 times the normal rainfall for the whole month of September and equates to more than half a year's worth for this area. It's been 30 to 50 years since we had this much rain in such a short space of time. As the rain flowed over the desert terrain, it created a new watery landscape amid the palm trees and scrubby flora. In desert communities frequented by tourists, 4x4s motored through the puddles and residents surveyed the scene in awe. The bounty of rainfall will likely help refill the large groundwater aquifers beneath the desert that are relied upon to supply water in desert communities. The region's dammed reservoirs reported refilling at record rates throughout September. However, it's unclear how far September's rains will go toward alleviating drought.
Now let's review business news articles together.
First, I'll read the headline. Got a job offer? Now it's time to negotiate. We're talking about negotiating, a very important skill, especially when it comes to a job offer. So first, let's take a look at this question. Got a job offer? Got a job offer? This is very natural. This is something a native speaker would say. However, it's a short form. The full sentence would be, do you have a job offer? Do you have a job offer? Native speakers will often replace have with got. So what we're doing is you're just deleting the auxiliary verb and the subject because it's not necessary to understand. And then you're changing have to got a job offer. Now, you could also use got as the verb and then use the auxiliary verb have. Have you got a job offer? But in American English, this is more common. Do you have a job offer? And then this is extremely common for a native speaker. Here's something that native speakers commonly say every single day. Got a sec? Got a sec? Do you know what this means? It means Do you have a second? A second meaning a period of time. So it's just a casual way of saying, do you have some time? So if I need assistance, I can say, got a sec? Can you help me complete the report? So got a job offer? Do you have a job offer? Now it's time to negotiate. So let's start the article. Millions of people are quitting their jobs and finding new ones in what has been dubbed the Great Resignation. So here, to quit, just to make sure you know, this is when you permanently leave your position and it's your choice to do so. I quit. I'm permanently leaving this job because I don't like it and I want to find a different one. Here, the expression is to be dubbed, and this is when someone or something is formally or officially called something. So, for example, I saw earlier this week that Taylor Swift has been dubbed Person of the Year by Time magazine. So Taylor Swift has officially been called Person of the Year. She has received this title, but she's received it from someone specific, Time magazine. So this is the context in which you would use dub as a replacement for call. We certainly don't use it to introduce ourselves with our name. Perhaps Taylor Swift could introduce herself as, hi, I'm Taylor Swift. I've been dubbed Person of the Year by Time. She could do that to talk about her official title, but she wouldn't do that to introduce her name. Let's continue. If you're looking for a job, you've got the advantage. So here, this is another replacement. You have the advantage. So you could use either one, have got, or simply you have the advantage. The advantage means the best conditions for success. This is commonly used in sports, but it can be used in other contexts as well. And there's an expression that we say the upper hand. So the advantage can also be called the upper hand. You have the upper hand. So let's say there are two sports teams and one team is playing in their home city. That team has the advantage. That team has the upper hand because all the fans will be cheering for them and supporting them, and they've practiced on that exact field. So they have the upper hand, they have the advantage. And if you've received a job offer, it's now time to negotiate. Now, of course, negotiating is very culturally specific. In North America, it's expected that you would negotiate a salary position. So a salary meaning you get a set amount per year, $80,000 per year. But for hourly positions, you can negotiate them, but it's not as expected as a salary position. It would be very common for someone to say, no, the hourly rate isn't negotiable, but that salary position is almost always negotiable. What about in your country? Share in the comments if it is common or expected to negotiate your job offer, the salary in your job offer. Share that in the comments. While salary tends to be the major negotiation point, so that's what I just talked about, salary, that's how much you make per year, it's not the end of the conversation. So by saying it's not the end of the conversation, it means that there are other opportunities to negotiate beyond the salary. So that means more than the salary. There are other benefits and perks that can be flexible as well. So a benefit could be sick time, vacation time, or a bonus. And then a perk is something additional you receive that is more unofficial. So maybe you get a free lunch every single day. That could be a perk. So you don't have to make your lunch and you don't have to pay for lunch. Or you get a free Metro Pass or a free parking spot. That could be a perk. So there are more unofficial things, but those are flexible, which means you can negotiate them. So I wrote those examples of benefits and perks for you. Now I wrote flexible. Another way is negotiable. So to negotiate, negotiable, negotiable. Now you could also say non-negotiable, which means it cannot be negotiated. It isn't flexible. So the employer might say the hourly rate is non-negotiable, which means you will not receive any higher than advertised. The hourly rate is non-negotiable. But then you might say, how about the benefits? How about the perks? Because remember, there are other things to negotiate, at least in North America. Again, please share how negotiation works in your culture in the comments. I think it would be really interesting to know. First, stay mum on pay. You might be wondering about this. Mum, what does this mean? In this context, to stay mum means to stay silent. So don't talk about pay. Be silent, stay mum. Now we have an expression where we use this more commonly, mum's the word, mum's the word. So here's the context. Let's say you're planning a surprise party for your mom, and you might tell your mom's best friend or coworker, remember, the party for my mom is a surprise. So you're reminding that person not to say anything. And then the person can reply back and say, don't worry, mum's the word, which means don't worry, I won't say anything about the surprise. I'll be silent. I'll be quiet. Now, I used mom specifically because mom in North America is, of course, short for mother, but I want you to notice that the pronunciation is slightly different here. Notice my mouth. Mom. But here, mum. It's more of an unstressed mum. Mum's the word. So don't say mom's the word. It's not mom, mother. It's mum. Mum's the word. So if someone shares a secret with you and they say, please don't tell anyone, you can say mum's the word to reassure them that you won't say anything. So first, stay mum on pay until the time is right. Recruiters often ask for a salary figure. If a recruiter, of course, is a person who finds employees for a company. So companies hire recruiters to find workers for specific job openings. Recruiters often ask for a salary figure early in the hiring process. So perhaps you submit your application and before they schedule an interview, they might reply to your application and say, oh, what are your salary expectations? But this advice is to stay mum, so not provide that. And a salary figure, a figure is when you give a range. So a low point and a high point. So you might say, between 50 to 60. 50,000 to 60,000. Of course, that's salary annual. Between 50 to 60 a year. So I wrote that here, and notice that you can summarize 1,000 with the letter K. So 60K is 60,000. But try to avoid giving a number. So remember, stay mum on pay. Now, avoid is a gerund verb, which is why you have giving in ing. So I see a lot of mistakes with this. Remember, avoid plus gerund. But try to avoid giving a number. So that's why mum's the word. The right time to bring pay up, so to bring something up is when you talk about it. So the right time to talk about pay is at the end of the process being the hiring process, after you've received an offer. Let's continue. You never start to negotiate in the midst of an interview. So in the midst of something means in the middle of, a very common way. Notice the pronunciation, midst of, in the midst of. You never start to negotiate in the midst of an interview, said Victoria Medvec, author of Negotiate Without Fear. You're not negotiating before they've said, we want to hire you. So that makes sense. You wait for them to offer you the job before you negotiate. That makes perfect sense. The key is having a well-researched salary number. So here, the key to success, the key to negotiating properly, successfully. And you don't need to include that information because it's implied. So you could just say the key is, but it's short for the key to success. So if we were having a conversation about the best way to become fluent and the context is established, I could simply say the key is having a great teacher, because you already know that the context is the key to success, the key to successfully learning English is having a great teacher. And hopefully I'm that teacher for you. Now, if you agree with that the key to success is having a great teacher, put that's the key, put it in the comments. That's the key. The key is having a well-researched salary number. Websites like Glassdoor, PayScale, and LinkedIn can help provide a sense of what people in similar roles, experience levels, and markets are making. Once you have a consensus of what is a reasonable amount. Okay, a consensus. This is a general agreement. So if you look on these different websites, these 3 websites, and 80% of people say that a marketing director should make $100,000 per year, well, then that's a consensus. You don't need 100% of people to agree for a consensus. Is just the majority, the general majority. So 80%, in my opinion, that would be a consensus. Some people might think a lower number would be a consensus as well. So once you have a consensus, the majority of people agree of what is a reasonable amount, come up with 3 different numbers: your wish, want, and walk. Now, when you come up with something, in this case, 3 different numbers, it means that you determine those 3 numbers. You establish them. They're firm in your mind. But notice this is a 2 preposition expression, to come up with something. Come up with 3 different numbers: your wish, want, and walk. Wish, so this is now explaining what this number is. So wish is a high specific number you open with. So notice here they said a specific number. So that is not a range. Remember, a range was between 50 to 60, but they say a high specific number. So if this is your range, a specific number on the high end would be $58,500 per year. That's very specific, and it's on the high end of that range. Wish is a high specific number you open with. Want is the actual target that is a little lower. So the target means this is what you actually want. So although you said 58.5, you actually would be happy with 56. Because again, this is culturally specific, but negotiations in North America for salary, they go back and forth. So I say a number, but then my employer is going to say something a little bit lower. So I need to start high because I know my employer is not going to accept that number. They're going to say something lower. So my actual target, my want, should be lower than my first number. And walk is the point in which the deal is no longer good for you. You have to set that in advance. Now, it's called a walk because the expression is to walk away from a deal. When you walk away from a deal, it means you reject that deal, you end that deal. Let's review this sentence. The interview went well, but they only offered me $52,000, so I walked. I walked away, which means I said, no, this negotiation, this conversation is over. I reject your offer. Now, notice I put away in brackets because native speakers will commonly drop it and simply say, I walked. Now, another example, they offered me $52,000. Should I accept it? And then maybe your friend, your husband, a former colleague might say, no way, you should walk away. Again, a native speaker will probably drop it, which means you should end the negotiation. You should not accept that deal. So walk is the point in which the deal is no longer good for you. You have to set that in advance. So again, that was you have to come up with, determine, establish. We can add here set. So you have to come up with that. You have to set that in advance. In advance means before the meeting. If an annual bonus is part of your compensation package, so your compensation package includes everything that you get, your salary, your bonus, your benefits, your vacation time, your sick time, your parking spot, your free lunch, all of those items are your compensation package. So it's everything that you receive by working for a company. If an annual bonus is part of your compensation package, make sure to look at the percentage and whether it's prorated based on the time you joined the company. Prorated means it's calculated according to specific time allocations. So in a year, there are 12 months. So let's say your bonus is $12,000 per year, but it's prorated. You will get $1,000 for every month that you work in the year. So if you join the company in February, you only missed 1 month, which means you'll get $11,000 for your bonus. But if you join in January, you missed half the year. So you'll only get $6,000 for your bonus that year. So this article is saying that could be an area of negotiation. And if a bonus isn't included in the offer, you can try to negotiate one. So maybe you try to negotiate the salary and they say it's non-negotiable. So you might try to negotiate a bonus, which is considered a benefit. And that would be part of your total compensation package. So remember, your compensation package is the total of everything you receive, including your salary, benefits, perks, and anything else. That's the end of our article. So now you're ready to negotiate if you get a job offer in North America, because maybe it's not considered acceptable to negotiate in your country. Again, let me know in the comments. I'm really interested to hear how negotiation works around the world. So now what I'll do is I'll read the article from start to finish, and this time you can focus on my pronunciation. So let's do that now. Got a job offer? Now it's time to negotiate. Millions of people are quitting their jobs and finding new ones in what has been dubbed the Great Resignation. If you are looking for a job, you've got the advantage. And if you've received a job offer, it's now time to negotiate. While salary tends to be the major negotiation point, it's not the end of the conversation. There are other benefits and perks that can be flexible as well. First, stay mum on pay until the time is right. Recruiters often ask for a salary figure early in the hiring process, but try to avoid giving a number. The right time to bring pay up is at the end of the process, after you've received an offer. You never start to negotiate in the midst of an interview, said Victoria Medvec, author of Negotiate Without Fear. You're not negotiating before they've said, "We want to hire you." The key is having a well-researched salary number. Websites like Glassdoor, PayScale, and LinkedIn can help provide a sense of what people in similar roles, experience levels, and markets are making. Once you have a consensus of what is a reasonable amount, come up with 3 different numbers: your wish, want, and walk. Wish is a high specific number you open with. Want is the actual target that is a little lower, and walk is the point in which the deal is no longer good for you. You have to set that in advance. If an annual bonus is part of your compensation package, make sure to look at the percentage and whether it's prorated based on the time you joined the company. And if a bonus isn't included in the offer, you can try to negotiate one.
Amazing job. Now let's move on to the next article.
First, I'll read the headline, Why the Stock Market is Freaking Out Again. Do you know what this means, to freak out? It means to become extremely emotional, just like the man in this picture. It's important to know that this can be used in a positive way to become extremely emotional positively, but it can also be used in a negative way. In a positive way, he freaked out when he won the lottery. Of course, this is a verb, so you need to conjugate it. Here we have it in the present continuous because it's taking place now. And in this example, it's in the past simple because it's a completed past action. Now, in our headline, without any more information, I would assume that this is negative. And that's just based on the reality of the economic conditions right now. Why the stock market is freaking out negatively again. Let's find out. Fear has set in. Instantly, I now know that the freak out is negative like I assumed. Fear has set in on Wall Street. Wall Street is, of course, where all the activity related to the stock market takes place. And notice that preposition. It's always useful to pay attention to prepositions and understand how they're used. On plus street. I work on Wall Street. I live on Main Street, for example. The phrasal verb set in, something sets in, means that something, in this case fear, becomes established or dominates. Now, has dominated because of the grammar. For example, after months of working nonstop, exhaustion, that's the something, a feeling of intense tiredness, exhaustion set in, became established or dominated how I feel. Fear has set in on Wall Street, and stocks are having another miserable, very bad. Miserable is an adjective, and you can use it to replace saying, I feel very bad today. I feel miserable today. I'm having a very bad day. I'm having a miserable day. The party was very bad. The party was miserable. I wrote those examples for you, and I also gave you the opposite when you want to say very good. I'm having a fantastic day. Or you could say this lesson that you're watching right now is fantastic. Hopefully you wouldn't say it's miserable. Hopefully you would say it's fantastic. If you agree, then put fantastic in the comments. Put fantastic in the comments. And don't worry about taking notes because I summarize everything in a free lesson PDF. You can find the link in the description. Let's continue. The Dow tumbled more than 1,000 points. The Dow is an index. The full name is Dow Jones Industrial Average, but everyone just calls it the Dow. Notice it has an article, the Dow tumbled. It's an index that tracks the performance of 30 large publicly traded companies in the US. So the health of the Dow represents the health of the largest companies in the US. And tumbled means to fall quickly and without control, something that children often do, but adults can do as well. You can tumble down the stairs. You can tumble when you're hiking or running or even just walking. The Dow tumbled, fell quickly, and then by how much? More than 1,000 points. And the broader market plunged 3% Monday. Plunge means a steep and rapid decline. Tumble is only used for falling, a person or a child, but you can use tumble or plunge with the stock market or the value. For example, the price of my house tumbled, the price of my house plunged. To me, plunge sounds more severe and more of a decline, but you can only say she tumbled. You can't say she plunged and broke her leg. She tumbled, fell, and broke her leg. Now notice here it says plunged 3% Monday. I would say on Monday. And although casually you can drop the preposition on, standard usage is to say on the day of the week, on Monday. I have a meeting on Monday. I went to the party on Saturday. The NASDAQ. Now notice here, they give you a little bit of an explanation of what the NASDAQ is. Personally, I don't know what the NASDAQ is. I know it's related to Wall Street and the market, but I don't know exactly what it is. So this is helpful for me to understand that it's full of risky tech stocks. Of course, tech is the short term for technology, tech stocks. And the pronunciation of this is a k sound, NASDAQ. And notice it also requires the article, the Dow, the NASDAQ, because it's unique. There's only one, and we use the when something is unique, like the sun, the moon. I wrote that pronunciation here so you remember, NASDAQ with that k sound. Full of risky tech stocks dropped 3%. So here we have another way of saying tumbled, plunged. When something falls relatively quickly, suddenly, rapidly, you could also say drop. If you wanted to use another word, you could say decreased instead of dropped, and drop means a reduction in price or value. Of course, I'm sure you already know you can use drop in a different context. I dropped my pen, for example, but in this context, it means a reduction in price or value. Another word is decrease. All of that, and that represents what the article was previously talking about. The fact that these three stocks, these three markers, decreased, tumbled, plunged, dropped, whichever choice you want to use. So that represents that. All of that comes amid a global market sell-off. Amid means in the middle of. It can also mean surrounded by, depending on the context, but in this case, it means in the middle of a global market sell-off. So this is a noun. I can tell because, for one, I have an article, and I can also tell because generally nouns are one word, but verbs, phrasal verbs, are two words. So this could be used as a phrasal verb, but you would have one word is sell, and then the preposition is off. Now, a sell-off is when you sell a large amount or most of something. Here's an example using the phrasal verb. The store is selling off. So the verb is sell, the preposition is off, and then you need to conjugate your main verb sell according to the time reference and the subject. In this case, the present continuous because it's taking place now. The store is selling off its summer inventory. So if you're going into fall or winter, the store would sell most of or a large amount of its summer inventory. Let's continue. Japan's Nikkei 225 index. I have never heard this before in my life. I did not know how to pronounce it either, but thankfully we have audio dictionaries. So I looked in the dictionary and this word was there. I listened to the pronunciation and now I know it's pronounced Nikkei. And well, what does this mean? In this index, it gives the list of the prices of shares of the most important Japanese companies. So this index would measure the health of the economy in Japan. So Japan's Nikkei 225 index nosedived. So here's another way you can say decline or decrease. Important note on nosedive. The verb here is to dive. Now, in the base form, it's dive. And in the past simple, there are two options in American English. It's very common to say dove. For example, he dove into the pool. In this case, dove, to dive into a pool means when you enter water from height. And then you can also use dived, but the past participle is always dived. So you can't use dove. So you have the option to use dove in the past simple, but you must use dived in the participle. So I recommend just use dived for both of them, but just know if a native American speaker says he dove into the pool, that is an acceptable past simple form. But in this case, with nosedive, a steep or sudden decline or decrease in value, you must use dived even in the past simple. Its worst route in history. Route means defeat. So this is its worst defeat in history. And now you can understand why the headline is people are freaking out. Remember, in a negative way in this case. All major Asian and European markets fell substantially Monday. And now you know many different alternatives to say fall. And substantially means by a large degree or a large amount. This would be a great word choice to use when you're comparing different options. You could say option A is substantially better than option B. It sounds a lot stronger than just saying option A is better than option B. When you say substantially, it makes it sound like there is a large degree of difference between A and B. But you could also say option A is substantially worse than option B. So you could change the word around too, because it just means by a large degree, but it could be positive or negative. And notice here again, the article omitted the preposition on, but standard usage is to include the preposition. I would not omit it. I would say on Monday. Let's continue. 3 fears. Remember, fear is starting to, what was that word choice? Starting to set in, become established, or dominate. 3 fears are emerging. Emerge is another word for appear, to arrive or happen. 3 fears are emerging. Our verb emerge conjugated in the present continuous are because 3 fears is what subject? They are emerging all at the same time to send markets into a tailspin. Again, it simply says Monday. I would say on Monday, and that is standard word choice usage, standard sentence structure. On plus day of the week, on Monday. Into a tailspin is an expression that means when something fails or loses value. So these 3 fears are sending markets into a tailspin, are causing markets to fail or lose value. Growing worries about a recession, concern that the Federal Reserve has failed to act promptly enough, and a belief that big bets on AI may not pay off. So these are the 3 fears. Growing worries means increasing worries. The worries are growing. The worries are increasing. Now here, there's a belief. So one of the fears is there's a belief that big bets, when a company makes a big bet, they make a significant investment. Significant is another way of saying big. A big investment, a significant investment. And it could be an investment in money, of course, but it could also be resources that they invested. And they invested these resources or money, time on AI, artificial intelligence. But the fear is that these investments, these big bets, may not pay off. If something doesn't pay off, it means it doesn't produce the desired result. The desired result in this context is the company's profits are increasing, or we could say are growing, or the economy as a whole is growing, increasing. Because the phrasal verb to pay off, pay is the verb, so you need to conjugate that, means to produce the desired result. You can use this. Hopefully you say learning English with the news, like you're doing right now, paid off. That's your verb in the past simple. It produced the desired result. Well, what's the desired result for you? For you to become more fluent, to feel more confident, to improve your English. So you can add that. I'm more fluent. That's how learning English with the news paid off. So if you think that's true, put that's right in the comments. And maybe this for you isn't in the past simple. Maybe it's learning English with the news is paying off. I feel more fluent. Or I know I will feel more fluent, to put it more in a continuous. The action is taking place now and the fluency is in the future, but you know you will achieve that. So even if that's the case, put that's right in the comments, because I know these lessons will pay off. This is an excellent methodology to become more fluent and confident, which is why I keep making these lessons for you. So put that's right in the comments. And let's continue. The most prominent is fear that the US economy is in much worse shape than previously believed. So the most prominent, if something is prominent, it's the most visible, the most noticeable. So the most prominent fear is fear that the US economy is in much worse shape than previously believed, evidenced by Friday's unexpected jump in the unemployment rate. Now here, notice they use Friday, but it's by Friday's unexpected jump. So this unexpected jump, which means increase, in terms of this context, jump means increase. Just like when you jump in the air, you go in the air suddenly. So it's a sudden increase. You can imagine yourself jumping. So before, after, that's the jump, the sudden increase. And this belongs to Friday, which is why we have this possessive here. Now, of course, when a value suddenly increases, or a number, it can be very positive. My house value jumped. The value of my home, the price of it, suddenly increased. But in this case, they're talking about the unemployment rate, the number of people who do not have a job. You want that number to be low. You don't want that number to jump. So in this context, it's negative, but the phrase is often used positively. Let's continue. On Friday, finally, we have the preposition on, which is standard usage. On Friday, the Bureau of Labor Statistics reported that the U.S. economy added just 114,000 jobs in July. So notice on plus day of the week, but in plus month. A little quiz for you. What if you have a specific day? Her house value jumped, suddenly increased, July 5th. Would you use on or in? A little quiz for you. Put it in the comments and I will let you know which one is correct in the comments. In July, far fewer than expected. So here, this is one of the reasons why there's fear, because less people found jobs than expected, and that's why there was a jump in the unemployment rate. And the unemployment rate jumped again, and now you know exactly what this means, and that's why learning English with the news is such an effective method. Jumped to 4.3%. Although that's not in and of itself. Okay, that's not in and of itself. These prepositions form an expression. These words mean alone or by itself. So here we have to find out what the last thing mentioned was. Although that's, what does that mean? Although that's not in and of itself an unhealthy unemployment rate. Okay, so if you look at the unemployment rate at 4.3%, and if you only look at this, so you look at this number alone, in and of itself, if you look at this number by itself, without looking at anything else, it's not an unhealthy unemployment rate. It's not that bad, is what they're saying, in and of itself, if you're only looking at this number. Its sudden march higher is alarming. So when you consider other factors, the fact that the number jumped, that's the alarming part. Alarming, of course, means causes concern. What happens when you hear an alarm? It causes concern. So that's why it's described as alarming. It is alarming. Here's a practical example sentence using in and of itself. You have to memorize these exact words. Knowing grammar rules in and of itself doesn't mean you're fluent. So if all you can do is recite grammar rules, if we only look at this one thing, knowledge of grammar rules, that doesn't mean you're fluent. But it's when you have knowing grammar rules, having a large vocabulary, understanding native speakers, being able to communicate, having good pronunciation, all of those factors combined is when you're fluent. And that's another reason why these lessons are so amazing, because you improve all of these areas at the same time. Last year, the unemployment rate was at its lowest level since the moon landing. Now notice they use since and then the moon landing because the moon landing took place at a very specific date. Off the top of my head, notice that expression, off the top of my head. I don't know the specific date, to be honest. I have a general idea of when the moon landing was, but I don't know the specific date. But we use since with specific dates. Do you know the specific date? Off the top of your head. That means without Googling, off the top of your head. I wrote that expression for you so you can practice it because it's very beneficial to have. Off the top of, and then one's head. In this case, it's my head, but remember when I directed the question towards you, I said off the top of your head. Do you know when the moon landing was? So you can say off the top of my head. To be clear, the US economy remains strong. Last quarter, it grew way more than expected. So it increased way more. Way is modifying more to make it sound larger. You might say learning English with the news is way more effective than memorizing word lists. Way more. You could also say substantially more effective. Remember, we learned substantially better, substantially worse. Way better, way worse. Last quarter, remember the year is divided into quarters in a business context, often in a academic context as well. So quarter is 4 and 12 divided by 4 is 3. So it represents 3 months. Last quarter, it grew way more, substantially more than expected, boosted, increased by still robust. Robust means strong or healthy. This is commonly used to describe the economy as a whole. The economy is robust, strong, and healthy. By still robust consumer spending. So consumers, you and I, are still spending in a healthy way, in a strong way, which makes up. Make up is a phrasal verb that means represent or consist of, which makes up more than 2/3 of all gross domestic product. You commonly see this as the acronym. The acronym, of course, is GDP, which stands for gross domestic product. So if you see this in business news, economic news, it represents gross domestic product. But recession fears are mounting. Mounting means increasing or growing. You have learned a lot of synonyms for increasing and decreasing in this article. And this is important to have in your vocabulary because when you are talking about the same concept over and over again, it sounds very basic or beginner to use the same word. And that's exactly why this article chose different words, because it sounds more educated. It sounds like a more effective way to communicate. So review all of these synonyms again and add one or two to your vocabulary. And that's the end of the article. So what I'll do now is I'll read the article from start to finish and you can focus on my pronunciation. Why the stock market is freaking out again. Fear has set in on Wall Street, and stocks are having another miserable day. The Dow tumbled more than 1,000 points, and the broader market plunged 3% Monday. The Nasdaq, full of risky tech stocks, dropped 3.5%. All of that comes amid a global market sell-off. Japan's Nikkei 225 index nosedived 12%, its worst rout in history. All major Asian and European markets fell substantially Monday. Three fears are emerging all at the same time to send markets into a tailspin Monday. Growing worries about a recession, concern that the Federal Reserve has failed to act promptly enough, and a belief that big bets on AI may not pay off. The most prominent is fear that the U.S. economy is in much worse shape than previously believed, evidenced by Friday's unexpected jump in the unemployment rate. On Friday, the Bureau of Labor Statistics reported that the U.S. economy added just 114,000 jobs in July, far fewer than expected, and the unemployment rate jumped to 4.3%. Although that's not in and of itself an unhealthy unemployment rate, its sudden march higher is alarming. Last year, the unemployment rate was at its lowest level since the moon landing. To be clear, the U.S. economy remains strong. Last quarter, it grew way more than expected, boosted by still robust consumer spending, which makes up more than 2/3 of all gross domestic product. But recession fears are mounting.
You have learned so much. Let's keep reading together and we'll explore some viral news topics that are trending on social media.
Our headline, why the viral Dubai chocolate bar is all over TikTok. Have you seen this chocolate bar? Have you tried this chocolate bar? This is my first time seeing the chocolate bar, so share your answer in the comments. Now let's take a look at this. We have why. Is this headline a question? What do you think? Is this a question or is this a statement? This is a statement, and we know that because of the placement of the verb. So in a statement form, you can have a WH, then the subject. What's the subject here? The subject is all of this, the viral Dubai chocolate bar, which could be summarized as the subject it, why it is all over TikTok. So we have WH, subject, verb for a statement. And then in the question form, we would just change the subject and the verb. So we have WH, verb, subject. Why is the chocolate bar all over TikTok? I'm asking you as a question. I don't know. Do you? Why is the chocolate bar all over TikTok? And you can reply and say, the chocolate bar is all over TikTok because it's delicious, perhaps. And then you can use why to form a statement to suggest you're going to provide the reason. You commonly see this statement with a WH, such as why, with additional information. For example, here's why. Here is why the chocolate bar is all over TikTok. This is why. Or let's review 3 reasons why, which is a very common way to start an essay, a presentation, a meeting, or many other formal purposes. Don't worry about taking these notes because I summarize everything in a free lesson PDF. You can find the link in the description. Now let's learn why it's all over TikTok. I first saw it being the viral chocolate bar. I first saw it on my feed in the beginning of August. So one important point when you are learning new words or when you're reviewing something, make sure you always pay attention to these prepositions. Something is on your feed in the beginning of August. For social media, you would also use the preposition on if you specified the platform. I first saw it on YouTube, my platform of choice, or I first saw it on TikTok because that's where this chocolate bar went viral. Now on my feed, this isn't specific to a platform. You could add on my YouTube feed, on my TikTok feed. Now, just to make it a little confusing for you, the preposition choice is in the beginning of something, in the middle of something. For example, a season. In the middle of summer, we went on vacation. But if you use and, we change the preposition to at the end of, at the end of something, at the end of the class, at the end of the movie, at the end of summer or August, whatever it might be. So just remember, in the beginning, middle, but at the end. You could say, I commented, let's go in the beginning of this lesson because we have a duration being the beginning, middle, and end. We could say we're still in the beginning. So why don't you comment, let's go in the beginning of this lesson. And then this is true. So notice I commented, that's a completed past action because you already did it. And then you can say, I commented, let's go in the beginning portion of this lesson. Let's continue. A thick, so thick, thin, a thick, brick-like. So saying is brick-like is comparing it perhaps in shape to a brick. So a brick, what you make houses out of, for example. A thick, brick-like chocolate bar filled with is the phrasal verb to mean on the inside. So the inside contains, and the majority of it contains, a pistachio green substance. So pistachio green tells you what color of green, because there are many other colors, dark green, forest green, for example. So this is pistachio green. Filled with is commonly used in an everyday context. I could say this lesson is filled with important vocabulary. Hopefully you agree as well. So if you do, again, put let's go in the comments. This lesson is filled with. So to be filled represents the adjective, it describes it, is filled with important vocabulary. So in this case, the chocolate bar is filled with a pistachio green substance that both looked gooey and sounded crunchy whenever someone took a bite. Do you know what gooey means? Gooey is used most frequently as an adjective to describe food, and it's soft, semi-liquid, and sticky. So as just looking at this, it's soft, semi-liquid, and if you were to touch this after, you would want to wash your hands because they would be sticky. So you could say cookies are best when they're fresh out of the oven because they're still gooey. Generally, gooey is a positive adjective when describing food. Some people may not like things that are gooey, but in general, it sounds positive. Now, you could potentially use it to other things that cause your fingers or hands to become sticky. For example, glue is gooey. It leaves sticky, semi-liquid stickiness on your fingers, but it is most commonly used with food and specifically baked goods. Now let's take a look at whenever. Whenever someone took a bite. So took a bite. You could also say had a bite. So it's just simply to bite the chocolate. Now, whenever means any time, anytime. This is commonly used in the past simple to mean any time in the past when this action happened, this action happened. You can also use it in the present simple. Whenever I use glue, so anytime I use glue, so it's a repeated habitual event, the present simple. Whenever I use glue, I get goo on my clothes. So do you know what goo is? Well, gooey is the adjective that describes something that is soft, semi-liquid, and sticky. Goo is the noun. It refers to it as a something. So it's a sticky substance. So if I have something sticky on my sweater, oh, I have some goo on my sweater. So you can use that after eating gooey cookies, you have goo on your sweater, or when using glue or other sticky substances. Whenever I use glue, so a repeated event, in this case, the present simple. Once I eventually saw, so notice here, once I saw, now eventually saw means that this person saw the chocolate bar, but after a period of time of not seeing it. So it sounds like this chocolate bar was viral, perhaps on this person's feed for a period of time before she noticed it. So once I eventually saw, after a delay. Once I eventually saw what has been dubbed. Do you know what this word means? Notice the pronunciation, dubbed, So this ed is a very soft d, dubbed, dubbed. So you have to go from a B directly to a soft D, dubbed. If something is dubbed something, it means that is the name it has been given, likely by a mass amount of people or the media, perhaps. So people call this the viral Dubai chocolate. That's what people refer to it as. It has been dubbed. This is commonly used with famous or prominent people. For example, the athlete was dubbed a legend after breaking several records. Let's continue. The Fix bar, so this is the name of the viral Dubai chocolate bar. The Fix bar has undoubtedly, let's review this word. Let's review this example. I'm sorry I doubted you. I'm sorry I doubted. So notice this B is not pronounced, and then this T is pronounced as a soft D. Doubted. I'm sorry I doubted you. If you doubt someone, it means that you have uncertainty or a lack of confidence in one's actions or what they say. So if a friend says, I will pick you up at 7 o'clock and take you to the airport, but then you order a taxi just in case, so your friend comes and sees there's a taxi there, and you say, I'm sorry I doubted you. I'm sorry I didn't have confidence that you were going to pick me up at 7. So in this pronunciation here, you just take the doubted and then add ly, doubtedly, undoubtedly. So you also have to add the undoubtedly. The Fix bar has undoubtedly sparked a movement. If it sparked a movement, it means it created a movement. A movement was created because of the Fix bar, so it is what caused or created the movement. Now, undoubtedly as an adverb is used to emphasize that something is true. So whatever the statement is without the word, without the adverb. So for example, you could say learning English will help you in your career. That's just a simple statement. Learning English will, let me remove this. So this is grammatically correct. Learning English will help you in your career. Now, if I want to emphasize that this is a true statement, in my opinion, at least, I can add the word undoubtedly before the verb, before the main verb. Learning English will undoubtedly help you in your career. If you agree with this statement, and if that's why you're here learning with me, then put that's right in the comments below. So the fixed bar has undoubtedly sparked a movement. So it just emphasizes that the fixed bar, the chocolate bar, has caused or created a movement, which has, of course, led to price gouging on resale sites like eBay, where some bars are going for upwards of $50. So do you know what price gouging is? Price gouging, gouging is when the price is raised significantly. But this is generally illegal if you raise the prices of things, for example, in an emergency or crisis, or when there are a shortage of things. And this is often done when a product becomes viral as well. So price gouging, charging you way more than the product is actually worth. Price gouging on resale sites like eBay, where some bars are going for means this is what the price is. So these bars are going for $50. The price is $50, and upwards of means 50 or more. Someone in South Africa reportedly paid around $56 for one. Now, reportedly, this word is used to suggest that we don't know this is 100% true, but this is what we have heard. So what other people have told us, what other people have reported. So this word adds some doubt to whether this is actually true. Let's continue. The owner says seeing the dupes is both thrilling and a bit overwhelming. The word dupe is the short form of the word duplicate, which is a copy or replica of something. And there's an S on it because it's a plural noun. The duplicate chocolate bars. So there's more than one. So that's why this pronunciation is oop, duplicate, duplicate, duplicates, dupes, the dupes. Just like if you see someone selling a purse with the Louis Vuitton logo on the sidewalk for $20, that's a dupe. That's not the actual Louis Vuitton purse, but it looks like it. It's a replica, a duplicate. So it sounds like the people buying these chocolate bars, it's not even the real chocolate bar, it's a dupe, a duplicate. Adding that her team is dedicated to keeping Fix, remember this is the name of the chocolate bar company, Fix unique and of the highest quality. Now, what do you notice here? Dedicated to keeping. That's because the verb dedicated to be dedicated to, you need this verb to be. This is a gerund expression. So the verb that comes next is in the ing form because this preposition is not part of the verb, is part of the expression to be dedicated to. This is very commonly used by businesses or individuals to talk about their goals or their purpose. For example, this channel is dedicated to helping you become fluent, so make sure you subscribe. Or this channel is dedicated to teaching you English. So again, subscribe. Or I could say I'm, but remember it's to be dedicated to and then your verb in ing, or you could also use a noun. So here, this channel, it, because this is the subject, it. But if I say I, then it's I am as a contraction, I'm dedicated to creating amazing lessons for my students. So again, subscribe so you are notified every time I post a new lesson. Okay, continues on saying, ensuring that their chocolate is unlike anything else out there. The lore created around the bar, the lore. For pronunciation, notice it's the same as or, and then just add an L, lore, lore. So this lore represents stories, posts, or details shared by people, is generally used for traditional stories, ancient stories that are shared from generation to generation. I don't commonly see it used in such a recent issue. I generally see it for traditional knowledge, but in this case, it's being used. The lore stories created around the bar has hungry social media users drooling. So when you drool, this is generally used for when someone is extremely hungry or when someone is looking at something that looks so delicious that saliva comes out of your mouth. Dogs drool all the time. Animals drool. We use this more for humans, not that actual saliva is coming out of our mouths, but just to say that something looks so delicious. Oh, I was drooling when I saw those gooey cookies come out of the oven. Now, of course, there isn't actual drool, saliva on my face. It's more metaphorical. I traveled over an hour to taste it for myself, and the people in the room with me were whispering about it. Whispering about it hours before it made its evening debut. So to make a debut, in this case, the debut just happened in the evening. To make a debut is when something becomes available for the first time or known for the first time. And notice that pronunciation, debut, debut. Daniel Radcliffe made his debut in the film. Which film? So this means that Daniel Radcliffe first became known to the public, made his first performance, made his debut in the film. Which film? Put it in the comments. And that's the end of this article. So what I'll do now is I'll read it from start to finish and you can focus more on my pronunciation. Why the viral Dubai chocolate bar is all over TikTok. I first saw it on my feed in the beginning of August. A thick, brick-like chocolate bar filled with a pistachio green substance that both looked gooey and sounded crunchy whenever someone took a bite. Once I eventually saw what has been dubbed the viral Dubai chocolate, it was everywhere. The Fix bar has undoubtedly sparked a movement, which has, of course, led to price gouging on resale sites like eBay, where some bars are going for upwards of $50. Someone in South Africa reportedly paid around $56 for one. The owner says seeing the dupes is both thrilling and a bit overwhelming, adding that her team is dedicated to keeping Fix unique and of the highest quality, ensuring that their chocolate is unlike anything else out there. The lore created around the bar has hungry social media users drooling. I traveled over an hour to taste it for myself, and the people in the room with me were whispering about it hours before it made its evening debut.
Amazing job. Now let's move on to the next article.
Here's the headline that caught my eye. How a stale $17.50, and this represents Australian dollars. How a stale $17.50 cookie sparked a social media storm. These cookies look delicious, don't they? But what about this important adjective, stale? Do you know what this means? Stale means not fresh. It's an adjective. We use this specifically with food, but not all food. We really only use this with baked goods, such as cookies, bread, pastries, things like that. So if someone asks you, oh, do we have any bread, or do you have any bread? You could say, yeah, but it's stale. So you're letting the person know it's not very fresh. It's stale. The bread's stale. So this is an adjective that describes the bread, or in this case, the cookie. So how a stale $17.50 cookie. Do you notice anything about how I'm saying this? I'll say it again. Pay attention. $17.50 cookie. Are you surprised that I'm not saying 50 cents? 50 cents, because there's more than 1 cent, but it's a $17.50 cookie. Now you can say $17.50 or $17.50. The and is optional. but you cannot add an S to dollar or cent because this functions as an adjective, and adjectives don't have a plural form. I wrote down how you would vocalize that, and remember, and is optional, so it's in parentheses. But if you say this cookie costs, which is a very common sentence structure, this cookie costs, you would add the S if it's more than $1 or more than 1 cent, because this is a noun phrase, so it exists in the singular and plural. So you would say this cookie costs $17 and is still optional, 50 cents. Let's keep going and look at sparked. So how a stale cookie sparked, this means caused. So the cookie sparked a social media storm. Now, what is a social media storm? Well, just think about the word storm and try to get an image of what happens when a storm happens. It can be very intense. It can happen suddenly, and most people associate it with something negative. So a social media storm is an intense, strong, negative reaction. So you can understand just from this headline that there's some controversy. Something happened with this $17 cookie, $17.50 cookie to be exact. So are you excited to learn about what happened? Are you excited to learn more vocabulary as well and improve your fluency? If you are, then put let's go in the comments so I know you're excited to continue. And don't worry about writing notes as we go because I summarize everything in a free lesson PDF. You can find the link in the description. Now let's continue on. Set against a backdrop of cliffside mansions. So these are mansions, very large houses on a cliffside, the side of a cliff. So cliffside is the adjective that describes the mansions. A backdrop of cliffside mansions. And then a backdrop means that it's in the background. So that would be the backdrop. When you look around you, you see these mansions, very large houses on the sides of cliffs. So that would be set against a backdrop. So you can just think of it as in the background, there are cliffside mansions. This is just a more poetic way of saying it. Set against a backdrop of cliffside mansions, bronzed bodies. Do you know what this represents? Bronzed bodies? Well, my body is not bronzed because I am very pale. I don't tan. So a bronzed body would be a tanned body. A tanned body, not mine. A tanned body. Bronzed bodies and vast ocean views. Vast means very large, very big. We use it to describe scenery mainly. The field is vast. The ocean, of course, you just see ocean as far as your eye can go, and vast ocean views. Bondi is the go-to suburb for international brands looking to launch down under. So what does that mean? Looking to launch down under? Well, remember, I told you this represents Australian dollars, and this is an expression we use to describe Australia. It's down under, down under. So that represents in Australia. So Bondi is the name of a suburb. I did not know that before this lesson because I've never been to Australia. Have you been to Australia? So Bondi is the name of this suburb, and in Bondi, this is where you have the mansions on the cliffs, the bronzed bodies, tanned bodies, and vast, very large ocean views. I wrote down the notes that I've already covered. Now, I didn't talk about launch. So for international brands looking to launch means to establish or start a business. Now, they didn't specify to launch a business, to launch a bakery, to launch a cafe. It's just implied that it's a business because that's what you launch. You launch a new business. So it's to establish or start a business. And then remember, down under means in Australia. So international brands that are not located in Australia. That would be an international brand to start a business in Australia. So Bondi, this very picturesque area, which they refer to as a suburb. A suburb is just a smaller area within a city, because whatever city they're talking about here is probably a large area. So if you want to be more specific, there are many smaller areas called suburbs, and each suburb has a name. So the name of this suburb is Bondi. And Bondi is the go-to suburb. Here, do you know the adjective go-to? Native speakers love using this adjective. I recommend you use it as well. Bondi is the go-to suburb. It just means the preferred suburb. So hopefully you're thinking right now, JForrest English is my go-to channel to learn English. It's the one you prefer. You can think of it as it's the one I go to. It's the one I go to learn English. But remember, this is not a verb here. This is an adjective. JForrest English is my channel. Well, what type of channel? My go-to channel to learn English. If you agree with this, and I hope you do, put that's right in the comments. So when news broke on TikTok, if news breaks, it means that it is known for the first time. So the first time people hear about the issue. That's why maybe you've heard of news being described as breaking news. This is breaking news because they're sharing it for the first time. So when the news broke, when it became known, and where did it break? It broke on TikTok. And what news are they talking about? What news broke, became publicly known? When the news broke on TikTok that a crumble cookie pop-up was coming to Sydney's iconic beachside hub. This is the news, that a crumble cookie pop-up was coming to Sydney's iconic beachside hub. Okay, so first of all, have you ever heard of Crumble Cookie? This is a brand in the US. It's called Crumble Cookie. That's the name of the company. Now, do you know what a pop-up is? A crumble cookie pop-up. A pop-up is a temporary store. Now, it can be in a physical structure. Sometimes it's in something that is more temporary, like a cart or a tent. So the actual structure can vary, but whether it's a physical structure or more of a tent, it's not going to be there permanently. So people will want to go to that pop-up, that store quickly because it might only be there for a week or 2 weeks. So a pop-up is a temporary store. They sell clothing, they sell any sort of housewares, they sell food, beverages, they can sell anything, but the store is temporary. So a crumble cookie, this is the name of a company, a cookie company in the US, a crumble cookie pop-up. So a temporary store, a temporary crumble cookie store was coming to Sydney's iconic beachside hub. So what we heard before, this very beautiful description of this suburb called Bondi, that is Sydney's iconic beachside hub. So this represents Bondi. So let's summarize this. When the news became publicly known, when the news broke on TikTok, and the news was that this crumble cookie pop-up temporary store was coming to Bondi, this iconic beachside hub in Sydney, few raised questions. It's very important distinction that it's not a few, that it's few, because there's a big difference between a few and few. Both few and a few mean not many, but they focus on different things. Few raised questions. This sounds positive because because the focus is on lack. So it sounds like not many people raised questions, which is a positive thing. If people raise questions, it means, why is this happening? I don't know why this pop-up is coming. We don't need this pop-up. So the fact that there's a lack of people raising questions is a positive thing. If it said a few raised questions, this also means not many, but the focus is on some. So the focus is on, even though it wasn't a large number, still some people said, why is this happening? Why is this coming here? Do we need a pop-up? So by focusing on the lack of people raising questions, few, this is a positive thing. So both of them mean not many, but it changes whether it sounds positive or whether it sounds negative. Let's keep going. With a host of famous fans, the US-based bakery chain, which only sells domestically and in Canada, has secured a cult-like following. Okay, so the US-based bakery chain, what's the name of this company? Crumble. That's what we're talking about, Crumble. Crumble is the US-based bakery chain that sells cookies. Now, they only sell domestically, which means in the US, in the location where you're talking about. If you're talking about an Australian store that sells domestically, that means it sells in Australia, right? So it depends on where that company is based. So they sell domestically in the United States and in Canada. So technically they don't only sell domestically, they only sell to two locations, domestically and in Canada. Has secured a cult-like following. The word cult on its own has a very negative feel, but the description, the adjective cult-like, to describe a brand's following is used in a positive way. A cult-like following sounds like the people who follow this brand, who support this brand, are very devoted, are very dedicated. So has secured, this means has gained or obtained a very devoted fan base. That would be a cult-like following. And notice here we're talking about a fan base, and they say with a host of famous fans. So it means that within this cult-like following, this group of very devoted fans, some of them, many of them actually, because it says a host of. A host of means a large number of. So I should actually say many of the cult-like fans are famous. So hopefully by the end of this lesson, you say, wow, I learned a host of, a large number of, a host of new vocabulary. Notice vocabulary is always singular. If you wanted to use a singular plural word, you could replace it with words. I learned a host of new words, a large number of new words, or if you use vocabulary, it's always singular. I learned a host of new vocabulary in this lesson. Hopefully you say that by the end of this lesson. I think you will, because you've already learned a host of new words, and we're going to keep going. But when Australian foodies sunk their teeth into the treats. Okay, so remember, the treats are the cookies that they bought from the pop-up, the crumble cookie pop-up, and they paid $17.50 for these cookies. Okay, so just remember all of that. So, but when Australian foodies sunk their teeth into the treats, outrage spread like wildfire. Okay, let's review this before we move on. But first of all, do you get a sense that this is positive or negative? It's always useful when you're reviewing something to understand the context, understand the emotion. Is this something positive or negative? Well, it's negative, because we have words like outrage, and this is something negative, and it spread like wildfire, which also has a very strong image in your mind. Do you know what a foodie is? It's very trendy right now to refer to yourself as a foodie. If you're a foodie, it means you have a keen interest in food, trying different food, trying to find the best food. So perhaps you would describe yourself as a foodie. I'm a foodie, or you could say, I'm not really a foodie. I just like basic food. But when Australian foodies sunk their teeth into, so you can think of it as just tried, and then the treats being the cookies they purchased. So sunk their teeth into, so tried or took a bite of, sunk their teeth into. The treats, the cookies, outrage. Outrage is anger, but anger and shock. So I'm outraged. That would be the adjective. Outrage is a noun, but as the adjective, you could say, I'm outraged. So if someone told me I had to pay $17.50 for a cookie, my first reaction would probably be outrage. I'm outraged. I'm a little bit angry and shocked that the cookie would be that expensive. Or maybe if you studied really hard for an exam and you got a bad score, you could be outraged because you're angry, but you're also shocked because you studied really hard. So I'm outraged. So outrage, the noun form, spread like wildfire. Well, of course, wildfire spreads very quickly. So that's what it means. It's anger and shock. It's spread quickly within the community. After it became clear they were eating days-old goods. So sometimes bakeries will sell day-old bread, for example, or day-old cookies, day-old pastries for a reduced price because they are a day old. They're 1 day old. So if I bought a day old cookie today, it means that the cookie was made yesterday. So what's that adjective we learned in the headline to describe food that isn't fresh, baked goods that aren't fresh? Stale. And here, notice they use days old. So that means it could be 2 or 3 or more. So it's even more than 1 day old. So remember, you can use that adjective stale. You could say outrage spread like wildfire after it became clear they were eating stale goods. And the goods represents cookies, stale cookies sold by a few. So notice here we have a few because it means a small number of enterprising locals. So enterprising means locals who have a sense for business. It's another way of saying people involved in business. So a few, maybe 3 or 4. So a small number of, not many. So maybe 3 or 4 locals, people who live in Australia, but who are interested in business with no connection to crumble. So remember, they're selling stale crumble cookies in this pop-up, this temporary store, but there's no connection to crumble. So that's very important. Who had brought the cookies back in suitcases from Hawaii. Because remember, crumble doesn't sell in Australia. Crumble only sells where? Domestically in the United States and in Canada. So Hawaii is in the United States. So these people, a few enterprising locals flew to Hawaii, bought the cookies and brought them back and sold them to people for $17.50, even though they were days old. And notice my pronunciation of Hawaii. You have Hawaii, Hawaii. You have that yi sound at the end. Hawaii, Hawaii. Let's continue. The saga unfolded after scores of people. You could replace scores of people with a host of people because it sounds like a large number of people spent the day snaking around. If you snake around, it means you move around, but it implies that there's a very long line. So there's a large number of people all moving, and then maybe they shift here. They go around a commercial block where this pop-up, the temporary store is, to secure to obtain their brightly colored signature crumble box. So the crumble box is a bright pink box. Adding insult to injury. If you add insult to injury, it means you add something bad, which is an insult, to something that's already bad, an injury. So you add an additional negative to something already negative. Adding insult to injury was the eye-watering price tag. So when you see the price of this cookie, your eyes literally water because you can't believe it. Maybe there's some outrage, some anger and shock. Remember, outrage. So the eye-watering price tag, it literally makes you cry. That would be eye-watering. Was the eye-watering price tag with consumers paying $17.50. Now here I would vocalize the dollars and cents because it's the noun phrase. When you pay an amount, it's a noun phrase, but when this describes something like the snack, it would be an adjective. So paying $17.50 in Australian dollars, which would represent 12 US dollars, which is still outrageous for a cookie, in my opinion, for the stale snack. So here again, they're using that adjective, stale snacks, which had aged inside the belly of a commercial airline. Because remember, crumble doesn't exist in Australia. These people went to Hawaii, purchased the cookies, brought them back and sold them days later. Let's continue. The doughy drama. So the drama of this situation and doughy because cookies are made from dough. The mixture of all the ingredients before they're cooked is called dough. So doughy, the article is trying to be clever, to use a pun, a play on words by describing it as a doughy drama. Has sparked, you know what this means, right? Has created, caused, resulted in debate online. Let's continue. Prompting calls. Now, actually, prompting has the same meaning here. It means resulting in, causing. I could also take spark and turn it into the ing and say sparking calls for legal action, resulting in, causing. I spelled this wrong here. Causing or sparking. But because they already use spark, they're not going to use it again in the same sentence. That's not a grammatical rule. It's just a stylistic choice. We tend to avoid using the same words in the same sentence, which is why it's so valuable to learn alternative ways of saying the same thing. Prompting calls, sparking calls for legal action to be taken against the sellers. The sellers being the people who are selling the cookies, who went to Hawaii, brought them back, and sold them days later, the sellers, as well as jabs against those willing to pay such an exorbitant amount simply to be pictured indulging in the latest trendy treat. Because remember, crumble has a very cult-like following, a very devoted fan base. These fans are so devoted, they would pay that amount willingly to secure, to get or obtain a crumble cookie. Now, do you know what jabs means? As well as jabs against those. Jab is a noun, and if you take a jab at someone, it means that you insult or criticize that person, but it's done in a more lighthearted or joking way. You're not being overly serious. So you're making a joke about someone, usually, but you don't mean to offend that person. You're just trying to be funny or lighthearted. So as well as jabs against those willing to pay such an exorbitant means much too large. So it doesn't just mean a high amount. It means too high, too large. So excessive. exorbitant amount. So if you take jabs at those people, you insult them for paying that much money for a cookie, but you're not trying to be mean. You're just trying to make a joke or be lighthearted. The founder of the US company, which US company? The founder of Crumble, the US company. The founder of the US company quickly took to social media to clarify that the Australian pop-up, the temporary store selling these cookies, Crumble cookies, was not affiliated with the company Crumble. So this means the company wants everyone to know that they did not give the Australian pop-up permission to go to Hawaii and sell these for $17.50 days later. So not affiliated with means they have no connection to each other. It's unclear whether the Crumble spin-off violated Australia consumer law or whether those affected would be the people who purchased the cookies. Those affected have grounds to act. Act means to take legal action or to take some sort of action against the company. But it's unclear. So it's another way of saying we don't know. It's unknown. It's unclear. But beyond a few, so a small number of cease and desist letter. If you received a cease and desist letter, it would be a letter officially saying you must stop whatever activity you're doing because it violates something. Beyond a few cease and desist letters, commentators think it's unlikely the US brand will take further action. So this sounds like the US brand, being Crumble, probably sent or will send this Australian pop-up some letters saying you must stop selling these cookies. We do not authorize this. And a few, maybe they'll send 3 or 4. But beyond that, meaning anything more than that, is unlikely. So they likely won't do anything but send a few cease and desist letters. And that's the end of our article. I hope you enjoyed learning about this issue. And more importantly, I hope you added a large number of new words or vocabulary to help you express your ideas. So now what I'll do is I'll read the article from start to finish, and this time you can focus on my pronunciation. How a stale $17.50 cookie sparked a social media storm. Set against a backdrop of cliffside mansions, bronzed bodies, and vast ocean views, Bondi is the go-to suburb for international brands looking to launch down under. So when news broke on TikTok that a Crumble cookie pop-up was coming to Sydney's iconic beachside hub, few raised questions. With a host of famous fans, the US-based bakery chain, which only sells domestically and in Canada, has secured a cult-like following. But when Australian foodies sunk their teeth into the treats, outrage spread like wildfire after it became clear they were eating days-old goods sold by a few enterprising locals with no connection to Crumble, who had brought the cookies back in suitcases from Hawaii. The saga unfolded after scores of people spent the day snaking around a commercial block to secure their brightly colored signature Crumble box. Adding insult to injury was the eye-watering price tag, with consumers paying $17.50 or $12 US for the stale snacks, which had aged inside the belly of a commercial airline. The doughy drama has sparked debate online, prompting calls for legal action to be taken against the sellers, as well as jabs against those willing to pay such an exorbitant amount simply to be pictured indulging in the latest trendy treat. The founder of the US company quickly took to social media to clarify that the Australian pop-up was not affiliated with the company Crumble. It's unclear whether the Crumble spinoff violated Australian consumer law or whether those affected have grounds to act. But beyond a few cease and desist letters, commentators think it's unlikely the US brand will take further action.
Amazing job. Now let's move on to the next article.
Here's the headline: Zoo comes clean that their pandas are painted dogs. So here are the panda dogs. What do you think? Cute or just weird? You can share your choice in the comments. Do you know what it means to come clean? To come clean? Zoo comes clean. This is an idiom that means to admit the truth, but usually after first hiding it. We generally use this with the statement, I need to come clean. I need to come clean with you. And then you would admit whatever the truth is that you didn't want me to know. Maybe you would say, I need to come clean with you, Jennifer. I haven't subscribed to your channel. So that's the truth you want to admit. It doesn't have to be something devastating. It could be something small and simple like that, but you feel bad about it because maybe you said, oh yeah, I subscribed, but then, oh, I need to come clean with you. I haven't subscribed. If that describes you, well, then make sure you describe. So the zoo comes clean that their pandas are painted dogs. The zoo admits, but they were first hiding it. And don't worry about taking any notes because I summarize everything in a free lesson PDF. You can find the link in the description. Now let's continue and learn about these panda dogs. A Chinese zoo has admitted, so you could replace this with has come clean. Now remember, come is the verb, so you would conjugate it. Here it's in the present simple with the S because the zoo is the subject, it. Here it's in the infinitive to come because it follows the first verb. So you need to conjugate it. So here it would be in what verb tense? The present perfect. A Chinese zoo has admitted, has come clean, that the pandas in their exhibits were in fact painted dogs. Now notice this in fact, and notice it's between two commas. Because it's between two commas, it tells me that I can delete this part, I can remove it, and the sentence will still be grammatically correct. Pandas in their exhibits were painted dogs. In fact, is there to emphasize the factual truth of this. So here I have a complete sentence. Learning English with the news, what you're doing right now, is a great method. Now, if I want to emphasize this, simply make it sound stronger, I can add in fact, and I'll add it after the verb to be, because I want to emphasize that the existence of this. So the verb to be is in fact, and notice I separate it between commas to show that I can remove this information entirely and the sentence is still grammatically correct. So now it sounds more emphasized, more dramatic. Learning English with the news is, in fact, a great method. Do you agree with that? If you do, then put that's right, put that's right in the comments so I know that you enjoy this method. According to the New York Post, now notice here, it's according to someone or something. The New York Post is a media outlet. So you could say according to the journalist, according to Jennifer, according to the New York Post. But don't forget that preposition to, according to. According to the New York Post, visitors at the Shanwei Zoo realized they were being bamboozled. Oh, bamboozled. Have you ever heard this word before? We're being bamboozled. This has the same meaning as being tricked or being deceived. And just make sure you know this is done on purpose. This isn't accidentally sharing information that isn't correct. You're doing this on purpose to deceive someone. Bamboozled. Now, bamboozled isn't the most common word. Tricked or deceived would be more commonly used. Perhaps this article chose to use it because pandas eat bamboo And bamboozled, you hear the word bamboo. Perhaps you can use it, but it's not the most common. So you could say she was bamboozled into telling them her credit card number. Again, it would be more common to say she was tricked into, she was deceived into telling them her credit card number. Now notice, what type of sentence is this? An active or a passive? She's receiving it. She's not doing it. She's not the one tricking. She's the one receiving the trick, the bamboozle. As an active sentence, what would we say? Well, we need to find our subject. We have them. So they bamboozled. That would be just the past simple of the word. They bamboozled her into telling them her credit card number. So just this first part of the sentence would change. This is commonly used in the active to talk about receiving the action. Bamboozled when the so-called pandas. Do you know why they added the word so-called in front of pandas? The so-called pandas. When you add so-called before a noun, it adds skepticism or doubt, disbelief, or it sounds like that noun is being misrepresented. So there's misrepresentation of the noun. They're claiming that they're pandas, but they're so-called pandas. They're not actually pandas, so there's a misrepresentation. Going back to our bamboozled example, I wrote here, I was bamboozled by the so-called volunteer. So maybe someone knocked at my door and said, I'm a volunteer and I'm raising money for an animal shelter. Would you like to donate? Sure, I'd love to. Here's my credit card information. Now, this person claims they're a volunteer, but they are not. So it was a misrepresentation. And you can use this if you're not sure. So it's more you want to add some doubt. I was bamboozled by the so-called volunteer. So let's come back to the article. Visitors at the zoo realized they were being bamboozled, tricked, or deceived on purpose when the so-called pandas began panting and barking. You probably know what barking is. Ruff, 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 ruff. Pandas don't bark, as far as I know. And panting. So that's what dogs do to cool themselves. But people can do that too. We generally don't do it in the same way that dogs do, but it is possible to pant if you're, for example, running a marathon or just after running a marathon. You might collapse at the finish line and start panting because you're so hot. Hopefully you also don't stop barking. Pandas are native to China and an international symbol of the country. This should be easy for you to understand the meaning because you know about your native language or understanding native speakers. So native in this context means originally from, are native to China. So you can talk about animals or plants or other things as being native to a country. So what about your country? What animal or plant is native to your country and would be well known to many other people? Perhaps from Canada, geese, Canadian geese. Geese are native to Canada. Beavers are native to Canada. Moose are native to Canada. Those might be animals that people think of when they think of Canada. Maple trees, that's an easy one. Maple trees are native to Canada. So share one example from your country just to help everyone also learn about your country at the same time. For the sentence structure, notice we have the something. Now, because we're not talking about just one, a panda, we're talking about the category, pandas in general, trees in general, maple trees in general, geese or moose in general. Moose is the plural noun, moose in general. So that's why we have the verb to be, are, and then native to, don't forget this too, and then include your country name, you could include your city or province or specific part of the country as well. So share that in the comments.
Are you enjoying this lesson? If you are, then I want to tell you about the Finally Fluent Academy. This is my premium training program where we study native English speakers from TV, the movies, YouTube, and the news so you can improve your listening skills of fast English, expand your vocabulary with natural expressions, and learn advanced grammar easily. Plus, you'll have me as your personal coach. You can look in the description for the link to learn more, or you can go to my website and click on Finally Fluent Academy. Now let's continue with our lesson.
After visitors publicized the ruse. Okay, first look at this word, but listen to my pronunciation. Ruse. Z. So notice the sound is a z, z, a z. Ruse, ruse. And what is a ruse? A ruse, remember that z, z, a ruse is a trick. It's something that someone does in order to deceive someone. Let's look at this example. The so-called volunteer, remember going back, the so-called volunteer asked for a glass of water, but it was a ruse to get my personal information. So remember that volunteer knocked on my door to get donations for an animal shelter, but again, it was a ruse. It was a trick. There is no animal shelter. He's not a volunteer, a so-called volunteer. And then he said, oh, could I have a glass of water? I'm really thirsty. So I go to get a glass of water, but then I leave him at my front door and he sees my purse and is able to get my personal information. So it was a ruse. After visitors publicized, so this means they made it publicly known. So to publicize something, to make it publicly known. It's not only used in a negative context. You can publicize something and make it known for a positive reason. In this case, though, it's negative. They publicized the ruse on social media. The organizers admitted, came clean, remember? Came clean, admitted they'd painted 2 chow chows. So now this is an explanation of what a chow chow is if you don't know. A fluffy dog breed represents the type of dog. So the name of this dog is chow chow. A fluffy dog breed originally from northern China. So originally from, what could you replace this with? Native to northern China. Now, because this information is between 2 dashes, similar to when we saw in fact between 2 commas, you can remove all this information and the sentence is grammatically correct. So I could say the organizers admitted, came clean, they'd painted 2 chow chows with black and white panda markings. So they painted the dogs with these markings. The markings are just the patterns on the panda's face, how they have black under their eyes. That would be called the markings. Since then being it was publicized on social media, the ruse was publicized on social media. Since then, visitors have demanded their money back for false advertising. If the visitors are demanding their money back, it means that they're demanding a refund. A refund. I'm sharing that because we only use this term, a refund, if money is paid for a product or service, and then that product or service is returned or found that you didn't receive the product or service you wanted. So that would be a refund. But in other cases, you wouldn't say refund. You would say, I want my money back, or I am demanding my money back, to sound stronger. Demand sounds stronger than simply saying I want. I want my money back. I demand my money back. Demand sounds a lot stronger than want. So let's say you gave your friend $20. You lent your friend $20. When you lend someone money, it means you give them money temporarily with the expectation that they will return the money in the future. So you could say to your friend, I lent you $20 weeks ago. I want my money back. So in this case, it's not a refund. You can't use that term. I want my money back. Now, you could also say you need to pay me back. In this case, when you return money that someone lent you, gave you temporarily, that is to pay someone back when you return it. You need to pay me back. And notice that lend is the past simple of the verb to lend. So the verb is to lend, and in the past simple, lent. Let's continue. This isn't the first time a Chinese zoo has misled visitors with claims of housing real pandas. So if you house an animal at the zoo, it simply means that that animal lives at the zoo. But this isn't the first time a Chinese zoo has misled. Our verb here is to mislead. It's conjugated in the present perfect, has misled. So this is the third form. And it's in the present perfect because we have this isn't the first time. This is a time reference that tells you you need the present perfect. Now, using mislead, this means to cause someone to believe something that isn't true. For example, the advertisement showed the hotel had a pool and a spa. So you saw this beautiful advertisement for this hotel. There was this gorgeous spa, this luxurious pool, but then you got there and there was no pool, or it was tiny and dirty and not what you expected. So you can say it was misleading. The advertisement was misleading. So here, to be, the verb be is the main verb conjugated in the past simple. It was misleading. It misled us. So this is the active sentence. The advertisement in the past simple misled us. Or you could state, we were misled. This is the passive. We were misled. And then you could add on, what would you add on? By the ad, if you wanted to include who is misleading. We were misled. This isn't the first time a Chinese zoo has misled visitors with claims of housing real pandas. In May, NBC News reported that a zoo in Jiangsu province had also painted chow chows. Remember, this is a type of dog, a fluffy dog native to northern China, originally from. So this is the breed. Also painted chow chows. Zoo representatives initially claimed that the animals were a rare breed of panda dogs. So notice how they have initially claimed. This is the same as first said, initially claimed. Now, we already talked about breed, a type of dog, a rare breed. Adding rare as an adjective means it's uncommon or unusual. A rare breed of panda dogs. This is what the zoo initially claimed. Now, claimed, I said previously that the equivalent would be said, but said as fact. So if you claim something, you're not just saying it, you're saying this is the fact. This is the truth. So said or stated as fact. So that's what the zoo representatives initially claimed. They were a rare, uncommon, unusual breed of panda dogs. Now, rare, this is useful to remember, and the definition of it as being uncommon, unusual, that's slightly applies to the adverb of frequency, rarely. Because when you rarely do something, it means it's not part of your normal routine. It's the opposite of usually. So if you rarely do something, here's never, and then rarely would be a little bit above never. So you could say she rarely goes to the zoo. So notice we have this ES because the subject is she, and this is the present simple. And the sentence structure is subject, adverb of frequency, and then your verb conjugated with the subject. So for he, she, it, you need to remember to add that S or ES. She rarely goes to the zoo. Now, They initially claimed that they're a rare breed of panda dogs before admitting that such animals don't exist. Okay, there is no such thing as a panda dog, everyone, because they admitted it. So when you admit something, you provide the truth that you previously did not. So again, remember, we could use come clean. Before coming clean that such animals don't exist. And this is conjugated in our verb ing, even when I add coming clean, because come is the verb and before is a preposition. So we need that verb with ing. Before coming clean that such animals don't exist. At the time, zoo officials told Chinese state media they had advertised them as panda dogs and did not intentionally mislead anyone. Well, we already talked about what it means to mislead, but notice how they added intentionally. So it's saying that, okay, maybe the visitors thought the panda dogs were real pandas, a rare breed. But that wasn't our intention. We didn't do that on purpose. We didn't intentionally mislead anyone. So they're admitting that, yes, they shared false information, but it wasn't their intention. They didn't do it on purpose to mislead anyone. Let's continue. When journalists asked them why they invented the idea of panda dogs to cover their tracks. Ooh, I like this. To cover their tracks. If you cover your tracks, it means you hide or conceal information that can reveal a crime or simply a misdeed. It doesn't have to necessarily be overly serious like a crime. Let's review this example sentence. We need to cover our tracks so she doesn't know we were in her office. So you were in your coworker's office and you didn't have permission. Maybe you were doing something positive. Maybe you were trying to find out when her birthday is so you can plan a surprise party. It doesn't necessarily have to be negative. But if you want to cover your tracks, well, you need to hide or conceal that you entered her office. How could you do that? Well, if the light was off and then you turned it on, make sure you turn it back off. Make sure you put all the objects exactly where they were. Make sure you don't leave any garbage or anything like that. That's how you would cover your tracks. So when journalists asked them why they invented the idea of panda dogs to cover their tracks, a zoo representative explained, there are no panda bears at the zoo, and we wanted to do this as a result. Simple enough explanation. At the time, state media and the general public criticized the zoo for also mistreating the dogs. To mistreat is to treat poorly. So in this case, mistreating the dogs, not treating them very well or treating them poorly. Zoo officials defended the exhibit. If you defend something or someone, you say something positive when other people are saying something negative. So the zoo officials are saying the exhibit is a good exhibit. It is interesting. It provides value. That's how you would defend it. Zoo officials defended the exhibit being the area where you can see the panda dogs, the so-called panda dogs, saying the dogs had not been harmed. You could also say had not been mistreated. So we would take this, which is a verb, mistreating, and we would turn it into the adjective form, had not been mistreated. One official stated, normal people dye their hair. Dogs can dye their hair too. So remember, they dyed the dogs, dye being to put color in. So the pronunciation is the same as the verb to dye. But here, to dye one's hair is to change the color of one's hair. It's also used as a noun, hair dye, hair dye. You use hair dye to dye your hair. So normal people dye their hair. Dogs can dye their hair too. So this is their statement of defense. This is how they defended themselves, justified or supported their actions, saying they weren't mistreating or harming the animals. And that's the end of this article. So what I'll do now is I'll read the article from start to finish, and this time you can focus on my pronunciation. Zoo comes clean that their pandas are painted dogs. A Chinese zoo has admitted that the pandas in their exhibits were, in fact, painted dogs. According to the New York Post, visitors at Shanwei Zoo realized they were being bamboozled when the so-called pandas began panting and barking. Pandas are native to China and an international symbol of the country. After visitors publicized the ruse on social media, the organizers admitted they painted two chow chows, a fluffy dog breed originally from northern China, with black and white panda markings. Since then, visitors have demanded their money back for false advertising. This isn't the first time a Chinese zoo has misled visitors with claims of housing real pandas. In May, NBC News reported that a zoo in Jiangsu province had also painted chow chows. Zoo representatives initially claimed that the animals were a rare breed of panda dogs before admitting that such animals don't exist. At the time, zoo officials told Chinese state media they had advertised them as panda dogs and did not intentionally mislead anyone. When journalists asked them why they invented the idea of panda dogs to cover their tracks, a zoo representative explained, "There are no panda bears at the zoo, and we wanted to do this as a result." At the time, state media and the general public criticized the zoo for also mistreating the dogs. Zoo officials defended the exhibit, saying the dogs had not been harmed. One official stated, "Normal people dye their hair. Dogs can dye their hair too."
Now let's review a Nature News article together.
First, I'll read the headline, which is a question: why do parrots talk? I chose this article because I was curious, why do parrots talk? And I decided to turn this into a lesson for you. Now, let me share some alternatives to I don't know, because someone could ask you, why do parrots talk? You could say, I don't know. But you could also say, I have no clue. I haven't the faintest idea. Or my personal favorite, beats me. Why do parrots talk? Beats me. So 3 alternative ways to say, I don't know. Put this one in the comments. Beats me, put that in the comments so you practice this one. Now, don't worry about taking notes because I summarize everything in a free lesson PDF. You can look for the link in the description. Let's continue on and find out why parrots talk. Of all the creatures on Earth, only 2 can produce human language. Humans, us, and birds. Of the few birds that can imitate human speech, parrots are the best at it. Notice here they used few birds. Few birds and a few birds are not the same. So let's look at these sentences. There are few birds that can speak. There are a few birds that can speak. So the only difference is including this article, but it changes the meaning because when we just use few, there's a focus on the lack, so not many. But when we focus on a few, it sounds more positive because there are some. So few, lack, a few focuses on some. Of the few birds, so lack of birds, of the few birds that can imitate human speech, parrots are the best at it. They give TED Talks. I've never seen a parrot give a TED Talk. Have you? They give TED Talks, speak multiple languages, and even front heavy metal bands. So here, this front heavy metal bands, it means they are the leader of that band. As funny as that sounds to imagine that a parrot is the leader of a heavy metal band, this vocabulary is specific to bands. So why can parrots talk when our closer primate relatives cannot? Good question. So our closer primate relatives, those would be apes, monkeys, chimpanzees. Now notice here, cannot. Notice that it's spelled as one word. Native speakers turn this into the contraction can't. But we'll use the non-contracted form, which is cannot, one word. We'll use the non-contracted form if we want to emphasize it. You cannot go to the party. It sounds stronger than saying you can't go to the party. You cannot go to the party. So that's when native speakers use cannot and can't in our everyday speech. Let's continue. Parrots are vocal learners, meaning they grasp sounds by hearing and then imitating them. So grasp means understand. Let's review these examples. I'm sorry, I didn't grasp your explanation. So grasp is a verb. As a language learner, this is something you've probably said before. And then you could say, can you explain it another way? Because I didn't grasp it. Or you could say, I didn't grasp the meaning of the movie. Now, keep in mind, that doesn't mean I didn't understand the words of the movie. I understood the words, but I don't understand, I don't comprehend the meaning of it. And same with the explanation. It doesn't mean that you didn't necessarily know the vocabulary or the words. It's you heard the words, but you're not sure of the meaning. So more of a deeper understanding, a comprehension. Although several other bird species can discern and repeat sounds, parrots are the pros. Pros, this is great. She's a pro. She's a professional. So pro is short for professional. And here, because it's plural, and the plural of one professional is two professionals, that's why you have the S to make it plural. Native speakers frequently use this to compliment someone, to say, you're a pro, to be a pro. So a, because it's a noun, a pro. And then here, my example, a real pro. So it's just emphasizing it, making it stronger. So try this out. You can say, Jennifer, you're a real pro. Put that in the comments. And what you're saying is, your videos are very professional. Your teaching skills are very professional. So it's a way of complimenting me in this case. So thank you very much. Jennifer, you're a real pro. Put that in the comments to practice that. Okay, here, discern. When you discern something, it means you can recognize it, you can distinguish it. We generally use this with our senses. So if the room was very dark, I might not be able to recognize objects. So I see there's an object, but I can't discern it. I can't recognize it. I don't know what it is because it's too dark. So they can discern the sounds. They can recognize and repeat sounds. Very impressive for a bird, for a parrot. Any bird that's a vocal learner has a part of the brain devoted to this, called the song system. But in parrots, the song system has two layers: an inner core, common to all avian vocal learners. Avian is another word for bird species. So all bird vocal learners, the category of birds, avian, all avian vocal learners, and an outer shell, which is unique to parrots. Some think that this recently discovered shell is what allows parrots to be such expert mimickers. Oh, mimicking. Children do this so well. When you mimic someone, we'll just imagine a parrot. You say, hello, how are you? I've never had a conversation with a parrot. Hello, how are you? And then the bird says, hello, how are you? That was embarrassing. So that's mimicking. Children do this all the time. young girls, we see our mothers putting on makeup and we sit beside them and we brush our hair and we put on imaginary makeup. And I'm sure young boys mimic their fathers as well by pretending to saw something or do something else. So mimic is another word for imitate. Notice here grammatically that this is a noun. A mimicker is someone who mimics, does the verb, the action of mimicking. Just like a learner, you is someone who learns. So in this case, they're using it as a noun. And I just thought of another everyday example, comedians. Comedians are excellent mimickers. Often they mimic celebrities or politicians in a humorous way. And that's a large part of comedy, is mimicking other well-known people. Maybe you do this just to make your friends or your family laugh. Let's continue. But why do they copy, mimic? That will be another word, copy, mimic. But why do they copy human speech? Beats me. Remember that expression? Beats me. What else? There were two other ones. I have no clue. I haven't the faintest idea. Beats me. My favorite. Peer pressure. Oh, it turns out. Do you know what peer pressure is? Well, your peers are the people in your specific group. So if you're in school, that's your group, and your peers are all the other students. If you're in an English class, your peers are all the other students. So it's the other people in your group. If you're part of a sports team, all those other people on the team are your peers. So when those people pressure you, peer pressure, it turns out parrots naturally try to fit in. Do you know what this means? When you try to fit in, you try to act like your peers. You dress like them, you watch the same movies as them, you listen to the same music as them, because the more similarities you have, the more likely you are to get along and be friends. Now, of course, we all want to fit in. So if it's your first day at school, at work, at a new hobby, you want to find commonalities and similarities, you want to fit in. So parrots want to do that as well. Parrots naturally try to fit in, be it among other parrots, their peers, or other people. Interesting. I added all the notes for you to review. Remember, you can download the PDF in the description. Let's continue. In the wild, parrots use their vocal prowess to share important information and fit in. So here we have that sense of belonging with their peers, their group, with the flock. Oh, so here, a group of parrots is called a flock of birds, a flock of parrots. Prowess, that's a fun word to say, prowess. That means great ability or skill, and in this case, they're limiting it to vocal prowess. So parrots have great ability and skill when it comes to their vocals. So for a singer, you could say, for example, Adele, the singer Adele, she has incredible vocal prowess. If you don't know Adele, listen to the song Someone Like You. You will be blown away by her vocal prowess, her vocal skill. Let's continue. Pet parrots have all the essential conditions for picking up language. See this phrasal verb, picking up language. When you pick up a language or you pick up a skill, it means you learn that skill, but without consciously studying. So you're just exposed to the language or the skill, and from that exposure, you learn it. You pick up new vocabulary all the time. So you're not sitting at your desk and consciously studying. Maybe you're walking down the street and you hear a conversation in English and you learn a word. You picked up that word. So it's a great way to learn. And apparently that's how parrots learn. Well, of course, they're not sitting down in a classroom and learning English. They just pick it up by imitating, mimicking their owners. So what are these essential conditions for picking up language? Time, inspiration, and mental ability. Wild parrots, on the other hand, lack the needed close proximity to speech. So wild parrots, they can't pick up the language. They can't imitate people because they're not close enough to people. And I love this. On the other hand, so this is used to show a contrast. We have 1 point with pet parrots learning language, picking up language, but then we're going to have a contrast. On the other hand, wild parrots aren't learning the language. Let's review this. It's a little bit long because you need to have a positive before you use on the other hand and then transition to a negative. However, it can be reversed. You can start with a negative on the other hand and then mention a positive. So here's a positive. Owning a pet parrot is amazing. I love the company and admiring the beauty of my pet. On the other hand, so even before you say anything, I know it's going to be negative because that's what this means. On the other hand, it wakes me up every morning at 4 a.m. with its vocal prowess. Okay, now you don't have to, but you can start the positive with on the one hand and then transition to on the other hand. On the one hand, on the other hand. You don't need this part, it's optional, but you can include it. So that will make you sound very advanced when you're expressing a contrast. On the other hand, lack the needed close proximity to speech. Yes, that was the wild parrots. Let's continue. The question is, do these precocious birds know what they're saying? Ooh. Precocious is an adjective meaning showing advanced mental ability, especially for the age, or in this case, the species. But we commonly use this with children. You might say the precocious child easily picks up languages. So the child has advanced mental ability for that child's age compared to that child's peers. And the child easily picks up, learns without consciously trying, picks up languages. The question is, do these precocious birds know what they're saying? Again, what are those 3 ways to say, I don't know? Beats me. I have no clue. I haven't the faintest idea. For parrots, words may have some associations, but not complex meanings. Parrots may associate saying, how are you, when someone enters a room, but they likely don't understand that it is a question of one's well-being. So every time someone enters the room, it's common to say hello. So a parrot understands when you enter a room, say hello. But the parrot doesn't necessarily know this is a polite way to greet someone. It just knows new person arrives, say hello. Interesting. I learned a lot today about parrots. I hope you did as well. And of course, more importantly, I hope you learned a lot of advanced vocabulary, grammar, and pronunciation. So now let me read the article in full from start to finish so you can focus on my pronunciation. Let's do that now. Why do parrots talk? Of all the creatures on Earth, only two can produce human language, humans and birds. Of the few birds that can imitate human speech, parrots are the best at it. They give TED Talks, speak multiple languages, and even front heavy metal bands. So why can parrots talk when our closer primate relatives cannot? Parrots are vocal learners, meaning they grasp sounds by hearing and then imitating them. Although several other bird species can discern and repeat sounds, parrots are the pros. Any bird that's a vocal learner has a part of their brain devoted to this, called the song system. But in parrots, the song system has two layers, an inner core, common to all avian vocal learners, and an outer shell, which is unique to parrots. Some think that this recently discovered shell is what allows parrots to be such expert mimickers. But why do they copy human speech? Peer pressure, it turns out. Parrots naturally try to fit in, be it among other parents or other people. In the wild, parrots use their vocal prowess to share important information and fit in with the flock. Pet parrots have all the essential conditions for picking up language: time, inspiration, and mental ability. Wild parrots, on the other hand, lack the needed close proximity to speech. The question is, do these precocious birds know what they're saying? For parrots, words may have some associations, but not complex meanings. Parrots may associate saying, "How are you?" when someone enters a room, but they likely don't understand that it is a question of one's well-being.
Of course, you can't read the news without seeing political topics. So let's review some important political news articles together.
Our headline: Trump says he's ready to talk as new stock market losses fuel tariff chaos. First, notice the pronunciation here. This is one of many words that the spelling does not match the pronunciation. So just listen to how I say it and look at my mouth. Chaos. So this CH is pronounced as K. Chaos. And this is os, chaos. So there are two sounds, chaos. Chaos is a noun and it represents a state of total confusion. You can say the new policy at work created. This is a common verb used with the noun chaos. Created a lot of chaos, created a lot of confusion. Or you can commonly use the verb to be, in this case conjugated in the past simple with our subject, which is third person singular, the project it. The project was complete chaos. So you're just describing the project as chaos. So a state of total confusion. The project was chaos. That is very common. I'm sure sometimes you think the English language is complete chaos, but don't worry, I'm here to help. And notice I use the word complete to intensify it. Now let's look at this word, fuel. Notice that pronunciation. There are two sounds, fuel. Fuel. In this case, this functions as a verb. Fuel is also a noun. It is the liquid you put in your vehicle to make it work, fuel. But in this case, it's to fuel. So Trump says he's ready to talk as new stock market losses, something fuels something else. And in this case, it means to make stronger, to intensify. So the stock market losses, which is plural, they make the chaos, specifically the tariff chaos, stronger, so intensifies it. In this case, it's a negative meaning, but you can also use to fuel in a positive way. For example, you could say finding a better job fuels my motivation, or my desire to become fluent, to learn English. Now here, notice this is conjugated in the third person singular because this gerund statement, so this sentence starts with a gerund verb. This is a gerund statement. It means it's a general statement. And this is conjugated as third person singular. It's conjugated as it. So finding a better job, it or this fuels my motivation. It makes my motivation stronger. It makes my desire stronger. So this is a very positive and strong statement. So if you're motivated to improve your English for whatever reason, finding a better job or whatever that may be, put let's go, because I'm motivated to help you. So put let's go in the comments. And don't worry about taking notes because I summarize everything in a free lesson PDF. You can find the link in the description. Now let's keep going with the article. The big question, as stock market sell-offs point to another week of plunging markets in the US, is how much pain President Donald Trump is prepared to inflict to test his tariff theories. This is a very long sentence. Let's make it easy. So in this case, the big question, the important question. So that's big doesn't necessarily represent size here. It represents size of importance. So the important question. And all of this just provides additional information because you could say the big question is, and then this is the question, how much pain? But let's keep going here. The big question, as global stock sell-offs. So this represents people selling their stocks and globally. So not just in the US. So sell-offs represents people selling their stocks. And here let's look at point 2. In this context, it means indicates or suggests. So the global stock sell-off suggests another week of plunging markets, indicates another week of plunging markets. Plunging means the value of the stock is going down, and it's going down rapidly and at an intense pace. So that would be plunging. That's not what you want in the stock market. So now let's review this. The fact that people are selling their stocks, the global stock sell-off, suggests or indicates, points to another week of markets quickly and sharply declining, falling. So plunging is the adjective that describes that, a week of plunging markets and in the US. So this is the big question, is how much pain President Donald Trump is prepared to inflict. So notice this verb, you can inflict pain, which means to cause pain. So that's the verb to inflict. To test his tariff theories. So notice we have this TH here, theories, but it's an unvoiced. Tariff theories. Let's continue. Trump said Sunday evening that he's open to talking to world leaders about new deals. So notice here, he's open to talking. So we have the verb to be. You need to be open to, and then what do you notice here? To be open to doing something. So you need the ing. This is because this verb or this preposition to is part of the expression. So it functions as a preposition, and following a preposition, you need your verb in ing. This is a very useful expression. If you're open to something or doing something, it means you're willing to consider it. So it doesn't mean you will do it. You're just willing to consider it. So for example, in a job interview, they may ask you, are you open to relocating? Do you know what relocating means? Well, I wrote it here. It means changing locations. So that could mean that you work in one location in the city and you change to another location in the city. It could mean you move to a new city. It could mean you move to a new country or continent. So they want to know, are you willing to consider? So it doesn't mean that you will relocate. It's just that you're willing to discuss it. Now, to answer negatively, you would say, I'm not. So you would just make it negative because remember, you need the verb to be. I'm not open to relocating. And you could also use a noun. So you could say, I'm not open to a move. So this would represent the noun, a move. It would be more common to use the verb here, but just to show you that you can use a noun. Trump also claimed that he'd spoken. Okay, what does this represent? He'd. It represents he had spoken. He had spoken. And what about this sentence? He'd go if he had more time. What does this represent? Does it represent had? Well, grammatically, that wouldn't make sense. So you know it represents would. He would go. So this apostrophe D can represent had, in this case, the past perfect, or it can represent would, in this case, the conditional for an unreal hypothetical because he doesn't have more time. And this is the past perfect because it's the past before another past action. He'd spoken. Notice how soft that is. He'd spoken. He had spoken to many countries, and that despite fury, repeat after me, fury abroad over his Liberation Day trade attacks. So this is just the name of his trade attacks enforcing tariffs on other countries. They're being nice. So notice this use of despite because it's used for a contrast. Putting trade tariffs on other countries or attacks is a negative, but being nice is a positive. So this word despite is used for that contrast. Let's review this sentence. I'm furious about the tariffs. You can also say I'm furious over the tariffs. And I included that because look, you have over here, despite fury abroad over his Liberation Day trade attacks. In this case, I wouldn't say despite fury about his trade attacks, it would be more common to say over. And did you notice the difference here? Fury is a noun. It represents extreme anger, and you may be more common with the adjective form, furious, which also represents extreme anger, but it's the adjective form. So you need to be furious. I'm furious about the tariffs or whatever you may be furious, extremely angry about. Now, remember we talked about the chaos of English because in this case, about is the more common option with the adjective form. Although technically you could say about here with the noun form, it would be more common to say over. So again, maybe a little bit of chaos with the English language, but I know you can do it. Let's continue on. But as he flew back to Washington aboard Air Force One, stocks tumbled at the opening in Tokyo. So again, tumble means to decline or fall, simply another word choice to describe what the stocks are doing. Before the choice was plummeted. Now to me, that sounds extremely sharply. Tumbled sounds sharply, but not as extreme. And then fall, decline, it just sounds more neutral. So it's levels of severity in this case. So stocks tumbled at the opening in Tokyo, leading Asian markets downward. And U.S. futures suggested more huge losses are likely on Wall Street on Monday. Now, in this context of stocks and the economy, when they say on Wall Street, they mean in the stock market, and specifically in the U.S. stock market. And notice that preposition change because Wall Street is the name of a street in the US. So you could live on Wall Street and work on Wall Street. And we use the preposition on with streets. But in this case, you need in with the stock market, in the US stock market. So you could say, I lost a lot of money in the stock market, or I lost a lot of money on Wall Street, which represents the stock market. Now, my example used to lose money, the past simple lost, but the opposite is not won. You would not say, I won a lot of money, just like you lose a soccer game and you win a soccer game. But in the stock market, and hopefully you will say this, I gained a lot of money, I earned a lot of money, or the most common, but the most casual as well, I made a lot of money. I made a lot of money in the stock market, or I made a lot of money on Wall Street. Let's hope that is the verb that you will use. Let's continue. What's going to happen with the market? So again, this represents the stock market. So you could say what's going to happen on Wall Street. I wouldn't say with Wall Street. I would just say on Wall Street, but with the market. And of course, if you're asking what's going to happen, you're asking, well, are stocks going to go up? Are they going to go down? What's going to happen? I can't tell you, but I can tell you our country has gotten a lot stronger. And eventually it'll be a country like no other. So we have quotation marks here. So these words are coming from Donald Trump. Trump said. And eventually is an important word here because it means at some unknown point in the future. And that's why we have this it'll. So what does this represent? It will. And then as a contraction, it'll be. So very unstressed, just that dark L sound. It'll be. It'll be a country like no other. But this word eventually, some unknown time in the future. It could be 1 week. It could be 10 years. It's unknown. And remember, with the future simple, you use will and the base verb. It will be. And that's for all subjects. It will be a country like no other, Trump said, while downplaying stock losses. Okay, this is an important word. If you downplay something, in this case, stock losses, you make it sound like it's less important than it actually is. Now, in this case, the fact that he's downplaying, minimizing the importance of the issue being stock losses, this sounds negative. But we commonly use this verb to downplay. This is a verb. That's why it's conjugated in the ing form. This is commonly used as more of advice to someone. For example, let's say you just got a promotion and you worked really hard, but you say something like, oh, it's no big deal. Oh, it doesn't matter. I would say don't downplay your promotion. Don't make it sound less important than it is. And then I would remind you, it's a big deal. Let's go out and celebrate tonight. So just remember, this is a verb. In this case, it's in the imperative. Well, it's in the base verb because the sentence is in the imperative, the negative imperative. Don't downplay your promotion. In the past simple, she downplayed her promotion. So while downplaying in the ing form stock losses that have damaged the retirement accounts of millions of Americans. So this is why Trump shouldn't make these stock losses seem less important than they are, because they are impacting millions of Americans. So the retirement accounts, this represents the money that people have saved for their retirement. And one's retirement is the period of that person's life where they will no longer work because of age. I see a lot of grammatical mistakes when students try to use the word retirement in its different forms. In this case, it's an adjective. It describes the type of account, bank account, the retirement accounts. Now, you can say, I am retired. In this case, to be retired. So this is always in the ed form, and then your verb is the verb to be. This describes your current state, which means you're no longer employed because of your age. Now, I'm retiring next year. This is the present continuous of the verb to retire. The past simple, I retired 5 years ago. Or you could say, I spent the first few years of my retirement. So this is the noun form. Retirement is the noun form. I spent the first few years of my retirement traveling. So review these different ways to use the verb retire and the different forms. And don't downplay the importance of practice, practice, practice. So make sure you get a lot of practice with everything you're learning. I don't want anything to go down. So in this case, he means stocks to go down. So to fall, to decline, to lose their value. So you can say stocks declined, stocks went down. So in this case, your verb is go, and then you conjugate that depending on your subject and time reference. But sometimes you have to take medicine to fix something. So this is more of a idiomatic expression. He's saying sometimes you have to endure something negative in order to gain something positive. This isn't necessarily a common expression, so you don't need to learn this, but that's what it means in this context. With markets closed over the weekend after days of pummeling losses. So notice this looks similar to the verb to plummet, but it looks similar, but it's not the same. Pummeling here represents repeated and severe losses. The verb to pummel is more of a boxing term. It's when you repeatedly hit something. So you can imagine the stock market was taking loss after loss after loss after loss. So pummeling losses. Don't confuse this with the verb to plummet, to plummet. So you could say, after days of plummeting, going down sharply. The administration had the chance to take stock. This is interesting because we're talking about the stock market, but in this case, stock has nothing to do with the stock market or stocks that you buy and sell in the stock market. So to take stock, this means to pause and to reflect or carefully consider. So it sounds like the administration is going to pause so they can take some time to meet and discuss, consider, reflect on what's happening, what they want to do next. This is very commonly used at major events in our life. So after you graduate, after you get married, after you break up, after you find a job, after you lose a job. So we can use the example after retiring. So this is the verb to retire in the ing form because after is a preposition. After retiring, she took stock because your verb is take. So this is what you conjugate. This is in the past simple. She took stock of the next chapter in her life. So you take stock of something, and the of is usually the point in your life or the overall picture. So the administration took stock of the tariffs, for example, or of the stock market, of the next chapter in her life. So she had one chapter where her life involved working, and she has a new chapter, a new phase in her life where she isn't working anymore. So she needed to pause and reflect on her priorities, what she wants to do. So it's a very useful expression. Remember that take is your verb. But there is no fresh clarity over its strategy as the political stakes become more fraught. So as the political stakes become more fraught, it just sounds like there's more chaos, more uncertainty in the political arena, in the political world. And of course, that impacts everyone else, specifically those millions of Americans in the stock market. Let's continue. Top officials sent conflicting signals Sunday over whether Trump sees the economic warfare he unleashed last week as a lever for near-term deal-making. Okay, so as a lever is a tool that helps you lift something. So in this case, his tariffs could be a lever, a tool that helps facilitate, helps make deal making happen. So deal making would be deals between two countries, for example. And of course, to benefit the US, that's why you would make a deal. And then the other country would want to benefit their own country as well. So as a lever, as a tool to make this happen. So let's continue. Or whether he's serious about a bid to remake the world economy that could take years. So this part is saying that top officials, so administration, politicians, top officials, they sent conflicting signals. Signals in this case meant messages. So maybe it's literally the way they communicated. In some communications, it sounded like these tariffs are only a tool to make deals faster, deals that of course benefit the US. But then other messages suggest that the Trump administration is serious about remaking the economy, but doing that could take years. So it's unclear what the real intention of the tariffs is. That's what this part is saying. And here, a bid to remake, this just means an effort or an attempt to remake. And when you add re before a verb, it means to do it again. So make the economy again, change the economy, of course, in a way that benefits the US. And that's the end of the article. So what I'll do now is I'll read the article again, and this time you can focus on my pronunciation. Trump says he's ready to talk as new stock market losses fuel tariff chaos. The big question as global stock sell-offs point to another week of plunging markets in the U.S. is how much pain President Donald Trump is prepared to inflict to test his tariff theories. Trump said Sunday evening that he's open to talking to world leaders about new deals. Trump also claimed that he'd spoken to many countries and that despite fury abroad over his Liberation Day trade attacks, they're being very nice. But as he flew back to Washington aboard Air Force One, stocks tumbled at the opening in Tokyo, leading Asian markets downward, and U.S. futures suggested more huge losses are likely on Wall Street on Monday. What's going to happen with the market? I can't tell you, but I can tell you our country has gotten a lot stronger and eventually it'll be a country like no other, Trump said, while downplaying stock losses that have damaged the retirement accounts of millions of Americans. I don't want anything to go down, but sometimes you have to take medicine to fix something, he said. With markets closed over the weekend after days of pummeling losses, the administration had the chance to take stock, but there is no fresh clarity over its strategy as the political stakes become more fraught. Top officials sent conflicting signals Sunday over whether Trump sees the economic warfare he unleashed last week as a lever for near-term deal-making, or whether he's serious about a bid to remake the world economy that could take years.
Amazing job. Now let's move on to the next article.
Our headline, Trump floats selling $5 million gold card as pathway to citizenship. Now notice here, I verbalized this as $5 million. Did you notice that it's singular when I said it? And that's because $5 million is an adjective. It describes the gold card, which is our noun here. What type of card? A gold card. What type of gold card? A $5 million gold card. Let's review this example. Trump's proposed gold card. So notice here I have the possessive because the proposed gold card belongs to Donald Trump. So Trump's proposed gold card will cost $5 million. What would you say? Dollar or dollars? $5 million, because here you're using it as a noun, not an adjective, and nouns are plural or singular. And because 5 is more than 1, we need that S. Now let's review this verb, to float, conjugated in third person singular. Trump floats selling $5 million gold card. Do you know what this means? Well, look at my sentence here. Trump's proposed gold card. So proposed is an adjective here to describe the gold card. So when you float an idea, in this case, the idea is selling a $5 million gold card. If you float an idea, you propose that idea or you suggest that idea. In a workplace context, you could say, I floated the idea. I proposed, I suggested. So to float is your verb and you conjugate that, in this case, the past simple, because it's a completed past action. I floated. Now notice I included the idea of and then a gerund. You can float and then directly your idea. So Trump's idea is selling a $5 million gold card. So you can have that verb directly and it's in the ing form. However, you can also add these 3 words, the idea of. So Trump floats the idea of selling. I floated the idea of working from home on Fridays. So that was my idea. This is optional. It's more included in formal speech, and then in casual speech, you can leave it out. And headlines always leave out unnecessary words to make the headline as concise, as short as possible. But in either way, notice that you use your verb in ing. Don't worry about taking notes because I summarize everything in a free lesson PDF. You can find the link in the description. Here's one more example using float, an idea, because I want to show you one more thing. I'm going to float the idea of making more Learn English with the News lessons to my students. So notice if you include the audience of the idea, who's receiving your proposed or suggested idea. So notice you could also use those as adjectives here. Trump's proposed or suggested gold card. So if you're including the audience, you would use to and then someone, whoever your audience is. In this case, my students. So what do you think? Is that a good idea? If I make more Learn English with the News lessons, what do you think about that? If you like that idea, put let's go, put let's go in the comments so I know you want more lessons like this. Now let's continue with the lesson. President Donald Trump announced his administration plans to sell a gold card. Now, I'll be honest here. If he announced it, it sounds like he isn't floating the idea, because when you float an idea, you just suggest it or you propose it. More like, what do you think about? Do you like this idea? So you want feedback on it. But if you announce that you have a plan, it sounds more definitive than simply suggesting something to get feedback. So here it sounds more like a plan. Announced his administration plans to sell a gold card, his version of a green card that will cost. Okay, here, how would you verbalize the dollar sign? So say this out loud. That will cost $5 million. $5 million. And I added here a note on to float an idea. Let's say I say, I plan to make more lessons. But then I get your feedback and say, what do you think about that? In this case, it sounds like I'm floating an idea because I'm getting your feedback. But if I just say, I plan to make more lessons, it doesn't really sound like I'm floating the idea because it sounds like I've already decided. It sounds like more of a concrete plan. Trump said the card will give buyers the same privileges. Notice the pronunciation here, privileges. So we have the syllable stress on the first syllable. Repeat after me. Privileges. Privileges. This is the phonetic spelling, and note that this dash in the phonetic spelling tells you where the stress syllable is. So the stress syllable comes right after wherever this dash is. So because it's on the first syllable, I know that this is the stress sound. So it sounds louder. Privileges. Privileges. The same privileges as green card holders. So the holders, these are the people who hold a green card. So it's using this holders as a noun. It represents the people. Same with buyers. This is the people who buy the gold card in this case. Trump said the card will give buyers the same privileges as green card holders who have permanent residency and work authorizations in the US. So these are the two privileges that green card holders have: permanent residency and work authorization. So they're authorized to work in the US. Now notice the, because the country is the United States of America. The US or the states are common for short forms. So this article, the, is required. It's an exception for countries. The president said the wealthy people who buy the card would be investing in the US. Again, notice the US, by spending a lot of money, paying a lot of taxes, and employing a lot of people. First, let's talk about wealthy. You can say both rich and wealthy to mean someone who has a lot of money, or a company, even a country that has a lot of money. Describing someone as wealthy generally has a more positive feel, a positive connotation than describing someone as rich, because wealth, which is the noun form, and wealthy generally refers to long-term financial stability and the fact that it is stable. So you have a lot of money, but it's not just temporarily because you won the lottery or received an inheritance. It's more long-term and stable. So it generally has a more positive sound to it, and it sounds a little more polite as well. The president said the wealthy people. Now notice they included the here, because when you include the, it means that it's specific. The article is not required in this case. Do you know why? Because people is plural. I had a student ask me just recently, Jennifer, why did this say people and not persons? And that's because people is the plural of person. One person, two people. Now, plural nouns do not require articles. So this article is not required grammatically. So including it means that you are making it more specific. It's the wealthy people who buy the card. So it's not wealthy people in general. It's a specific group. The group that buys the card. The president said the wealthy people who buy the card would be investing. Notice how they have would be investing, because in this case, it's hypothetical. The card does not exist today. So it's more of if someone bought the card, they would be investing. It's a hypothetical, even though there is no if, it's implied. Would be investing in the US, by spending a lot of money. Now notice in spoken English, these three words, a lot of, combine together and sound like, you know this, a lot of money, paying a lot of taxes and employing a lot of people. Here are some common synonyms if you don't want to repeat a lot of all 3 times. You could say considerable, there's a spelling error here, considerable money or considerable taxes, substantial or significant money or taxes. For number of people, I would use numerous or many to modify that. So those are some alternatives. However, as you see here, it's very common to just say a lot of for many different things. Now let's look at this sentence, which is actually grammatically correct and makes perfect sense, although someone would rarely say this, but you could. The employer employs employees. So like I said, this is grammatically correct. And I'm showing you the sentence because I saw employing here, and I know these 3 words can be confusing. So in this case, employing, this is the verb form to employ. In this case, conjugated in the ing form because it actually follows a preposition. This preposition by is for all 3 things: by spending money, by paying taxes, by employing numerous people. Now, instead of employing a lot of people, you could say employees. So the employees are the people who work for a company. The employer is the person who hires the employees. So they are either the managers, the owners, or the bosses, the ones in charge of hiring and running operations. The employer, this is the verb. Now, employer is 3rd person singular, which is why you have this S. The employer employs employees. Let's continue. The card will launch. Repeat after me. Aunch. Aunch. So these 2 vowels combined form the sound ah, aunch. So open your mouth wide for that sound. Aunch. Aunch. Here's that phonetic spelling. So again, notice that long A, aunch. Don't confuse the pronunciation with lunch, your meal of the day, lunch. Your mouth does not open very wide, lunch. Launch, which is to officially start a plan or project or an idea, or to officially introduce a product to the market, which of course first was a plan or project before you launch it, which means how do you introduce a product? You start selling it. So the card will launch, which means you will be able to buy it. The card will launch sometime over the next 2 weeks. Wow. In the very near future. So again, it doesn't sound like he's floating the idea. It sounds like this is an official plan. Over the next 2 weeks, according to Trump, notice with according, you have the preposition to, according to someone or somebody, such as according to the government. According to Trump, who claimed his administration would not need congressional approval. So this is approval from Congress, congressional approval, to establish the card because we're not doing citizenship, we're doing the card. Now, the use of this verb is important here. Who claimed his administration. The article is presenting this as this is what Trump says, but we don't know if it's true. Because if someone claims something, they say it, but that doesn't make it a fact simply because someone said it. So the article suggests that it's possible that congressional approval is required. Let's review this example. She claims she submitted the project, but the client didn't receive it. So she said, but I didn't see her do it. I don't have evidence or proof such as the email in her sent folder. There's no evidence of it other than she said it. So she claims. Now, if you presented it simply as she submitted the project, but the client didn't receive it, in this case, you're just saying it as a fact. Look, you can see the email in her sent folder. So there's evidence. So these two sentences communicate a very different meaning. Let's continue. Commerce Secretary Howard Lutnick said the card will replace the EB-5 program. So this is an existing immigration program in the US. So the card, the gold card, will replace. So this means the EB-5 program goes away, throw it in the garbage, and the gold card is the new EB-5 program. It replaced it, which allows immigrants to secure green cards. So they're describing what the EB-5 program is. So the program allows immigrants to secure, which means get or obtain, green cards if they create a business and at least 10 permanent full-time jobs for U.S. workers. So this is the criteria. It's the requirement that you need to get to secure the EB-5 card. Now notice here, US, it's not the US. Do you know why? 10 permanent full-time jobs for workers. Workers is your noun. US is an adjective that describes the workers. Lutnick also blasted the EB-5 program. Do you know what this verb means? Lutnick also blasted the program. Well, if you don't know what a word means, try to understand the meaning of the word. Is it positive? Is it negative? Is it happy? Is it sad? Those types, the feeling of the word based on context. So here it goes on calling it full of nonsense. So this is a negative. If something is full of nonsense, it means it's full of information that doesn't make sense. So that's a negative. So from this, even if I don't understand the meaning of blasted, I get the idea that it's something negative. To blast, the verb is blast. So in this case, in the ED form, the past simple form, blasted, means to criticize, to say negative things about, and to strongly criticize. So to say negative things in a very convincing way or public way, full of emotion, to strongly criticize. So I don't know if this is true, but I'm sure some opponents blasted Trump's proposed green card. So some people, I'm sure, don't think this is a good idea. And notice I'm using proposed as an adjective because it doesn't exist right now. It's still just an idea. And opponents criticized it. They did it publicly, and they were quite strong in that criticism. They provided a lot of reasons why. So opponents blasted Trump's proposed green card. Let's continue. Trump said funds created by the gold card, so funds represents the money. Trump said funds created by the gold card would primarily be used to pay down the national debt. Notice the pronunciation here, that B is silent, so it's debt, debt, debt. And this use of primarily is also important because it suggests that the funds, the money, will also be used for other purposes. Now, primarily, maybe that's 80%, 90%. There isn't a set definition, but it means the most. So most of. So it would have to be at least more than 50%, but it sounds more like 80, 90 if I had to quantify it. But that still leaves 10 to 20 or more percent to be used for other purposes. Estimating his administration will be able to sell 1 million cards. So here, this is your noun. So you have the S, 1 million cards. And remember, the S doesn't go on the numerical quantifier. It goes on the noun, 1 million cards, and generate trillions in revenue. Let's also look at this phrasal verb to pay down. And you pay something down. In this case, the national debt. So if you pay something down, it means you have a debt, which is a financial obligation. You owe money. And if you pay it down, it means you reduce that debt. So how do you reduce the debt? By making financial contributions to the bank or the creditor. So you can say every month I pay down, and then whatever debt you have, I pay down my student loan, my car loan, or my mortgage. Notice this word has a silent letter. I'll say it again, mortgage. What's the silent letter? The T. There's no T in this. So it's mortgage, mortgage. So maybe you pay $1,000 to the bank and then your overall debt is reduced. So you pay down your loan. Let's continue. If the gold card has the same privileges as the green card, that means wealthy buyers will still lack citizenship rights. So if they lack it, it means they will not have it. So wealthy buyers will not have citizenship rights, including the right to vote. So this including means what type of rights, but including generally means you're adding to it. But in this case, you're adding things to the list of what you do not have. So you do not have the right to vote. You do not have the right to run for public office. You do not have the right to obtain a US passport. So this including, they're adding these points to the lack list, which means you do not have it. So I added that note here, including the right to vote, the right to run for public office. So notice here, your verb is run. When you run for public office, it means you compete for the position. So the verb that we use is run. And the right to obtain, which is a more formal way of saying get a US passport. And again, notice here, US, it doesn't have the because it's a passport. This is your noun, and US is the adjective that describes the passport. Let's continue. However, being a lawful permanent resident, which one can do with a green card for at least 5 years, is the most common path to US citizenship, according to Citizenship and Immigration Services. Remember I said before, according to can be a person, according to Trump, or a something like a government body. In this case, according to Citizenship and Immigration Services, which is a government body. It could be according to a company as well. Now, they included this information because all of these points were negatives about what you cannot do with the new gold card, but now they're saying something positive. Having permanent residency is the most common path to US citizenship. So they're saying, although you cannot do these things, it is possible to become a citizen with the new gold card. And I know that they have something positive also because of the use of however. However is used to transition from a negative point to a positive point, or from a positive point to a negative point. However is used to introduce a contrast. Let's continue. Investors' visas. So notice here, investors is plural because there is more than one investor. And then visas, they belong to the investor. So that's why this plural is after, or this possessive mark is after the plural. Investors' visas are common around the world with more than 100 countries offering them. That's the end of the article. So what I'll do now is I'll read the article from start to finish, and you can focus on my pronunciation. Trump float selling $5 million gold card as pathway to citizenship. President Donald Trump announced his administration plans to sell a gold card, his version of a green card that will cost $5 million. Trump said the card will give buyers the same privileges as green card holders who have permanent residency and work authorizations in the U.S. The president said the wealthy people who buy the card would be investing in the US by spending a lot of money, paying a lot of taxes, and employing a lot of people. The card will launch sometime over the next 2 weeks, according to Trump, who claimed his administration would not need congressional approval to establish the card because we're not doing citizenship, we're doing the card. Commerce Secretary Howard Lutnick said the card will replace the EB-5 program, which allows immigrants to secure green cards if they create a business and at least 10 permanent full-time jobs for U.S. workers. Lutnick also blasted the EB-5 program, calling it full of nonsense. Trump said funds created by the gold card would primarily be used to pay down the national debt, estimating his administration will be able to sell 1 million cards and generate trillions in revenue. If the gold card has the same privileges as the green card, that means wealthy buyers will still lack citizenship rights, including the right to vote, the right to run for public office, and the right to obtain a U.S. passport. However, being a lawful permanent resident, which one can do with a green card for at least 5 years, is the most common path to U.S. citizenship, according to Citizenship and Immigration Services. Investors' visas are common around the world, with more than 100 countries offering them.
Amazing job. Now let's move on to the next article.
First, I'll read the headline, Why the U.S. is Weighing Whether to Ban TikTok. Is this a question or a statement? We have why, which is commonly used in questions, but it's why plus subject and then the verb. So I know this is written as a statement. This article is going to discuss why the U.S. is weighing. This is why the U.S. is weighing. So this is a statement. I wrote the structure here for you, and notice for WH, you can have who, what, when, where, why, and how is included in that list, even though it's not technically a WH. So that's the structure for statements. Why the U.S. is weighing. So it's weighing. This is another word for considering, because you weigh the pros and cons. The pros are the advantages or the positives in a situation, a topic, and the cons are the negatives, the disadvantages. So before you quit your job or before you move abroad, you should weigh the pros and cons. We need to weigh the pros and cons. And then you can say the pros outweigh the cons to say there are more advantages, or the cons outweigh the pros, so we shouldn't do it. I wrote everything down for you, and don't worry about taking notes because I summarize everything in a free lesson PDF. You can find the link in the description. Now, to ban TikTok, this means to not allow it, to forbid it. Let's continue with the article. Lawmakers in numerous countries have expressed concerns that TikTok, which is owned by the Chinese company ByteDance, may endanger sensitive user data. Let's review this part highlighted. Which verb tense is this? Lawmakers have expressed concerns that TikTok, it's the present perfect. And it's being used because it's a completed past action. They've already expressed these concerns. They expressed the concerns last week, for example. But there's a result in the present. And that result is, and now, so now they're considering whether to ban TikTok. They're weighing the pros and cons. And notice here, have expressed concerns. So in this case, express is our verb and concern is a noun. You could also say lawmakers are concerned that TikTok, and then continue with the sentence, and it would be grammatically correct. It's just an alternative way of saying it. But notice here, it's to be concerned. That's our expression. I'm concerned about my friend. Lawmakers are concerned that TikTok, so to be concerned, concerned is the adjective and the verb that you need to conjugate, in this case, plural, because lawmakers, they are concerned. And this is in the present simple because they are concerned right now. So the focus is on right now. So either way is correct. I'm just showing you that in English, there's always multiple ways to communicate the same idea using different grammar, different verb tenses, different structures. Which is owned by the Chinese company ByteDance, may endanger sensitive user data. Notice we have our modal verb may, which means it's possible but not 100% guaranteed. It may endanger. Modal plus base verb. Don't forget that irregular structure with modals. Modal plus base verb. And then endanger is when you put someone or something, in this case the sensitive user data, at risk. The U.S. House of Representatives overwhelmingly passed a bill. So they passed a bill. The bill was successful. People voted in favor for that bill because the pros outweighed the cons, in their opinion, at least. And notice here, this adverb tells you how the bill was passed. So it conveys a lot of information because overwhelmingly means in a strong or complete way. So without reading any more, I know that way more people supported the bill compared to the people that didn't support the bill. You could say, I quit my job because the pros overwhelmingly outweighed the cons. So maybe there were 20 pros and 1 con. Now notice outweigh is a verb, to outweigh. So that's why it's in the ED, because it's a completed past action. So they overwhelmingly passed a bill on March 13th that would give TikTok's Chinese owner, ByteDance, about 6 months. So about means approximately, around. It could be 5.5 months, 6.5. It's not precise. About 6 months to divest the U.S. assets of the short video app. So the short video app is TikTok, but you're probably wondering about this divest the assets. Divest in a business context means to sell, to no longer have ownership of. So basically, ByteDance has to separate itself from TikTok. And they're going to do that by selling their share, their ownership, their asset, because the U.S. does not want a Chinese-owned company, ByteDance, to operate TikTok. So ByteDance would likely have to sell their ownership to another company, a non-Chinese company. This is what the bill says. And if they don't do this, they would face a ban. So in this case, notice it's a ban, so it's the noun form. So a ban is the fact that it is prohibited. In the greatest threat to the app since the Trump administration. So I guess when Trump was president, he also wanted to ban TikTok or attempted to ban TikTok. So now the threat is back. So right now, TikTok needs to consider, to weigh whether they should accept the ban in the US or sell, divest their asset. And they have to weigh the pros and cons and make a decision. The bill passed 352 to 65 in a bipartisan vote. So this is a little confusing because this number ends on a 2, but this dash is verbalized as 2. 352 to 65. This is when you announce the score. We won 7-2, 7-3, 7-0. So it means we scored 7 and the other team scored 7-0. The score is 7-0. So 2, but native speakers often just say to 0, 7-0. 352-65. So the votes for the bill greatly outweighed the votes against the bill. So it was they overwhelmingly passed the bill. And it was a bipartisan vote, which means both political parties voted. But it faces a more uncertain path in the Senate. So they're talking about the bill. So the bill passed, but now it needs to go to the Senate. And in the Senate, they will also vote on this. So just because it passed in this vote, it doesn't mean that it is official yet. It needs to go to the Senate, where there is a more uncertain path, where some support a different approach to regulating foreign-owned apps posing security threats. And an example of this foreign-owned app posing security concerns is ByteDance, TikTok. So here, remember, favor, you could say support. Let's continue. India banned, so notice here, this is our verb, to ban, and then it's in the ed form. So that's how you can identify if there is a noun, a ban, because grammatically here we need an article in front of it. And then here it's a verb, it's conjugated, banned in the past. India banned the platform in mid-2020. So that would be mid-2020. So 2020, mid-June, July, August, that would be mid. So this stands for the middle of mid-2020. We commonly use this with age. She's in her mid-50s. So that would be middle 50s, 54, 5, 6. That would be mid-50s. And we use this a lot for guessing. If you don't know, I wonder how old she is. I'd guess she's in her mid-50s. Otherwise, you can say early 50s or late 50s. She's in her early 50s, mid-50s, or late 50s. So India banned the platform in mid-2020, costing ByteDance one of its biggest markets. So my students in India, do you not have TikTok then? You don't have access to TikTok? Let us know in the comments. Or in your country, do you have access to TikTok? Is it banned? Is your government talking about banning it? Share that in the comments as well. As the government cracked down on 59 Chinese-owned apps. So let's talk about this. To crack down on something, in this case, 59 Chinese-owned apps. When you crack down on something, it's when someone of authority starts addressing illegal or bad behavior in a more severe way. So in every country, there are speed limits, how fast you can drive. Most people exceed those speed limits. So if the police starts cracking down on speed, it means they'll give everyone a ticket. Now, maybe schools are discussing this and saying we need to crack down on AI-generated homework because it's a new thing and technically it's not allowed to do this, but maybe before they didn't really address it, but now because of how commonplace it is, they need to crack down on it. And because this is in the past simple, we know that India already did this, claiming that they were secretly, so in this case, they means the apps, and in this case, ByteDance, TikTok, they were secretly transmitting users' data to servers outside India. So that's the security concerns or the security threats about TikTok, ByteDance. Now notice here it says outside India. You could also say outside of India. So outside of India is any country other than India. Let's continue. Other countries and government bodies, including Britain, Australia, Canada, France, and New Zealand, and maybe your country, let us know in the comments, have banned the app from official devices. So here's another example. What verb tense is this? Other countries and government bodies, so this is all summarized as they have banned the app from official devices. What verb tense? The present perfect. And why? It's a completed past action. They already did this. Maybe they did it last month, last year, 5 years ago. It's in the past, but there's a result in the present. So now in these countries, you cannot use the app on an official device. My understanding is that an official device is if you work for the government and they give you a government device. On that official device, TikTok is not allowed. That's my understanding of an official device, but it could be different in different countries. Let's continue. TikTok said that it submitted a 90-page proposal. So in this case, 90 is functioning as an adjective. 90-page, this tells you about the proposal. It's an adjective, so that's why you don't have an S on 90 or page for the plural. So this is an adjective. Otherwise, you would say the report is 90 pages, and then you would put your S on pages. The report is 90, not days, pages. So here you would put your S, but we submitted a 90-page proposal. So I guess I could say the proposal is 90 pages. So this is an adjective, and then here pages is a noun, and that's why it has an S on it. TikTok said that it submitted a 90-page proposal in August 2022, detailing how it planned to operate in the United States while addressing national security concerns. Detailing is a great choice. You could also use outlining, which sounds very professional as well. And notice here we have that WH because how is added to that list of WH, how, and then we have our subject and then our verb. So we know this isn't a question, it's a statement. Despite the administration's concerns, Biden made his debut on the app during the Super Bowl in January. Okay, so Biden, the current president of the US, appeared on TikTok. So there's a TikTok of the president of the United States, Joe Biden, doing something. Now, the Super Bowl, this is like the World Cup, but it's for American football, and it happens every single year, and it's a big deal. It's extremely popular in the US. It is the most watched performance probably of the year in the US. So the fact that he made his debut, this just means he appeared for the first time. So his first ever TikTok reel appeared during the Super Bowl. He made his debut. But think about what this is saying. The government is currently trying to ban TikTok, yet the president of that country is using TikTok, is on TikTok. I guess they probably discussed this and they felt like the pros outweighed the cons. So they went ahead and created this TikTok video, and he made his debut on TikTok. Now it says, despite the administration's concerns. So it sounds like the administration was concerned about Joe Biden doing this, making his debut on TikTok, but he did it anyway. Because again, the pros outweighed the cons in his opinion. The short but lighthearted video, lighthearted means it wasn't serious. So he wasn't discussing the global economic crisis, or he wasn't discussing a war. He wasn't discussing anything serious. It was lighthearted, the opposite of serious. It sounds like it was meant to be fun or funny, lighthearted. And notice I said the video was supposed to be fun or funny because fun and funny are not the same, but students often confuse them or use them as if they were the same. Fun means entertaining. The party was fun. I enjoyed it. The party was funny. It made me laugh. So they're not the same. Which saw Biden dodging questions from an off-screen inquisitor. An inquisitor is someone who asks you questions, like a reporter or just someone asking you questions. And if that inquisitor was off screen, it means you couldn't see the person asking the questions on the TikTok. So on the TikTok that you're watching is just Joe Biden, but you can't see the inquisitor. The inquisitor, you just hear the voice, but you don't see the person. Now, in this TikTok, Biden was dodging questions. Oh, this is a great one, because when you dodge a question, you purposely avoid answering it. So maybe the inquisitor asked Biden, "Are you going to ban TikTok?" But Biden dodged the question. He purposely avoided answering it. So he said, "That's a good question. Let's talk about the Super Bowl. Isn't it a great game?" So he tries to change the topic, or he just doesn't answer it and he ignores it. So that would be to dodge a question. Politicians do this all the time, and it's a great skill to have, to be able to dodge questions. So let's review this again. The short but lighthearted video. So now I have this comma and then another comma. So I can ignore all of this information because it's just additional information. But grammatically, I can say the short but lighthearted video underscored his attempts to rebuild his support among young voters. So if it underscored his attempts, it means it supported. It supported his attempts. It strengthened his attempts. Now notice it says here to rebuild his support among young voters. This is interesting because if he wants to rebuild his support, it means he previously had the support. Now he does not have the support, and he wants to gain the support again. Because that's what means. It means to do it again. So he already built it once, but then somehow he lost it. He lost that support. So he thinks that making his debut on TikTok, because TikTok is popular among young people, that it will help with his support. He wants to rebuild his support. Let's continue our last paragraph. The exact mechanism for banning an app on privately owned phones is unclear. So the exact mechanism, this means the exact method, the exact way, because you have a phone, it's your phone, it's private. How are they going to get TikTok off of your phone? How are they going to do that? So that's the exact mechanism for banning an app on privately owned phones is unclear. So even if they pass this bill where they say they ban TikTok on your phone, it's unclear how they are actually going to enforce that, crack down on that. And that's it. Now you know all about the new proposed ban and if they are going to weigh those pros and cons. So now what I'll do is I'll read the article from start to finish, and this time you can focus on my pronunciation. Why the US is weighing whether to ban TikTok. Lawmakers in numerous countries have expressed concerns that TikTok, which is owned by the Chinese company ByteDance, may endanger sensitive user data. The U.S. House of Representatives overwhelmingly passed a bill on March 13th that would give TikTok's Chinese owner ByteDance about 6 months to divest the U.S. assets of the short video app or face a ban, in the greatest threat to the app since the Trump administration. The bill passed 352 to 65 in a bipartisan vote. But it faces a more uncertain path in the Senate, where some favor a different approach to regulating foreign-owned apps posing security concerns. India banned the platform in mid-2020, costing ByteDance one of its biggest markets, as the government cracked down on 59 Chinese-owned apps, claiming that they were secretly transmitting users' data to servers outside India. Other countries and government bodies, including Britain, Australia, Canada, France, and New Zealand, have banned the app from official devices. TikTok said that it submitted a 90-page proposal in August 2022 detailing how it planned to operate in the United States while addressing national security concerns. Despite the administration's concerns, Biden made his debut on the app during the Super Bowl in January. The short but lighthearted video, which saw Biden dodging questions from an off-screen inquisitor, underscored his attempts to rebuild his support among young voters. The exact mechanism for banning an app on privately owned phones is unclear.
Amazing job. Now let's move on to the next article.
Our headline, TikTok is back online after Trump pledged to restore it. The use of back is important here because it suggests that TikTok was gone, wasn't available, but now it's back. It is available. So it suggests that transition from not to. TikTok is back online. And notice you have the verb is conjugated with TikTok, third person singular. That's because the expression is to be back, to be back. You might say, my boss is back after a 2-week vacation. Notice here, 2-week is an adjective, which is why you don't have an S there. I see many mistakes with that. After a 2-week vacation, after a vacation, and then the adjective describes it. Now, you could just say, my boss is back, because it's obvious that you mean to work, but you could also say, my boss is back to work. You could use a location. Here they use online. I could say, my boss is back at the office, for example, to use a location. Now, you could also say, I hope the power comes back soon. So if TikTok isn't available, you can say, oh, I hope it comes back soon. So I hope it returns soon. Of course, you can use this for people. I hope my friend comes back soon. I hope the power, this means electricity. I hope the electricity, the power comes back soon. So it implies right now you do not have power. Let's review pledge. So the verb is to pledge, to do something. That's the sentence structure. So you use the infinitive after. Now here it's in the past simple, of course. Let's review that pronunciation. Pledged. A very soft D. And you need that pledge, pledged, pledged. Now, when you connect it to the next sound, you may not hear that D. Pledge to restore it. Pledge to restore it. So you don't hear it in spoken English. It's the context that will make it obvious that it's in the past simple. A pledge to do something is a formal promise or commitment. It's often used by politicians or people with authority, such as business leaders as well. It's not common to say, I pledge to help you clean the garage this weekend. It sounds too formal. It sounds like we have a contract and I wrote down a contract and signed it to clean the garage. So in this context, it just sounds too formal. So what would you say? I promise, I promise. You can simply say, I promise to help you. So really we use pledge in a very formal way. You can think of it as having a contract. Don't worry about taking notes because I summarize everything in a free lesson PDF. You can find the link in the description. Let's continue. Around 12 hours after shutting itself down in the United States, TikTok is back. So now you know what this means. You could say TikTok has returned. So here it's to be back. But if you use the verb return, it's to return. So you could put that in the present perfect because it's a completed past action with a result in the present. What's the result in the present? You can use TikTok again. Let's review shut down. Now, the fact that there's itself is important because it means that TikTok did the action. So TikTok wasn't forced to directly. You could say the government shut it down, it being TikTok. The government shut TikTok down. The government shut it down because TikTok is specified here. Now, this sounds like the government showed up at TikTok's corporate office and started unplugging everything so it was no longer available. But in this case, it sounds like TikTok, the company, unplugged everything so it's no longer available. Now, the phrasal verb to shut down means to close, but it's used with both temporarily or permanently. It depends on context. And we commonly use this with stores, companies, offices. For example, the store shut down after the scandal. This could be temporary. It could be permanent. We would need more context to understand. The store shut down for renovations. This sounds like it's temporary because they're renovating, they're changing the appearance, and then they'll reopen. So you could say, we're back. After, they could have a social media post that says, we're back. After shutting down for renovations, we're back. We are back. Come visit us. And shut is an irregular verb. The three forms, base, past, and past participle, are shut. So this is in the past simple because grammatically, that's what makes sense. TikTok is back almost like it never left. Attributing its return. So attributing its return, this is the reason for its return. To a move by President Donald Trump to save the app. So you could say TikTok is back almost like it never left because Donald Trump saved the app. Using the verb attribute, you might say we can attribute our success to the renovations. Remember, this is the store that was shut down for renovations. So they renovated, it looks beautiful, more customers came. So this is the reason why the store is successful. We can attribute something, attribute our success. In this case, attribute its return, TikTok's return. Let's continue. TikTok welcomed users back with a notification that said, "Thanks for your patience and support." Again, this use of back is important because if it wasn't there and it just said TikTok welcomed users with a notification, it would sound like these are new users to the platform. If it says TikTok welcome users back, it sounds like these are returning users. So they're existing customers. That's why at a restaurant, if you're seeing someone for the first time, you would say welcome. But if the same customer comes again the next day, you can say, welcome back. You must have loved the food. You're here again. Welcome back. It's nice to see you again. What about for you? Would I say, welcome back to JForrest English because you're a returning viewer, a returning student, a returning subscriber? Or would I say welcome because you're new? So if you're new, say I'm new and welcome to you. I love new students. And if you're returning and I say welcome back, put that's me because you're an existing student and I love my existing students as well. So share which one you are in the comments. That's me if you're returning, or I'm new if you're new. Notice here, thanks for. Now, after for, you can have a noun, which we have here, your patience and support, or you can have a gerund verb, thanks for, because for is a preposition. So you can almost always change your nouns to verbs, but then you have to think about what's required grammatically. Things for being patient. So patience is the noun, patient is the adjective, and then with patient, you use the verb to be, which is the gerund. Things for being patient and supporting us. You can't just say supporting, it's incomplete. So thanks for supporting. Thanks for supporting me. Thanks for supporting my YouTube channel. Thanks for supporting us. You need the object. And the verb is to support. So here you just take support and you put it in the ing form. Thanks for your patience and support. Thanks for being patient and supporting us. As a result of President Trump's efforts, here instead of as a result of, you could say because of. If you use because, you still need that of. Because of President Trump's efforts, the efforts belong to President Trump, which is why you have this possessive. TikTok is back. Now you know how to use this. TikTok is back in the US.
Are you enjoying this lesson? If you are, then I want to tell you about the Finally Fluent Academy. This is my premium training program where we study native English speakers from TV, movies, YouTube, and the news so you can improve your listening skills of fast English, expand your vocabulary with natural expressions, and learn advanced grammar easily. Plus, you'll have me as your personal coach. You can look in the description for the link to learn more, or you can go to my website and click on Finally Fluent Academy. Now let's continue with our lesson.
The whiplash move to bring the app back comes after TikTok became unusable for Americans late Saturday night. Let's talk about the whiplash move. Whiplash is when something moves very suddenly in one direction and then very suddenly in the reverse direction. The best image is this is what happens in car accidents, and it can result in serious injuries because in a car accident, your head can move very suddenly in one direction and then instantly move very suddenly back in the other direction. So that is visually what you can imagine, and that's what they call it. She suffers from whiplash. So I can't work because of whiplash. My neck is so sore. So that is what they would call it in that situation. Now, in this case, it means the whiplash move. So TikTok is gone and then it's back in only a few hours. So it was a very sudden decision. Let's continue. Users who try to open the app at that time, so late Saturday night, at that time, were met with a message saying it was offline and asking users to stay tuned. To stay tuned. Do you know what this means? What if someone told you, stay tuned? Stay tuned means to wait for updates, but while you're waiting, remain attentive. So how can you remain attentive? You can keep checking the app. You can go on TikTok's website to see if they've posted anything new. You can sign up for their email alerts. So you're actively looking for more information as you wait for updates. For example, stay tuned for more information about the deadline. This is something that your boss or your coworker, your client could say to you. So they're asking you to wait, but also keep checking your email or keep your phone nearby. Remain attentive. It's very common to use these two words as a standalone at the end of your sentence. So you could say more information about the deadline will be available soon. Stay tuned. And then you add on these words, stay tuned, to remind that person to remain attentive. Keep your phone nearby. Check your email. Stay tuned. Let's review to be met with something. This is a great expression. It means to encounter something, often unexpectedly. So you go to use TikTok, as you always do, and you encounter, you see a message. You weren't expecting it. You were met with a message letting you know TikTok isn't available. You could say his idea was met with resistance. He shared his idea and then he received back, he encountered criticism or resistance, and it was unexpected. His idea was met with resistance. It's a very powerful expression. Or you could say she was met with cheers. So cheers, woohoo, yay, as she entered the room. Maybe because it was a surprise party for her and she received those cheers, she encountered those cheers, and she certainly wasn't expecting them. So you can use this with something negative, something positive, or something just simply neutral, to be met with something. Let's continue. A law banning TikTok. So if something is banned, it means it is not allowed. So legally, officially not allowed. A law banning TikTok has been enacted. Enacted is a formal way of saying it is in effect, it applies, has been enacted in the US. Unfortunately, that means you can't use TikTok for now. TikTok's message read in part. So because we have quotations here, we know this is someone else saying these words, and this is part of TikTok's message. So this isn't the only thing that TikTok said. This is some of it, a part of it. I know that because it said TikTok's message read in part, in part. This in part means that this is a part of the full message. The app was also unavailable on the Apple and Google Play stores, along with Lemon 8 and CapCut, which are also owned by TikTok's China-based parent company, ByteDance. So by using along with, it means Apple's not available, the app isn't available on Apple, isn't available on Google Play, but also this service, Lemon 8, this software or service, and this software or service, CapCut, are not available. Let's continue. Early on Sunday, Trump said he would issue an executive order following his inauguration on Monday to delay enforcement of the divest or ban law. So following his inauguration on Monday, his inauguration is when he officially became president. So at this point, when he said this, he wasn't president yet. He was president-elect, which means he was officially elected, but the ceremony hadn't taken place. As of now, it has taken place, so he is president. And let's review this, the divest or ban law. So this is an adjective. It describes the law. And this is the name of the law that banned TikTok originally, the divest or ban law. I talk about this law when it was enacted in another news review. You can find the link in the description to learn more about how this became a law in the first place. Let's continue. And within hours, so within hours of Trump saying this, within hours, access to TikTok's app and web page began to return for US users. So if they use began to return, it means it's in progress still. Because if it was a completed action, they would have just said TikTok's app and web page returned. They would have put the verb return in the past simple. So this means it's still in progress. And notice here, US comes before users, which is the noun. Users is the noun. It represents people who use the app, most likely you. Now, US users means users who are located in the US. Okay, so US is the adjective. As the adjective, you don't need the article the, because it's the adjective. But if you said for users in the US, the is required because the article the is required with the country United States, the United States. TikTok's restoration. You could also say TikTok's return. Restoration means return to its original state. It's commonly used with fixing buildings, fixing cars, restoring artwork to its original state, restoring antiques, for example. So you could say we're restoring. The verb is to restore. In this case, TikTok's restoration, this is the noun form. So TikTok's return, this is also the noun form. TikTok's return, TikTok's restoration. So this is the verb to restore. We're restoring an old Mustang. Mustang is a type of car. So it sounds like it's very old. Maybe you're going to repaint it. You're going to fix the engine. You're going to return it to its original state. TikTok's restoration or TikTok's return will be welcome news for the app's 170 million American users. So here, notice American is also an adjective. You could say US users. In this case, they chose to change it to American, million American users. And notice the plural is on the noun user. American is an adjective. Adjectives don't have plural forms, so there's no S here. The number doesn't take the S, it doesn't take the plural, it's the noun, users, that takes the plural. 170 million, no S here, 170 million American users. Now you can use American as a noun to describe people from America. And as a noun, there's a singular or plural. There were a lot of Americans. There were 200, 2,000 Americans at the conference. So because this is the noun, it represents people from America, there's an S because nouns take singular or plural, but adjectives don't. Let's continue. Many of whom, so this represents many of the users, many of whom use the app for hours every day to find news, entertainment, and community, and in some cases, to make a living. What does it mean to make a living? To make a living, what does that mean? To make a living means that you earn enough money to support yourself. So it will pay for your rent, your food, your car, your clothes, your family as well. So whatever your personal needs are, if you make a living, you earn enough. Because this probably isn't the reality for a lot of people. They probably would say, I make money on TikTok, but not enough to make a living. So just because you make money selling something or posting on social media, it doesn't necessarily mean that you make a living. If you make a living, it means it's the only source of income that you need. Let's continue. And it signaled that Trump may be poised to score a major political victory by claiming responsibility for bringing back the popular platform. Of course, the popular platform is TikTok, the subject of this article. Now this and it signaled, it being the fact that TikTok was banned and then quickly returned in that whiplash move. That's the it, the situation. The situation signaled that Trump may be poised to score. If you're poised, repeat after me, poised. Poised. If you're poised to do something, it means you're ready to do it. You're in a strong position to do it. You're prepared to do it. So you're poised to get the promotion. You're in a strong position. You're a strong candidate. And remember, it's to be poised. So you need your verb to be. You are poised, and then your infinitive to get the promotion. Or the team, maybe a sports team, the team is poised to win the World Cup. They're in a strong position. They're ready based on their performance until now. They're poised to win. And again, your verb to be. And in this case, it's poised to score a major political victory. Here, score is a verb, and it means to achieve or obtain, but in a successful or significant way. So for example, we just scored the biggest client in the country. So we achieved it, we obtained it, but it was very significant, very successful. We just scored the biggest client. Or Someone might ask you, how did you score front row seats to Taylor Swift? So this is something significant or very extraordinary. So how did you obtain this significant thing? How did you score front row seats to Taylor Swift? So let's review this again. And this situation signaled that Trump may be poised, ready to achieve something significant, a major political victory, by claiming responsibility for bringing back the popular platform. But while TikTok's shut down, so notice here it's being used as a noun. TikTok's shut down. But while the fact that TikTok was shut down, so that would be the verb shut down, to be shut down, because it's describing TikTok's state. So instead of having to say that, which is quite wordy, you can use the noun form. But while TikTok's shutdown lasted just a few hours, securing the app's long-term future in the United States is likely to be more complicated. And here, securing means ensuring or guaranteeing. So guaranteeing, ensuring the app's long-term future in the United States is likely to be more complicated. Why will it be more complicated? Well, it's because a law was passed to ban it. So if you want to learn more about that issue, remember that I reviewed another news article on that topic, so you can find the link in the description. And that's the end of the article. So I'll read the article from start to finish, and this time you can focus on my pronunciation. TikTok is back online after Trump pledged to restore it. Around 12 hours after shutting itself down in the United States, TikTok is back almost like it never left, attributing its return to a move by President Donald Trump to save the app. TikTok welcomed users back with a notification that said, "Thanks for your patience and support." As a result of President Trump's efforts, TikTok is back in the US. The whiplash move to bring the app back comes after TikTok became unusable for Americans late Saturday night. Users who tried to open the app at that time were met with a message saying it was offline and asking users to stay tuned. A law banning TikTok has been enacted in the US. Unfortunately, that means you can't use TikTok for now. TikTok's message read in part. The app was also unavailable on the Apple and Google Play stores, along with Lemon8 and CapCut, which are also owned by TikTok's China-based parent company, ByteDance. Early on Sunday, Trump said he would issue an executive order following his inauguration on Monday to delay enforcement of the divest or ban law. And within hours, access to TikTok's app and webpage began to return for US users. TikTok's restoration will be welcome news for the app's 170 million American users, many of whom use the app for hours every day to find news, entertainment, and community, and in some cases to make a living. And it signaled that Trump may be poised to score a major political victory by claiming responsibility for bringing back the popular platform. But while TikTok's shutdown lasted just a few hours, securing the app's long-term future in the United States is likely to be more complicated.
Do you want me to make another lesson where we review trending current events to help you improve your English? If you do, put let's go in the comments. And of course, make sure you like this lesson, share it with your friends, and subscribe so you're notified every time I post a new lesson. And you can get this free speaking guide where I share 6 tips on how to speak English fluently and confidently. You can click here to download it or look for the link in the description. And you can keep learning English with the news with this lesson right now.